Chapter 302. On the edge of the small lake, there was a stone tablet with 3 ordinary characters engraved on it. Quenching fire pool. Lu Ping couldn't believe his eyes. Was his luck really that good? Lu Ping suppressed the excitement in his heart, and with a step, a stream of Zhanyuan passed through the ground into the small lake. With the input of Lu Ping's Zhanyuan, the water in the small lake only made a gurgle sound and a wave appeared. Lu Ping's Zhanyuan was so huge that if it was ordinary seawater, it would be enough to make a huge wave that was dozens of feet high. However, in this lake, it could only make a few inconspicuous waves. Lu Ping used the water control technique, and the Zhanyuan in his body flowed into the lake like a stream, and the lake finally began to slowly ripple. Lu Ping's hands made 9 water control seals in a row, and the whole lake water finally began to slowly flow up after Lu Ping's face turned red. The weight of this lake water was even heavier than gold and iron. Streams of lake water rolled up and recondensed into a huge ball of water in the sky. When Lu Ping's Zhanyuan was almost consumed by half, the whole lake water was almost lifted into the air by Lu Ping's water control technique. Lu Ping stretched his head to look at the bottom of the lake, and saw a black ball of water the size of a head spinning at the bottom of the lake. Xianyuan heavy water. It really was Xianyuan heavy water. Low-grade heaven-tier spirit water of heaven and earth. One of the 4 refining treasures of heavy Xian Laozu. Under the heavy pressure of the lake water in the air, Lu Ping didn't have time to be happy. After confirming that it was indeed Xianyuan heavy water at the bottom of the lake, Lu Ping finally put the ball of water that was affected by the Xianyuan heavy water back into the pool. The dark essence heavy water was a heaven-grade, low-tier spirit water of heaven and earth. How could heavy profound Laozu waste it recklessly and directly use it for quenching? Obviously, under the influence of the dark essence heavy water, this pool of spirit water, which had already mutated into a second-grade spirit material, was used to quench the newly forged spirit tools and magic treasures. The biggest effect of the profound essence heavy water was that after the cultivator fused with it, the spirituality of the spiritual object would be refined into the golden core by the cultivator's divine sense, greatly increasing the capacity of the cultivator's true essence. Therefore, the cultivators who fused with the profound essence heavy water were all people with vigorous and long-lasting true essence. In the process of fighting, they often didn't have to worry about running out of true essence. Once the battle fell into a stalemate or was besieged, these kinds of cultivators were existences that gave their opponents headaches. Just as Lu Ping placed the mutated spirit water back into the small pond, a faint spiritual energy drifted out. Lu Ping naturally felt it, and he felt even more strange in his heart. The space in the Golden House was far beyond that of an ordinary top-tier spatial artifact. It was not a grotto heaven, but there was not only a spiritual herb garden inside it, but also a seemingly meaningless lonely mountain. Now there was actually a trace of spiritual energy left in this lonely mountain. Lu Ping was sure that there was no spirit vein in this lonely mountain. Moreover, a spatial artifact could not nurture a spirit vein at all. Not even a grotto heaven magic treasure. Only when a grotto heaven magic treasure formed a small kiliocosm like the 7-star sky could the spirit vein be moved into the grotto heaven and not dissipate. Thinking of this, Lu Ping was startled. Could it be Lu Ping flew down the mountain and returned to the door of the Golden House? Then he took out Qianzhong Su and opened the thick book slowly. The space inside the book was about to be revealed in front of the door of the Golden House. At this moment, the door of the Golden House suddenly opened by itself. Qianzhong Su flew into the Golden House, and the 2 spaces immediately overlapped and merged. Amidst the loud rumbling sound, the merged space continued to expand. Qianzhong Su's body slowly landed on the ground of the space, and then immediately merged with the soil of the spiritual herb garden and disappeared. In the space of the Golden House, the area of the spiritual herb garden suddenly expanded by 3 times. The lonely mountain in the space of the Golden House was forcibly raised by 500 feet, and it stood tall in the newly expanded space like a heavenly pillar. Inside the Qianzhong Su, Lu Ping's several years of business had all settled down in the newly formed space. It was no longer as crowded as before. Just the peach blossom tree spirit alone took up nearly half of the space of the Qianzhong Su. Not mentioning the shock in Lu Ping's heart, the happiest people at this moment were the 2 Luan birds inside the Qianzhong Su. Lu Qin came to this new world, and she was even more excited. She had already gone to explore this new place, and there was no trace of her. The wooden Luanyu quickly followed. However, the changes in the space of the Qianzhongsu also made this shy monster dumbfounded. The amethyst wasps swarmed out of their nest. In this vast space, a large number of spiritual herbs had been nurtured for thousands of years. Even ordinary flowers and plants had accumulated for thousands of years, and their flowers contained a large amount of essence of heaven and earth. This was the place where the amethyst wasps brewed nectar and increased their cultivation. After more than 2 years, Lu Ping had already trained this swarm of amethyst wasps into the Dao soldier formation. The amethyst wasps were only one step away from entering the blood condensation realm. At that time, Lu Ping's amethyst Dao soldier formation would be able to multiply and expand, and its power would increase further. Fei Ling sect was so bold. At this moment, Lu Ping finally understood why Fei Ling sect wanted to forge the 2 strange spatial artifacts, Qianzhongsu and the Golden House. It wasn't to create a grotto heaven, but to create a minor kiliacosm. This was a set of combined artifacts. Each of them could be a separate spatial artifact, but after they were combined, the function of this spatial artifact was far beyond ordinary artifacts. It had the potential to surpass a grotto heaven and become a minor kiliacosm. Fei Ling sect wanted to build another dojo, or rather, they wanted to move the dojo on Fei Ling Island into this minor kiliacosm. That small mountain was where Fei Ling sect's dojo was located. The reason why Lu Ping could feel the spiritual energy on the small mountain was because Fei Ling sect wanted to use the small mountain as a prototype. After it became a minor kiliacosm, it could be used to nurture spirit veins. This was also why Zhongxian Laozu placed the Golden House in the spirit vein to nurture. Of course, if he wanted to achieve the foundation of a mini kiliacosm, these 2 spatial celestial devices were far from enough. Perhaps Fei Ling sect had also refined other matching spatial celestial devices. When they were combined, this space would become larger, and the embryonic form of the world inside would be more complete. Unfortunately, Fei Ling sect's plan to create a minor kiliacosm had just begun, but it was already destroyed. Otherwise, once it became a minor kiliacosm, the sects in the North Sea might not even be able to find Fei Ling sect's dojo. Unfortunately, Fei Ling sect's plan to create a minor kiliacosm had just begun, but it was already destroyed. Otherwise, once it became a minor kiliacosm, the sects in the North Sea might not even be able to find Fei Ling sect's dojo. Lu Ping swallowed a medicinal pellet and cultivated to recover his lost true essence. At the same time, he was thinking about his future plans. The appearance of the Golden House, the discovery of a large number of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, and the mystic heavy water forced Lu Ping to adjust his cultivation plan. One day later, Samling, who was playing outside, suddenly ran back in a panic. Lu Ping was shocked, and he immediately realized that he had been careless. As Samling's cultivation became higher, the characteristics of the green sea snake on his body became more and more obvious. The identity of the green sea snake was extremely special among the demon race. If he was discovered by other demon cultivators or human cultivators, it would be a disaster for him. There was no time to communicate with Samling, so Lu Ping directly put Samling into the Golden House. That place was naturally much stronger than the spiritual beast pouch that could only be used for hibernation. Then, he came out of the underwater cave and came to the surface of the sea. He felt waves of spiritual energy coming from the surface of the sea a few miles behind him, and from time to time, he could also hear the dull roars of spells. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense and did not find any danger lying in ambush nearby. So, he summoned Samling and asked him a few questions. Then he frowned and looked at the source of the spiritual energy fluctuations behind him. It turned out that when Samling was playing in the sea, someone had discovered his identity and chased after him. The direction of the person chasing him was the direction of the battle. Lu Ping muttered to himself for a while, then used the invisibility art and slowly approached the battle. The roars of spells were getting louder and louder. Lu Ping carefully spread out his divine sense. In front of him there were 2 early-stage core forging cultivators fighting. One of them was even someone that Lu Ping knew. Lu Ping had a strange expression on his face. He used his divine sense to probe the other person. Unexpectedly, that person was extremely vigilant. His divine sense, which was no weaker than Lu Ping's, formed a wall and firmly blocked Lu Ping's divine sense. "Since you're here, then show yourself." Since he had been discovered, there was no need for Lu Ping to hide, so he flew over the sea. The cultivator who had discovered Lu Ping did not give up on attacking Lu Ping, just because it was difficult to tell if he was a friend or foe. Obviously, he thought that with Lu Ping's appearance, even his enemies could not do anything to him. Ever since Chu Ting learned about the appearance of Zhongxian's cave mansion, she planned an attack on the Crystal Palace with her boudoir. However, after the operation began, a series of bad luck found her. First, after killing the 4 core forging masters of the Crystal Palace, she did not find the spatial magic tool that Zhongxian Laozu might have hidden in the underground spirit vein. Then, she did not expect that there was a peak core forging master among the cultivators of the Crystal Palace, and he chased her all the way. During the battle, several people in the boudoir were injured. If it weren't for Martial Uncle Liang, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere and joined forces with Martial Uncle Jiang to block the pursuit of the peak core forging master of the Crystal Palace, the boudoir would have fallen into the siege of the cultivators of the Crystal Palace. Just when Chu Ting thought that everyone was out of danger, the boudoir, the Crystal Palace, and the cultivators of Skyrend who were watching from afar were suddenly ambushed by dozens of East Sea demon cultivators. After the battle, everyone split up to break out of the encirclement. Chu Ting escaped under the cover of second senior sister Zhu Xianmeng and Martial Uncle Liang, but she encountered the demon cultivator in front of her. This graceful demon cultivator was originally pursuing something, but as soon as he saw Chu Ting, he was instantly shocked by her beauty, and he'd long since forgotten about his pursuit and insisted on taking Chu Ting as his wife. How could Chu Ting be willing to allow that? Thus the two of them started fighting. Chu Ting was carefully guided by Taoist Plum, and she was talented. With her master-level alchemy skills, she pushed her cultivation to the peak of the first level of the core forging realm in just 3 to 4 years. She was proud and arrogant, and she had always looked down on cultivators of the same level. Chu Ting originally thought that although the cultivation of the third-level core forging realm demon cultivator was far above her, it would be easy for her to escape. She did not expect that the strength of the person in front of her was so much higher than her. No matter what Chu Ting used, the person in front of her was able to resolve it. Looking at the person in front of her calmly dealing with her attacks, obviously thinking of capturing her alive after her chi was exhausted, Chu Ting suddenly felt a burst of powerlessness. Chu Ting did not expect to meet Lu Ping in this situation. Chapter 303. Without saying a word, Lu Ping's golden scale sword soared into the air and slashed at the beast cultivator. In the sky, the golden scale sword absorbed more than 600 psychic sword lights into its body. Lu Ping had used almost all his strength in this attack. The beast cultivator's calm expression turned serious after witnessing Lu Ping's swordsmanship. But then he said indifferently, "This is what you humans call a hero saving a damsel in distress, right? You are indeed capable. But in the end, this beauty is still mine." After the beast cultivator advanced to the core forging stage and transformed into a human, he had the power to open a mansion and set up a government office in the demon clan. Unlike the core forging stage human cultivators who called themselves Taoist masters, the beast cultivator preferred to call himself mansion master. A gourd suddenly appeared in the beast cultivator's hand. He tipped the mouth of the gourd down, and a dark blue wave swept out towards the golden scale sword that was slashing at him. The golden scale sword shook, as if it had turned into a big fish swimming against the current, trying to ignore the impact of the dark blue water, and continue to slash at the beast cultivator. Unexpectedly, once the golden scale sword came into contact with the dark blue water, Lu Ping suddenly felt an invisible force tearing the golden scale sword's body from all sides. Not only could the golden scale sword not maintain its countercurrent posture in the water, but even Lu Ping's divine sense was greatly disturbed when it came into contact with the golden scale sword. The golden scale sword's momentum was fierce, but it slashed at him as if it was drunk. The beast cultivator laughed loudly and said, "Although your swordsmanship is strong, what can you do to my precious gourd? This extreme blue magnetic water is a rare treasure that I found in the depths of the East Sea. It's the best to break magic tools and magical powers like yours." Lu Ping snorted coldly. This extreme blue magnetic water could at most restrain his swordsmanship. To say that it could break Lu Ping's swordsmanship was the beast cultivator's verbal attack. The golden scale sword shook. Without the influence of the extreme blue magnetic water, Lu Ping's huge divine sense immediately regained control of the golden scale sword. The beast cultivator smiled and said, "What a powerful divine sense. It seems that you have cultivated many secret techniques, but are you also an alchemist like this beauty? Or are you an array master? However, this palace master's divine sense is not inferior to yours." Chu Ting placed her high-grade pill furnace above her head, firmly protecting herself. At the same time, she controlled the bright yellow flames to fight against the enemy. At the same time, Lu Ping saw a wind bag appear in Chu Ting's hand. As she controlled the flames, the wind bag blew out a scorching gust of wind. The wind increased the intensity of the flames, causing the power of Chu Ting's bright yellow flames to greatly increase, burning towards the Yao cultivator. The demonic cultivator blew at the mouth of the gourd. This time a muffled roar came from the gourd. A gale swept out and immediately suppressed Chu Ting's wind bag. The bright yellow flame was blown back by the gale from the gourd and burned towards Chu Ting. Fortunately, Chu Ting's fire control technique was excellent. The demonic cultivator was not too ruthless. Before the flames burned her, Chu Ting regained control of the flames. She did not let the fire seed she had refined burn her. Otherwise, it would really be a joke if it was spread out. The demonic cultivator also had an expression of lingering fear. He said, "Fortunately, I was too heavy-handed this time and almost hurt this palace master's beauty." Chu Ting's face was as gloomy as water. On the surface, she seemed to ignore the demonic cultivator's incessant chatter, but in her heart, she was already furious. Both Lu Ping and Chu Ting were alchemists. They had their own experiences in the cultivation of divine sense. Their achievements were far beyond cultivators of the same level. Moreover, the demonic cultivator's divine sense cultivation was also quite extraordinary. It far surpassed Chu Ting's and was on par with Lu Ping's. Lu Ping and Chu Ting joined forces to fight against the enemy. However, the demonic cultivator still looked calm. However, his eyes swept away the laziness from before. He said to Lu Ping, "It seems that you are not an alchemist. You are obviously cultivating a water-attributed cultivation method. Moreover, your attainments in it are extremely high. In the future, if your cultivation is like this palace master, I am afraid that even this palace master will not be your opponent." After Lu Ping's help, the main attack against the demonic cultivator became Lu Ping. Chu Ting could only play a role in restraining the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator also became more serious when facing the two of them together. Chu Ting looked at Lu Ping with some surprise. She naturally knew that Lu Ping was an authentic alchemist. Moreover, after the Northern Alliance Elixir Gathering, he defeated the elite alchemists of Purple Talisman Pavilion, Wind and Thunder Island and Skyrend. His performance in the Elixir Gathering showed that his alchemy skills were now above hers. At this time, after being inadvertently reminded by the demonic cultivator, she discovered that Lu Ping actually cultivated a water-attributed cultivation method. What was even more incredible was that at this time, Lu Ping's cultivation had also reached the peak of the first layer of the core forging realm. How could this not surprise Chu Ting? Chu Ting had never admired any cultivator of the same generation. Previously, Lu Ping had at most made her think highly of him. Now, Chu Ting inexplicably felt a trace of admiration for Lu Ping. Using a water-attributed cultivation method to control the fire seed in alchemy, how much effort and price must be paid to achieve the achievement of an alchemy grandmaster? The gourd in the demonic cultivator's hand was obviously a treasure. When Lu Ping and Chu Ting joined forces to fight, the gourd had already spat out 3 kinds of heaven and earth mysterious treasures of water, wind and fire, which made Lu Ping very envious. The demonic cultivator's expression changed, and suddenly a strange fan appeared in his hand. He waved it to his side, and with a hum sound, the nether water sword, which had already sneaked 10 feet away from the demonic cultivator, was sent flying by the fan. Taking advantage of the moment when the demonic cultivator's attention was attracted by the nether water sword, a bronze mirror suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. A golden light flashed from the mirror and instantly sank into the gourd in the demonic cultivator's hand. The red flame spewing out of the gourd suddenly stagnated, and then returned to normal. Chu Ting, who was suppressed by the red flame, suddenly crushed a pinky-sized black object in her hand. Then she stretched out her hand and sprinkled the black powder into the bright yellow flame. The bright yellow flame, which was originally in decline, suddenly rose and pushed back the red flame. The demonic cultivator glanced at the golden mirror in Lu Ping's hand and shook the gourd in his hand. The red flame suddenly stopped retreating. Lu Ping's golden scale sword changed, and he used the Thousand Piles snow sword art. Among the 1296 sword lights, there were 648 psychic sword lights, which turned into 3 sword waves and rushed toward the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator's face was solemn. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and the gourd once again spewed out the extreme blue magnetic water toward the sword waves. However, the psychic sword lights in each sword wave suddenly jumped out, each turning into a sword dragon, which passed through the obstruction of the extreme blue magnetic water and rushed toward the demonic cultivator. The demonic cultivator was not afraid in the face of danger. He waved the strange fan in his hand, and a sword dragon was suddenly blown into pieces. The demonic cultivator pointed to the gourd again, and a gust of wind swept out, and another sword dragon was blown into dizziness. The third sword dragon had already approached. The demonic cultivator curled his lips, and a rotating shield suddenly lit up around his body. Protective small magical power. The sword Jiao was instantly shredded into pieces. The enlightened master looked at Lu Ping mockingly, only to see Lu Ping still pointing his finger at him. The golden scale sword that was hidden among the shredded sword Jiao abruptly flew out, and, to the enlightened master's surprise, the golden scale sword shattered the enlightened master's small defensive skill. Zhen Yuan sword Qi. Before the demonic cultivator broke free from the surprise, his face suddenly changed, and a golden halberd appeared in his hand again, directly blocking in front of him. Dang! The water nether sword was knocked away by the halberd. Lu Ping's mind trembled, and the body of the water nether sword was obviously damaged. This halberd was the demonic cultivator's life source magic weapon. The golden halberd in the demonic cultivator's hand exuded a dazzling brilliance, and the surrounding spirit Qi, under the influence of the halberd, seemed to be restless. The golden scale sword followed closely after the water nether sword, but was knocked away by the halberd. The halberd then swept horizontally, wanting to completely break the golden scale sword. Obviously, the halberd's quality was far above the golden scale sword. The corner of Lu Ping's mouth twitched, and the golden scale sword deftly avoided the sweep of the halberd, luring it away from the demonic cultivator's side. Immediately after, a behemoth suddenly appeared above the demonic cultivator's head, silently falling towards the demonic cultivator. When the demonic cultivator sensed that something was wrong, Landslide was already right in front of him. At this moment the demonic cultivator's face finally changed, not in fear but in rage. The demonic cultivator in front of him suddenly disappeared, and a behemoth that Lu Ping had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of the two. It was a giant fish. The giant fish leaped up, and its huge fishtail drew a beautiful arc in the air, colliding with the falling landslide. The surface of the sea suddenly became turbulent, and waves tens of feet high were stirred up. Some were caused by the landslide colliding with the fishtail, and some were caused by the giant fish leaping into the sea. Landslide flew away in response, and Lu Ping's divine sense suffered another heavy blow. Immediately he had a splitting headache, and the golden core in his heart core space also jumped. Kuan fish. Chu Ting's face finally changed. Hurry up and go. Lu Ping shouted to Chu Ting beside him, and then turned into a stream of water, fleeing into the distance. Chu Ting woke up from her shock, and bright yellow flames wrapped her whole body, turning into a yellow light in the sky, and instantly caught up with Lu Ping. A dull roar came from the bottom of the sea, and traces of blood appeared on the surface of the sea. A solemn voice came from the bottom of the sea. This palace master's surname is Kong Yuan. Do you dare to leave your names? Lu Jiu. Chu Ting. We will meet again in the future, and then we will decide who is the winner. Kong Yuan's voice came from afar, but he could no longer hear Lu Ping and Chu Ting's reply. An island-like ridge flashed on the surface of the sea, and the roaring waves spread out, only calming down after an unknown amount of time. Outside of Silver Sword Island, 2 streaks of light, one fire and one water, descended from the sky. Chu Ting's face was deathly pale, and Lu Ping coughed a few times. He coughed so quickly that traces of blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth. How are you? Chu Ting asked gratefully. I'm fine. Lu Ping swallowed a threefold vitality augmenting pill. Seeing the pill in Lu Ping's hand, Chu Ting was stunned. Lu Ping glanced at her and nonchalantly put the jade bottle of threefold vitality augmenting pill into his storage ring. Why did you appear here? This time it was Lu Ping's turn to ask her. He, Liang Xianfeng, and Zhu Xianmeng had come to Silver Sword Island to explore Zhong Xian's cave mansion. Presumably, he could not hide it from Chu Ting. However, what puzzled Lu Ping was why Chu Ting was separated from her boudoir and was being hunted by the demon cultivators alone. Composing herself, Chu Ting roughly told Lu Ping about how her boudoir ambushed the Crystal Palace cultivators in Zhong Xian's cave mansion, and how they were ambushed by the demon cultivators. Of course, she only briefly mentioned the matter of them trying to seize Zhong Xian's spatial artifact, hidden in the spirit vein by Lao Zu. Lu Ping was well aware of this, so he naturally did not say anything. What, Martial Uncle Liang Xianfeng was seriously injured? Lu Ping's expression changed and he asked. Chapter 304. Who could injure Uncle Master Liang? Lu Ping was shocked when he heard the news. Liang Xianfeng was an 8th-layer core forging cultivator, one of the 7 core forging cultivators of Jinling sect, known as the 3 Truths and 4 Spirits. Liang Xianfeng had cultivated several types of wind elemental spells. Even if he was besieged by cultivators of the same level, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Chu Ting looked at Lu Ping's shocked and angry expression. She didn't know why Lu Ping was like this, but she still said, "It's a shame. We were being chased by the cultivators of the Crystal Palace and were at a disadvantage." However, Uncle Master Liang suddenly appeared and joined forces with Uncle Master Jiang to resist the attacks of the peak core forging cultivators from the Crystal Palace. However, the monsters attacked and Uncle Master Liang fought with several late core forging cultivators to protect me and second senior sister from breaking out. After we broke out, we saw Uncle Master Liang vomiting blood from his injuries. Lu Ping's face was gloomy as he flew towards Silver Sword Island with Chu Ting. Along the way, his mind raced. It seems like this Taoist Master Mei is closely related to the sect. But Junior Martial Aunt Liang was willing to risk her life to protect her disciple. Could it be that this Taoist Master Mei and Junior Martial Aunt Liang are related? Chu Ting followed Lu Ping back to Silver Sword Island. She saw Lu Ping looking around the inns, residences, and shops along the way. He was no longer as anxious and angry as before. At this moment, Lu Ping's face lit up with joy. He stopped in front of a shop and looked around nonchalantly. Then, he walked in with Chu Ting following behind him. "Uncle Master, how are your injuries?" Lu Ping's heart finally relaxed when he saw Liang Xianfeng. Although Liang Xuanfeng's face was pale, he could still heal himself. His life was not in danger. Zhu Xianmeng had long been ignored by Lu Ping. Lu Ping clearly felt that it was not worth it for Liang Xianfeng to be injured because of the 2 girls. He was also angry at Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting. When a cultivator reached the late core forging stage, their strength increased greatly. However, they were also at their weakest because they had to make the final preparations to condense their Dharma power. At this time, it was taboo for a cultivator to be injured. A little carelessness could affect the cultivator's foundation, causing the golden core to be unable to fuse with the divine will at the last moment to reach the ideal grade. This would weaken the cultivator's foundation after advancing to the Dharma power stage, reducing the possibility of a cultivator advancing to the Dharma power stage, or even completely cutting off a cultivator's hope of advancing to the Dharma power stage. Liang Xianfeng was one of the late core forging cultivators of Jinling, who had the highest chance of advancing to the Dharma power stage. He was Jinling's future leader, Lao Zu, and was related to Jinling's legacy. Obtaining the Sky Wind Leaf could be said to be a great opportunity for Liang Xianfeng. If his golden core could not fuse with the Sky Wind Leaf because of his injuries, lowering the final grade of his golden core, it would be a huge loss for Jinling. Zhu Xianmeng saw that after Lu Ping entered the cultivation room, he did not look him in the eye. When he saw his 5th junior sister following behind him, he naturally knew that Lu Ping was blaming them for dragging Liang Xianfeng down. He wanted to explain, but he opened his mouth but no words came out. Liang Xianfeng opened his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Ping had returned unharmed. He said, "This expedition was supposed to give you all some benefits, But I didn't expect the East Sea demon tribe to interfere. It seems like the East Sea is not peaceful anymore. Fortunately, the three of you are safe and sound, or else I would be a sinner. The three of them said that they did not dare. Then Lu Ping asked, Uncle Master, how is your injury? Will it affect? Liang Xianfeng naturally understood what Lu Ping meant. Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting were also very nervous. Reverend Liang Xianfeng smiled bitterly. I didn't expect Water Crystal Palace's Yao Wanshan's cultivation to have reached such a level. After he was defeated by senior apprentice brother Jiang back then, it could be said that he became courageous after being humiliated. Although his cultivation is a step behind senior apprentice brother Jiang, his strength is not low at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he used up too much of his transcendence energy, the demon cultivators who came later wouldn't have taken advantage of him. The three of them were shocked when they heard Liang Xuanfeng's last sentence. Clearly, the thing that Lu Ping did not want to happen the most had happened. Chu Ting was full of guilt while Zhu Xianmeng was on the verge of tears. Lu Ping glanced at the two of them in disgust. Uncle Master, is there any way to remedy this? Lu Ping's expression naturally did not escape Liang Xuanfeng's eyes. He thought to himself, this child's character is very similar to my senior sister's. He always distinguishes between his own people and outsiders. It's just that he is a little narrow-minded. It's just that what happened back then. Liang Xianfeng saw the sincerity in Lu Ping's question and smiled happily. It's fine. Actually, I had already prepared a high-grade Earth-level Heaven and Earth Spirit item. It was only because I heard about the Tianfeng leaf that I decided to take a gamble. Unfortunately, I still lack some opportunities. Obtaining the Heaven and Earth Spirit item damaged my foundation. In the end, I could only use the original high-grade Earth-level Heaven and Earth Spirit item to make up for the loss of my divine will. However, I believe that with my skills, even if I can only form a 6th-grade golden essence, I have the confidence to break through to the Dharma stage. Lu Ping said fiercely, how can this be compared? If Uncle Master fuses with a sky-level Heaven and Earth Spirit item, you can at least form a 7th-grade golden essence. Not only will you be able to form a Dharma power, but you will also be able to enter the mid-Dharma stage in the future. If it's only a 6th-grade golden essence, you will only be an early Dharma adept for the rest of your life. You will still be at the bottom of the Dharma adepts. Ever since Lu Ping had entered the core forging stage, he had a deeper understanding of the all-encompassing North Sea wave listening technique. Many of the unresolved problems had been easily solved by Lu Ping's eyes. In addition, Lu Ping had been asking Liang Xianfeng for advice on training over the past few days. His knowledge and experience were no longer the same as when he was a blood condensation adept. After Lu Ping's words, Liang Xianfeng sighed and did not say another word. Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting were sitting on pins and needles. For a moment, the training room fell silent. At this moment, Lu Ping suddenly said, Uncle Master, if you have the help of the spirit forging pill, can you reach the level of forging the Skywind leaf? Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting looked at Lu Ping in shock. Liang Xianfeng smiled and said, I know what you want to say, but the spirit forging pills have already been distributed by Lao Zu to a few seniors who have already reached the peak of the core forging stage. Besides, there's not enough time. Lu Ping's expression became even darker. At this moment, Chu Ting said, there's another pill that might be able to save Uncle Master Liang. Liang Xianfeng asked in surprise, she even passed the bell cauldron pill to you? Although Liang Xianfeng was asking Chu Ting, he was looking at Zhu Xianmeng. Lu Ping could see that Zhu Xianmeng and Liang Xianfeng seemed to be closer, but Chu Ting was very unfamiliar with Liang Xianfeng. Zhu Xianmeng nodded and said, 5th junior sister is Master's only disciple. Master has already passed on all the pill recipes below the Dharma stage to 5th junior sister. Just as Lu Ping's heart was burning with hope, he heard Zhu Xianmeng say worriedly, although the bell cauldron pill can restore the root of Uncle Master's injury, 5th junior sister's current alchemy skills are not able to make this kind of pill with 4 to 5 kinds of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. Master is also in seclusion in the Northern Alliance. It's too late to invite Master over. Liang Xianfeng had obviously thought of this. When he heard this, he said indifferently, it's okay. Uncle Master doesn't have any hope of reaching the 7th grade golden core. Being able to enter the Dharma stage is already an achievement for most late-stage core forging cultivators. How do you know if you don't try? Lu Ping's spirit was lifted at this moment, And he said in any case, there are 2 Grandmaster alchemists here. Although they have just broken through, there's still hope. If they can refine one, won't Martial Uncle be saved? Liang Xianfeng waved his hand and said, You don't know how difficult it is to make this kind of pill. Although I am not an alchemy master, where are you going to find those kinds of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs? Moreover, there are dozens of kinds of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Chu Ting was also sad. Obviously, she was not confident that she could make this kind of pill, nor did she have enough spirit herbs. Give me the recipe. Lu Ping's words surprised the 3 of them. Zhu Xianmeng could not help but ask, Junior brother Lu, do you have the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs to make the Bell Cauldron pill? Lu Ping naturally knew about the Bell Cauldron pill. Lu Ping also knew about the kinds of spirit herbs needed to make it. In fact, in the alchemy world, most of the spirit herbs needed to make pills were public. The importance of the recipe was not in the type of spirit herbs needed to make the pill, but the process of making the pill. This was the secret of the recipe. Otherwise, how could alchemy masters collect the spirit herbs from ordinary cultivators? Therefore, Zhu Xianmeng directly asked Lu Ping if he had the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs instead of asking how he knew about the spirit herbs needed to make the Bell Cauldron pill. Lu Ping found a sealed 3,000-year-old spirit herb garden halfway up the lonely mountain in the Golden House. There were nearly 100 mature 3,000-year-old spirit herbs, among which were the 4 kinds of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs needed to make the Bell Cauldron pill. When Liang Xianfeng saw that Lu Ping accepted the recipe from Chu Ting's jade slip, he was surprised that he had the 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. But he still said, Nonsense. How long has it been since you became an alchemy master? You've only made a few cauldrons of core forging stage pills. How dare you make such a high-level pill? 3,000-year-old spirit herbs can't be wasted like this. Lu Ping suddenly snickered and said, Martial Uncle, you're right. Up until now, I've only concocted 5 or 6 cauldrons of early core forging medicinal pellets. It's not because I don't have any spirit herbs, it's because I, a great grandmaster alchemist, only have 3 or 4 core forging medicinal pellet recipes. Lu Ping was trying to reap some benefits, but it was hard for others to adapt to the sudden change in attitude. Liang Xianfeng knew that Lu Ping had made up his mind to make the Bell Cauldron pill. Asking for some benefits now was just an act of flattery. Although he was touched, he still laughed and said, What a joke! I, an alchemy master like Xinling, only have this little bit of accumulation. If this gets out, people will laugh at me for neglecting talents. Then Liang Xianfeng took out 4 jade slips, 3 jade crystal boxes, and 2 jade marrow boxes. He said, These 4 jade slips are the core forging stage pill recipes that I've collected for the past few years. I've already exchanged my collection for pills. I only have 4 jade slips, and one of them was obtained from the Heavy Profound Palace. I was planning to exchange it for a few pills from the Alchemy Pavilion when I returned to the sect. But now, you and these spirit herbs will benefit from it. But don't forget me if your alchemy skills can reach the late core forging stage in the future. Chapter 305. Lu Ping took a quick look at the recipes. There were 2 recipes for early-stage core forging pills, 1 for mid-stage core forging pills, and 1 for late-stage core forging pills. The 3 jade crystal boxes contained about 60 to 70 stalks of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, and the 2 jade marrow boxes contained nearly 30 stalks of 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. Among them, there were 2 stalks of stone grass and bloodrot flower, which were used to concoct the Zhongding pill. Lu Ping put these things into his storage ring with a peace of mind. He smiled and said, Uncle Master, you must be joking. This time I will definitely take advantage of you. I'm afraid that before I can refine late-stage core forging pills, Uncle Master will have already advanced to the transcendent stage. If I continue to concoct pills, I will have to trouble Tianlu Laozu, the only alchemy grandmaster in our sect. When Zhu Xianmeng heard Lu Ping mention Tianlu Laozu, she immediately looked up at Lu Ping and saw that Lu Ping was also looking at her. Neither of them spoke, but it was as if they could see something in each other's eyes. Liang Xianfeng looked at the 2 of them with a trace of worry in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. After Lu Ping finished speaking, he said, Uncle Master, I'll go and study this Zhongding pill first. No matter what, I have to give it a try. If I succeed by luck, and Uncle Master becomes the Transcendence Laozu in the future, I will also be able to cling to a big tree. Liang Xianfeng laughed and scolded, do you still need to cling to my thigh? You should think about what gift to prepare for your master's Dharma assembly first. In another practice room, after Lu Ping ordered everyone not to disturb him, he opened the golden house and went in. Chu Ting originally wanted to lend him her high-grade alchemy furnace and bright yellow fire seed, but Lu Ping politely declined. However, Lu Ping asked for some of the black powder that Chu Ting used to increase the power of the fire. On top of Lonely Mountain, Lu Ping had built a small house. Lu Qin and Luan Yu were flying up and down in the sky above the golden house. In the grass far away, there were 3 large snakes that were more than 30 meters long and as thick as water buckets playing. De Bao had long gone to open up his underground palace, and only De Gui was still loyal to Lu Ping. However, he was quite comfortable soaking in the mutated spirit pool. In the distance, Lu Qin and Luan Yu had made 2 nests on the branches of the peach blossom tree-ant. The demonic aura on the peach blossom tree-ant was getting thicker and thicker. The amount of spiritual energy it absorbed was already close to that of a late blood condensation cultivator. However, Lu Ping still hadn't found a cultivation technique that could be used to cultivate plants. The black powder Chu Ting gave Lu Ping was actually a type of powder made from a second-grade top-grade spirit material that was burned into charcoal. This kind of powder had a great effect on increasing the intensity and burst of fire. It was also a common method used in alchemy. For example, Luan Yu once used a piece of wutong wood to enhance the fire seed's power during the elixir gathering. Lu Ping looked at the peach blossom tree-ant and took out 2 branches that fell from the peach blossom tree-ant from his storage ring. Due to the influence of the psychic wood, these branches were genuine second-grade mutated spiritual materials. In the hands of a smithing master, they were treasures that could be turned into magic treasures. It was a waste to use them to make charcoal. However, it was worth it to use a small amount of them to exchange for a batch of important pills. The Azure Spiritual Fire, the Nachuan Cauldron, the Spirit Explosion Technique, the Purification Technique, the Herb Pestle, the Charcoal, the Amethyst Royal Jelly, the High-Grade Spirit Stone, and the 2 sets of spiritual herbs that Lu Ping barely managed to gather to refine the Bell Cauldron pill. Lu Ping was taking a gamble. As long as he could refine 1 Bell Cauldron pill, he would be able to make up for perfected Liang Xuanfeng's damaged foundation. However, Lu Ping only had 5 to 6 days. Once the time was up, perfected Liang Xianfeng would have no hope of restoring his foundation. However, exchanging 2 sets of incomparably precious spiritual herbs for 1 Bell Cauldron pill was a wasteful act in the eyes of any cultivator. However, it was clear that Lu Ping did not have such an awareness. 5 to 6 days was only enough for Lu Ping to refine 2 batches of Bell Cauldron pill. Therefore, there was no need for Lu Ping to prepare the 3rd batch of spiritual herbs for the Bell Cauldron pill. This time, Lu Ping personally used the herb pestle to grind the spiritual herbs. He warmed the cauldron, opened the cauldron, added the herbs, controlled the fire and melted the herbs. However, the heat of the flames was insufficient. It was not because the Azure Spiritual Fire's grade was low, but because Lu Ping's water attribute cultivation technique could not fully unleash the power of the Azure Spiritual Fire. The charcoal was scattered into the fire seed. The spirit fire rose and the melting was successful. The purification technique was still powerful, and the entire process of refining the medicinal liquid was smooth. When condensing the pill, the medicinal liquid required a large amount of spiritual energy. However, at this time a problem appeared. Lu Ping's abundant true essence was still sufficient. However, the process of condensing the pill required an explosive absorption of spiritual energy. Lu Ping's water attribute cultivation technique did not have enough time to switch. Even though Lu Ping used the spirit explosion technique to explode 3 high-grade spirit stones in one go, it was still to no avail. The first batch of Bell Cauldron pill was a complete failure. Lu Ping's expression was emotionless. This was within his expectations. After all, the Bell Cauldron pill was too difficult to refine. Failure was normal. Success was actually a fluke. After recalling the entire process of refining the first batch of Bell Cauldron pill, Lu Ping recovered the true essence in his body. He adjusted himself to his best condition and began his second attempt to refine the Bell Cauldron pill. Warmed the cauldron, opened the cauldron, added the herbs, controlled the fire and melted the herbs. The charcoal powder made from spiritual materials was scattered into the azure spiritual fire. The fire rose sharply and the medicinal liquid was successfully melted. Medicinal liquid purification. Lu Ping mobilized the true essence in his body and transformed it. Although a large amount of true essence was wasted, Lu Ping remained unmoved. The true essence in his body rapidly decreased. Success or failure depended on this one move. 6 high-grade spirit stones exploded. Lu Ping only had 2 high-grade spirit stones left. For liquid pills began to condense. Lu Ping decisively shattered 2 of them. The spiritual energy contained in them was quickly absorbed by the other 2 pills that were still in the process of condensing. 2 drops of viscous golden liquid exuding a strong floral fragrance fell into the cauldron. Under the control of Lu Ping's divine sense, they directly entered the 2 remaining pills. Purple crystal royal jelly. Lu Ping's divine sense wrapped around the 2 pills that were in the process of condensing. His divine sense was rapidly being consumed. Spiritual ignition. This was the last and most important step in refining pills above the core forging stage. Every pill above the core forging stage had its own spiritual nature. The higher the grade of the pill, the more difficult it was to refine. In addition to the spirit grass itself, the most important factor was the final process of making the pill's spiritual nature. One of the important purposes of core forging stage cultivation was to fuse the divine sense into the golden core, endow the golden core with a strong spiritual nature, and finally give birth to the Dharma idol. The higher the grade of the pill, the more spiritual nature it would have after refining it, and the greater the consumption of the alchemist's divine sense. Even with Lu Ping's divine sense cultivation, which was almost at the middle stage of the core forging stage, he still felt powerless against the consumption of divine sense. Of course, the most important reason was that Lu Ping's alchemy skills were shallow. He didn't have the slightest experience in refining such a high-grade pill, which resulted in a lot of waste. The consumption of divine sense caused Lu Ping's face to become paler and paler. More and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he gradually felt dizzy. Lu Ping gritted his teeth unwillingly, and once again shattered one of the solidifying pills. The burden on Lu Ping's divine sense was greatly reduced. Lu Ping endured the discomfort caused by the huge consumption of divine sense, and waved his hand to open the alchemy furnace. A golden pill, like a bird released from its cage, quickly flew out of the furnace. Lu Ping tried to use his divine sense to capture the pill, but unfortunately, Lu Ping had no spare energy to stop the pill from escaping. A pill that was half a step to the Dharma idol had such a strong spiritual nature. However, if he allowed the pill to escape, not only would Lu Ping's previous efforts in refining the Zhongding pill be wasted, but after the pill escaped, it would be unable to maintain its own spiritual nature. In the end, it would lose its spiritual nature, and its medicinal power would be lost. Just as the pellet was about to announce Lu Ping's failure in such a mocking manner, a jade essence bottle was already waiting outside for the pellet to escape from the alchemy hut. The moment the pellet left the hut, a jade essence bottle was already waiting for it. The door of the hut opened, and Luan Yu's shy face and long neck squeezed in through the gap. Looking at Lu Ping's somewhat dumbfounded face, Luan Yu laughed and said, "If I hadn't been attracted by the sound of your alchemy, would you have succeeded in refining the pill this time?" Lu Ping's head had just gotten rid of the splitting pain, but he was still dizzy. Hearing Luan Yu's words, he felt that it was ridiculous. He had calculated all the difficulties that he might encounter in refining the pill, but he had missed out on the simplest step. If this time, after the pill was out of the furnace, he was unable to keep the pill because of his lack of energy, causing the pill to lose its spiritual nature and medicinal power, he was afraid that he would become the biggest joke in the alchemy world. "I didn't expect your alchemy skills to have reached such a level." In the end, the shy and kind Luan Yu did not further attack Lu Ping, and admitted Lu Ping's alchemy skills. At the same time, he sighed and said, "Why don't you come in?" Lu Ping regained some of his divine sense. Although his face was still pale, his mind was finally clear. He looked at Luan Yu, who opened the door so wide that only a head and a long neck could fit through. Lu Ping couldn't help but ask in annoyance. "This is the rule of alchemists." Luan Yu finally walked in this time and said, "Without the consent of an alchemist, you can't enter the alchemy room as you wish. How could you forget that I was afraid that you would kill me?" When Lu Ping appeared in front of perfected Liang Xianfeng with a pale face, there were several jade slips placed in front of perfected Liang Xianfeng. Perfected Liang Xianfeng was leisurely looking at the contents of one of the jade slips. When Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting, who were at the side, saw Lu Ping's appearance, they did not think that Lu Ping could create a miracle, and their faces immediately darkened. "You're out." Perfected Liang Xianfeng greeted happily when he saw Lu Ping coming out. "Come here quickly. I've definitely made a huge profit from this trip to the Heavy Mystery Hall under the nose of Skyrend and the Crystal Palace. I'll give you a few jade slips to take a look, and I guarantee that you'll be grateful." Lu Ping sighed. Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's state of mind was far from what he could compare to. If he became like this, he might resent the two people beside him. Lu Ping reached out and handed a jade essence bottle to Perfected Liang Xianfeng and said, "Uncle Master, I only refined one." Chapter 306. As soon as Lu Ping finished speaking, Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting, who were behind him, suddenly raised their heads. Their faces were full of disbelief as they stared at Lu Ping's back with a hint of horror in their eyes. Perfected Liang Xianfeng looked at Lu Ping in a daze, then let out a laugh. "Good lad, I didn't expect you to be able to do this." Lu Ping smiled and did not say anything. He saw a hint of surprise in Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's eyes. Come. Let's take a look at this jade scroll first." Perfected Liang Xianfeng put the Zhongding pill aside and handed a jade scroll to Lu Ping. "Take a look at this first." Lu Ping saw that Perfected Liang Xianfeng was very serious about handing the jade scroll to him. He did not urge him to go into seclusion to refine the Zhongding pill to recover from his injuries. Instead, he took the jade scroll in his hand and read its contents. As soon as he touched the contents of the jade scroll, Lu Ping was shocked. He immediately looked up at Perfected Liang Xianfeng, and only continued reading when he saw Perfected Liang Xianfeng nod. After a long time, Lu Ping looked at Perfected Liang Xianfeng solemnly. "I didn't expect Uncle Master to have obtained this jade scroll. Now I, Jinling, will have one more of the 5 true techniques." Perfected Liang Xianfeng laughed. "It's not as simple as you make it out to be. To be able to become a true technique of our sect, other than perfecting it all the way to the late Dharma stage, the most important thing is for a cultivator to practice this technique and eventually reach the late Dharma stage." Jinling's Lin High Wave listening technique was originally a legacy that Jinling had obtained from the failing sect when he participated in the extermination of the failing sect. However, this legacy was incomplete and could only be practiced to the Dharma stage. Later on, Jinling's successive generations of Laozu perfected it, but it could only be practiced to the mid-Dharma stage. As such, although the Lin High Wave listening technique was Jinling's true technique, it could not be compared to the 5 true techniques. Although Lu Ping had a solemn expression on the surface, his heart was already overjoyed. The jade slip in his hand was the complete Lin High Wave listening technique. As the saying goes, "Wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but find it by chance without even looking for it." This time, Perfected Liang Xianfeng followed many cultivators into the Heavy Mystery Palace. Relying on his flying ability, he rushed to Skyrend and the Crystal Palace and snatched several jade slips from under the noses of the cultivators of the 2 sections. Among them, the most important one was the complete Lin High Wave listening technique. Liang Xianfeng said, "Legend has it that failing sect has 2 water attribute techniques. One is the Lin High Wave listening technique, which is also the most widely spread water attribute technique in failing sect. The other one is rarely practiced. It's said that it's too violent and overbearing for ordinary cultivators to control. Moreover, after the core forging stage, every step forward is extremely difficult." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended to be extremely interested and said, "Uncle Master, what's the name of this technique? What's the difficulty in cultivating it?" Perfected Liang Xianfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know about that. When failing sect was destroyed back then, many of the famous techniques in the sect were either lost or divided by the various sects in the North Sea. Only this technique was missing. Although it's famous, it has never appeared in front of others." Lu Ping was a little disappointed, but Perfected Liang Xianfeng continued, with the complete Lin High Wave listening technique, "I believe it's only a matter of time before this technique becomes the 6th true technique of our sect." Perhaps it'll be realized by your master. Previously, perfected Liang Xianfeng had been intentionally or unintentionally avoiding something in front of Zhu Xianmeng. After seeing Chu Ting, he was even unwilling to mention it to Jinling. This time, when perfected Liang Xianfeng mentioned his master, Lu Ping smiled and asked, "Uncle Master mentioned that you want me to prepare a gift for the Dharma meeting for Master. I've been in East Sea for the past few years and haven't served Master. Has Master advanced to the Dharma stage?" When Zhu Xianmeng heard Lu Ping's words, her eyelids twitched, but she did not show any expression. Chu Ting, on the other hand, looked surprised. Obviously, Lu Ping had a master who was about to become Dharma Laozu. Perfected Liang Xianfeng unintentionally glanced at Zhu Xianmeng, but it did not escape Lu Ping's eyes. He heard perfected Liang Xianfeng say, "Your master has already condensed the third heaven and earth spiritual item, and achieved a high-grade golden elixir. Advancing to the Dharma stage is almost a matter of time. When that time comes, I, Jinling, will have the 9th Dharma Laozu." Perfected Liang Xianfeng refined the Bell Cauldron elixir to recover from his injuries, and at the same time, replenish the damaged foundation of his body. He temporarily went into seclusion in this inn. Before he went into seclusion, perfected Liang Xianfeng gave Lu Ping a jade scroll. On it was recorded the 18 Mary swords, one of the Xianling sect's signature sword techniques that Lu Ping had asked him for. Although this sword technique was of the wind attribute and was incompatible with Lu Ping's cultivation method, this sword technique was broad and profound. Although it only had the cultivation method of the artistic conception, there was no higher-level cultivation method of swordsmanship. However, the essence of swordsmanship contained in it was enough for Lu Ping to use as a reference. While Lu Ping was studying swordsmanship, the situation in the East Sea changed greatly. The confrontation between the human and demon cultivators in the East Sea became more and more intense. The reason was that after the opening of the Zhongxian cave, the demon cultivators ambushed Skyrend, the Crystal Palace, and a group of mysterious female cultivators outside the Zhongxian cave, causing 7 human core forging cultivators to fall. Among them, 3 were from the Crystal Palace, 2 each from Skyrend and the group of mysterious female cultivators. At the same time, when the demon race cultivators sent cultivators into the profound immortal cave to plunder the treasures, they also destroyed the great array of the immortal cave. If not for a mysterious cultivator seeing through it, the core forging cultivators in the immortal cave would have been wiped out. Even so, after the great array of the immortal cave collapsed, nearly 20 core forging cultivators died, and more than 10 cultivators were seriously injured. Just after the uproar in the East Sea, the news came that the Crystal Palace had issued a wanted order for a mysterious cultivator force called Boudoir in the East Sea. The special thing about this force was that most of the cultivators in this force were female cultivators. This made the cultivators in the East Sea immediately connect the Boudoir with the group of mysterious female cultivators who were also ambushed by the demon clan. At the same time, the Crystal Palace also issued a wanted order for a late-stage core forging cultivator who cultivated the wind attribute. However, after the Crystal Palace announced the wanted order for the Boudoir, a rumor once again spread among the cultivators in the East Sea. After the opening of the Zhongxian cave, 5 people from the Crystal Palace died in the cave. 4 of them were ambushed by the Boudoir. The East Sea was shocked again. 8 core forging cultivators died in a row. Even the powerful Crystal Palace couldn't bear it. No wonder the Crystal Palace issued a wanted order for the Boudoir cultivators to be killed in the entire East Sea. At the same time, news came from the Crystal Palace. This time, the Crystal Palace obtained 2 of the 4 treasures of Zhongxian in the Zhongxian cave: the magic treasure Zhongxian furnace and the earth-rank high-rank purple fire. After the purple fire was ambushed, it was taken away by the demon clan cultivators. However, the other 2 of the 4 treasures of Zhongxian that people were concerned about were not obtained by the Sky-Breaking Sword sect. This time, the Sky-Breaking Sword sect had opened the storage room of the residents of Zhongxian and obtained a large amount of spiritual materials. Among them, there was no lack of top-grade spiritual materials of 2nd and 3rd grade, and a few magical treasures made by Patriarch Zhongxian. When the East Sea cultivators were guessing who got the other 2 treasures, the Crystal Palace released another news that Laozu of Zhongxian had a space celestial device which was used to open up a spiritual herb garden, and the other 2 treasures should be in it. For cultivators of the Crystal Palace had found this space celestial device, but they were killed by the cultivators of the boudoir, and the space celestial device was taken away. The mysterious boudoir, beautiful female cultivators, space celestial device, the spiritual herb garden that no one had cared about for thousands of years, skywind leaves, Xinyuan heavy water, and the wanted reward of the Crystal Palace. For a while, the boudoir became the focus of the East Sea cultivators. Several organizations of female cultivators in the East Sea were attacked, and many female cultivators disappeared, died, or were kidnapped. Some of them might be members of the boudoir, but most of them were robbed. When the boudoir was being attacked by the Crystal Palace, the demon cultivators launched another attack on the humans of the East Sea. The snake demons of the East Sea attacked the Shangguan family, a rising medium-sized force under the jurisdiction of the Northern Alliance. The Drumbell Island where the family was located was slaughtered by the snake demons, and only an heir of the family named Shangguan Hao escaped. When the news came, the East Sea was shocked again. If the demon cultivators ambushed the human cultivators in the cave of Zhongxian were for the treasures, then this time the snake demons attacked the Drumbell Island and slaughtered the Shangguan family. It was a provocation to the human cultivators. After hearing the name of Shangguan Hao from Chu Ting, Lu Ping suddenly thought of the masked cultivator in linen clothes, who attacked him on the way back from the listening small building. Could it be Shangguan Hao? Because of him, the Shangguan family not only lost Yu Zhongrue, the alchemist who was the best alchemist in the Northern Alliance, but also had to compensate the Li family with a spiritual mine. Li Xiuzhu, whom Shangguan Hao had always admired, was completely hopeless. Shangguan Hao had every reason to kill him. But why did the snake demons attack the Drumbell Island? Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Was it because of the three spirits? Lu Ping shook his head. Obviously, Shangguan Hao did not recognize the identity of Samling's green sea snake. Otherwise, the snake demons would not have slaughtered the entire Drumbell Island. The news that he had the green sea snake was probably already known by everyone. So, there should be someone who was present on the day of the robbery, and this person might be a demon cultivator who knew the green sea snake. However, because of the formation, no one could see what was going on inside. Shangguan Hao's cultivation was the highest, and Lu Ping himself had used a pill to cut off his scent and other tracking clues. The demon race mistakenly thought that the green sea snake was with him. Lu Ping speculated about what happened at that time. Now he was worried that Shangguan Hao would recover from the disaster and spread the news that he had the green sea snake. Then, the cultivator who was being chased by the snake demons in the East Sea would probably be himself. Chu Ting, who was on the side, saw that Lu Ping was distracted. She frowned and said, "This time, the demon race suddenly attacked, and the situation in the East Sea is in chaos. It is a good opportunity for us. The plan to expel the Wang family from the fallen secret land must be carried out in advance." Chapter 307. Hearing Chu Ting's words, Lu Ping looked at her strangely and said, "Now the situation of the boudoir is not very good. If they do it again in the fallen mystery land, aren't they afraid that they will become the target of public criticism?" Chu Ting said confidently, "Don't worry. Now the situation between humans and demons in the East Sea is getting more and more serious. Many cultivators have been in constant conflict with the demon cultivators in the Outer Sea. Small-scale fights are everywhere. The boudoir hides deeper than you think. Once the war between humans and demons breaks out, the top priority is to unite all the human cultivators to fight against the demons. If not, the Crystal Palace will not destroy themselves. At that time, the boudoir can take advantage of the situation and establish their own sect. It is not impossible for them to become the sixth sect in the East Sea." Lu Ping was a little speechless. But from Chu Ting's words, he could tell that the boudoir was much stronger than he had imagined. If the boudoir really took advantage of the war between the human and monster races and made great contributions in the war, the five great sects wouldn't have an excuse to join forces to destroy the boudoir after the war. However, it was inevitable that the boudoir would be suppressed. Of course, the premise of all this was that the boudoir had enough power to protect itself. Obviously, Chu Ting believed that the boudoir had this power. What about the Northern Alliance? Lu Ping asked. After all, nominally, the Wang family is still one of the 36 medium-sized forces belonging to the Northern Alliance. If we act rashly and alarm the Northern Alliance, we will lose more than we gain. The Northern Alliance and our boudoir have been in contact for a long time. What's more, it is no secret that the Wang family defected to the Crystal Palace. It is just that the Northern Alliance and the Crystal Palace have their own scruples, and no one is willing to fall out with each other. At this time, if we jump out and become the spear of the Northern Alliance, according to the rules of the Northern Alliance, we can challenge the Wang family's position in the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance will be more than happy to do that. Besides, this time you are the nominal leader, and it has nothing to do with my boudoir. For the sake of your alchemy master, the Northern Alliance will not make things too difficult for us. Since I'm here, how can my faction compete with the Wang family? If I expel the Wang family, will this faction still be under my control? This was what Lu Ping was concerned about. After all, the Wang clan of the Three Clans Island had 4 enlightened masters. With Lu Ping's experience on Soundwave Island, he was far from a match for them. Even with Qi Lianying, there were only 2 enlightened masters. Moreover, they were only at the first layer of the core forging realm. How could they be a match for the Wang clan that had been operating for hundreds of years? Even if Lu Ping had the help of the boudoir and the Li family, and won with the consent of the Northern Alliance, how could the force that helped Lu Ping be under Lu Ping's control? Brother Lu, you're not from the Eastern Sea after all. You'll have to leave the Eastern Sea sooner or later. As long as you expel the Wang clan, even if this faction changes hands, you'll still be able to make a profit. Chu Ting's words were very clear. This was not Lu Ping's base. Lu Ping was only a spokesperson of the boudoir. After everything was over, Lu Ping could leave with the benefits, but the boudoir of the Wang clan would never let go of the fallen mystery land. How much do you know about your teacher, Miss Chu? Lu Ping changed the topic. I know what you're going to say, Brother Lu. Chu Ting picked up the spiritual tea beside her and took a sip. She continued, teacher might be closely related to your sect, but he has left the Northern Sea and is now one of the elders in charge of the boudoir. My younger sister is also one of the 24 pavilion masters of the boudoir. My younger sister naturally takes the boudoir as her foothold when she does things. I believe that teacher is the same. Miss Chu, are you so sure that you won't be able to do it once you leave the boudoir? Lu Ping asked unhurriedly. He then said, the boudoir can provide help, and the benefits can be distributed, but the force must be under my control. Once it's done, the experts of the boudoir will immediately leave. Chu Ting looked into Lu Ping's eyes and asked, Brother Lu, are you so confident that you can still hold on to the territory after the boudoir leaves? Even Uncle Master Liang Xianfeng can't stay in the fallen mystery land forever, right? Lu Ping looked at Chu Ting and smiled. Maybe we don't need the boudoir to do anything. We can also expel the Wang clan, but it might take a little longer. Since they could expel the Wang clan, they could naturally defend it. Perfected Liang Xianfeng had been in seclusion for more than a month. Logically speaking, he should have already refined the Bell Cauldron pill and recovered his foundation. Just as Lu Ping was wondering if there would be any changes, he felt the spiritual qi in the surroundings suddenly become restless and slowly flowed towards Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's cultivation room. Lu Ping was overjoyed and quickly walked towards Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's cultivation room. Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting obviously also noticed the change in Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's cultivation room. Not long after Lu Ping arrived, they also rushed over. Perfected Liang Xianfeng had clearly encountered an opportunity to break through. Breaking through from the 8th to the 9th stage of the core forging realm was not like breaking through from the blood condensation realm to the core forging realm, or from the early stage to the late stage of the core forging realm. This was a natural process of breaking through with the accumulation of true essence. However, Perfected Liang Xianfeng was, after all, a late-stage core forging cultivator. Although there was no accompanying celestial phenomenon during the breakthrough, the amount of spiritual qi he absorbed during the breakthrough was still shocking. But soon Lu Ping and the others felt that something was wrong. Although the Silver Sword Island was one of the 3 large islands of Skyrend, it wasn't Skyrend's territory. There was only a medium-sized spirit vein on the island, and it had been collected by the cultivators of Skyrend who were stationed on the island. The concentration of spiritual qi in the market where Lu Ping and the others were at was only equivalent to that of a miniature spirit vein. When perfected Liang Xianfeng broke through, he attracted all the spiritual qi within the range of his spiritual sense. Although spiritual qi from further away was replenishing it, the speed at which it was replenished was still slower than the speed at which he absorbed it. At this moment, a spiritual qi vacuum had formed around Lu Ping and the others. This kind of opportunity for a cultivator to break through was like an epiphany. It was something that could only be found by chance. If perfected Liang Xianfeng didn't seize this opportunity to break through to the 9th stage of the core forging realm, he didn't know when he would get another opportunity. At this moment, the sound of spirit stones shattering could be heard in the cultivation room. Clearly, perfected Liang Xianfeng also realized that this was a rare opportunity. He decided to take a gamble and started using the method of directly shattering spirit stones to extract spiritual qi. Although this method was extremely wasteful, it was worth it if he could break through. Lu Ping's heart thumped and his divine sense swept into the cultivation room. Zhu Xianming and Chu Ting frowned. It was a taboo to disturb a cultivator during a breakthrough. The two of them wanted to stop Lu Ping, but they remembered that he wasn't an impulsive person. Maybe he had thought of something so they didn't say anything. Perfected Liang Xianfeng obviously had the same thought as the two of them. When he sensed that Lu Ping's spiritual sense had entered the cultivation room, he thought for a moment and didn't stop him. When Lu Ping's spiritual sense entered the cultivation room, he noticed that perfected Liang Xianfeng was about to shatter the dozens of mid-grade spirit stones in his hand. Thus, he wrapped them with his spiritual sense and used the spirit explosion technique. A wave of spiritual qi that was far purer and gentler than before exploded and went directly into perfected Liang Xuanfeng's body. Enlightened Master Liang Xuanfeng's expression turned serious. With a thought, the floor of the cultivation room was covered with a layer of spirit stones. Lu Ping took a quick look and found that there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, not to mention low-grade spirit stones. In the middle, there were about 20 to 30 large, crystal-clear high-grade spirit stones. Lu Ping wrapped 100 mid-grade spirit stones with his spiritual sense and used the spirit explosion technique. Again, a small spiritual qi storm appeared in the cultivation room and formed a shallow spiritual qi vortex around perfected Liang Xuanfeng's body. Lu Ping didn't dare to be negligent. He used the spirit explosion technique one after another. Each time he used 100 mid-grade spirit stones. After more than 40 times, he exploded all the mid-grade spirit stones on the ground and crushed thousands of low-grade spirit stones as well. The ground was covered with the remains of spirit stones that had turned into white powder. Although this still caused a lot of waste, it was many times better than simply crushing the spirit stones. At the very least, the situation of perfected Liang Xuanfeng's breakthrough was getting better. The aura around his body was also getting stronger. It was as if his entire body was covered by a gust of wind, and he was about to turn into a feather and ascend to the sky. Lu Ping looked at the 28 high-grade spirit stones on the ground covetously, but he didn't hesitate at all. This was the critical moment for perfected Liang Xuanfeng's breakthrough. Lu Ping used the spirit explosion technique on 3 of the high-grade spirit stones and exploded them. A spiritual qi that was far denser than before fused with perfected Liang Xianfeng, who was about to turn into wind. Lu Ping used the spirit explosion technique 7 times again. Only 4 of the 28 high-grade spirit stones were left. Perfected Liang Xianfeng, who seemed to be floating in the breeze, finally became a perfected person again. A burst of pressure flashed past. It was obvious that perfected Liang Xianfeng had quickly adapted to the enhanced spiritual force and true essence after his breakthrough. In an instant, he regained control of his spiritual force. Then perfected Liang Xianfeng opened his eyes and looked at the layer of spirit stone powder on the ground. The corners of his mouth twitched. Seeing that Lu Ping's spiritual force was about to use the spirit explosion technique on the 3 high-grade spirit stones again, perfected Liang Xianfeng said anxiously, "Enough, enough. This is the last bit of your Uncle Master's wealth." Lu Ping smiled and said, "Uncle Master, you've just broken through. Don't you need to consolidate your cultivation?" Perfected Liang Xianfeng reached out and put the remaining 4 high-grade spirit stones into his storage artifact. He said, "Anyway, I've already broken through. Without your secret technique to explode spirit stones, I'll just have to go into seclusion for a few more days. I'd better save these spirit stones." Half a month later, perfected Liang Xianfeng came out of the cultivation room and saw Lu Ping waiting for him at the door with a smile. Seeing that perfected Liang Xianfeng had come out of seclusion, Lu Ping smiled and said, "Congratulations on your great progress in cultivation, Uncle Master. You're one step closer to becoming our sect's Dharma form Laozu." Perfected Liang Xianfeng did not suspect anything. He was excited and said, "It's all thanks to the Zhongding pill you refined. Your Uncle Master has long reached the point of breaking through to the 9th stage of the core forging realm. Unfortunately, I failed several times before. This time, with the help of the Zhongding pill, I finally broke through this shackle." Lu Ping sighed and said, "That's right. I've suffered a great loss to refine the Zhongding pill this time. I've lost nearly 100 types of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and 7 3,000-year-old spirit herbs, but I only managed to refine one Zhongding pill. I even lost 20 high-grade spirit stones because of it." Lu Ping deliberately mentioned the high-grade spirit stones at the end, doubling the number of losses. Perfected Liang Xianfeng had a strange look on his face. How could he not know what Lu Ping was planning? He said, "Kid, don't even think about taking the spirit stones. As you can see, your Uncle Master is now penniless. I only have those 4 high-grade spirit stones left." Lu Ping chuckled and stepped forward. "Martial Uncle, I'm sure you still have some spirit stones left, right? I don't believe that a famous late core forging realm expert like you only has less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. I won't take it for free. How about I trade with you? I only want high-grade spirit stones." Chapter 308. After hearing Lu Ping's words, perfected Liang Xianfeng said angrily, "Kid, what do you know? At my level, things like hundreds of thousands of spirit stones are easy to get. What's really useful are the things that can't be bought with spirit stones. Are you saying that the value of the spirit stones on you is higher than the value of other cultivation items?" Lu Ping smiled embarrassedly and thought to himself, "Of course not. I have 5 heaven and earth spiritual items on me. None of them can be measured by spirit stones. As for the other top-grade spiritual materials, there's no need to mention them." Perfected Liang Xianfeng flipped his hand and took out 10 superior-grade spirit stones. "That's all I have. I don't have any more." Lu Ping chuckled and took the spirit stones from perfected Liang Xuanfeng's hand. This time, Lu Ping had really suffered a heavy loss in order to refine the Bell Cauldron pill. Lu Ping was asking perfected Liang Xianfeng some questions about cultivation when he heard someone say from outside, "I'm a disciple of Skyrend. May I see fellow cultivator in the inn?" Perfected Liang Xianfeng smiled and said, "It seems that my cultivation breakthrough this time has caused quite a commotion. It seems that Skyrend didn't have any bad intentions by only coming to check up now." Lu Ping rolled his eyes when he heard that and thought to himself, although your cultivation breakthrough didn't cause a celestial phenomenon, how many people would notice that the spirit chi within a few miles was swept away? What's more, although the pressure of your divine sense disappeared in a flash, it was a real aura of a late-stage core forging cultivator. Which cultivator would dare to disturb you in advance? By the time the two left, Chu Ting and Zhu Xianmeng had already sent away Skyrend's disciple. Seeing that Liang Xianfeng had come out of seclusion, they handed him a bright red invitation. "Oh, it's a trade fair organized by the Sky Fisher Sword sect on Silver Sword Island." Reverend Liang Xianfeng glanced at the contents and said, "This Silver Sword Island sure knows how to pick a good time." When the Profound Heavens abode opened, many cultivators had benefited from it. Even now, there are still cultivators diving deep into the ocean to explore the ruins of the Profound Heavens abode. Many cultivators have also settled down on Silver Sword Island. This is the perfect time for the Sky Fisher Sword sect to gather some core forging cultivators and organize a barter trade fair. 3 days later, Lu Ping, Zhu Xianmeng, and Chu Ting followed perfected Liang Xianfeng to a tea house operated by Skyrend. The 4 of them walked up to the tea house, and a cultivator from the Sky Fisher Sword sect welcomed them with a smile. "It's our honor to have you here, fellow Taoist. May I ask your name?" This cultivator from Skyrend was a mid-stage core forging cultivator. Although he looked amiable on the surface, Lu Ping could still feel a vigorous and sharp power from him. Perfected Liang Xianfeng handed over the invitation and greeted them with cupped fists. "I don't dare. My surname is Liang." Then he turned around and pointed at Zhu Xianmeng and the others. "These are our juniors. They want to see the world." Please forgive us for taking the liberty to come. The sky-breaking sword sect cultivator saw that Lu Ping and the others were all in the core forging realm, and enlightened Master Liang Xianfeng was a 9th-layer core forging realm expert. He didn't dare to slight them, so he quickly said, "It's fine. I'm very envious of the three of you for reaching such a high cultivation level at such a young age. Please come in and have some tea. There are still a few more who have yet to arrive." Under the guidance of a boy, the four of them came to a rather large quiet room. A waiter served them high-grade spirit tea and the four of them sat down. There were already several perfected masters in the quiet room. When they saw the four of them, especially perfected Liang Xuanfeng's 9th stage core forging cultivation, the cultivators in the quiet room nodded to show their goodwill. Perfected Liang Xianfeng also smiled. After another half an hour, several more perfected masters arrived. Only then did Lu Ping notice that all the cultivators attending the trade fair were at least mid-stage core forging. No wonder perfected Liang Xianfeng specially explained it to perfected Master Skyrend at the entrance. At this time there were nearly 30 cultivators in the quiet room. Among them, nearly 10 were late-stage perfected masters, and the rest were at 5th stage or 6th stage core forging. There were almost no 4th stage core forging cultivators like Zhu Xianmeng. As for 1st stage core forging cultivators like Lu Ping and Chu Ting, they were the only ones present. The two of them became the center of attention in the quiet room. If it wasn't for perfected Master Liang Xianfeng, who was a 9th stage core forging expert, holding the fort, the two of them might have met with misfortune. Just as Lu Ping was deep in thought, the cultivator who greeted them at the entrance of the stairs came in. He made a square salute and said, "Almost everyone is here. Thank you all for coming to participate in this barter trade fair. My surname is Jean, and I'm the shopkeeper of this tea house. 2 more senior brothers from my sect came to participate in this trade fair. They are senior brother Ming Jian and senior brother Huang Tingjian." As soon as perfected Master Jean finished speaking, 2 cultivators with huge swords on their backs walked in from behind the quiet room. There were already people behind the quiet room? This was clearly out of the perfected master's expectations. Except for perfected Master Liang Xianfeng, who seemed to have sensed it earlier, the way everyone looked at the two suddenly changed. When Lu Ping probed with his divine sense, he immediately felt that the two of them were filled with sharp qi, as if they wanted to cut Lu Ping's divine sense apart. Lu Ping could only see that the two of them were late-stage core forging cultivators. He hurriedly retracted his divine sense, only to discover that he wasn't the only one. Many other cultivators had also noticed this, and their faces turned ugly. Perfected Master Jean acted as if he didn't see the expressions on everyone's faces. He smiled and continued, "The 2 senior brothers have gained a lot from the Heavy Xian Cave. I hope we can get what we need from this trade." As soon as Taoist Jean finished speaking, the eyes of all the cultivators lit up. Everyone knew that the Crystal Palace and Sky Fisher Sword faction had obtained the greatest benefits from the appearance of the Profound Immortal's abode. Sky Fisher Sword faction had even cleaned out Patriarch Profound storage room, obtaining an uncountable number of spiritual materials, magic artifacts and magic treasures. The legacy jade slips inside the Profound Immortal's Grand Hall had also been divided with Sky Fisher Sword faction. Clearly, these 2 cultivators who had participated in the trade fair had gained a lot. At this moment, perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's words suddenly sounded in the ears of Lu Ping and the other 2. He said, "Don't reveal your gains from the Heavy Xian Cave unless it's necessary." Before Lu Ping could think about the meaning of perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's words, he saw Skyrend's perfected Master Ming Jian smile and say, "Since this trade fair is led by me, Skyrend, I'll be the first one to make a move." As soon as perfected Master Ming Jian finished speaking, a black iron block the size of a head appeared in his hand. He said, "This is a mutated second-class top-tier spiritual material, green hell iron from the Heavy Xian Cave. It's a top-tier spiritual material for making metal attribute magic treasures. I'm willing to exchange it with everyone here for a mutated wood attribute spiritual material of the same grade." Although this piece of green hell iron was only the size of a head, it actually weighed more than 500 kilograms. It was so light in perfected Master Ming Jian's hand. Perhaps a second-class mutated top-tier spiritual material was just a good item in the eyes of the perfected masters. However, This was perfected Master Mingjian's first time making a move. He had set a tone. If the items that the perfected masters used to trade were not as good as this piece of green hell iron, they should not bring it out to embarrass themselves. Lu Ping did have a mutated wood attribute spiritual material, but Lu Ping's green hell iron was useless. Moreover, he was not proficient in smithing. At this moment, a long-bearded perfected master sitting opposite Lu Ping said with a smile, "Taoist brother Mingjian, you're really generous. You've set the standard so high. The old man should exchange for something first. Otherwise, when everyone's treasures are revealed one by one, the old man will only be able to look at them enviously. He won't have enough bargaining chips." Perfected Master Mingjian glanced at the old man and said with a smile, "So it's Taoist brother Mu. You must be joking. The Mu family is a famous cultivator family in the East Sea. How could they be lacking in treasures? However, I wonder what kind of wood attribute spiritual material Taoist brother is holding?" Perfected Master Mu stretched out his hand and took out a lump of wood. Perfected Master Mingjian's eyes lit up as if two sharp swords were shooting at the lump of wood in Perfected Master Mu's hand. He said, "It's actually the heart of a 1,000-year-old locust tree. It's indeed a second-class spiritual material, but it's a lot smaller. I'm at a disadvantage if I exchange it with this piece of green hell iron." Perfected Master Mu waved his hand and said, "Taoist brother Mingjian, look carefully. This isn't an ordinary 1,000-year-old locust tree heart. The growth rings of this locust tree heart have already reached 1,500 years old. It's a top-grade tree heart. It's enough to exchange for this piece of green hell iron." Oh! After hearing Perfected Master Mu's explanation, Perfected Master Mingjian stretched out his hand and beckoned. The lump of wood flew towards Perfected Master Mingjian. Perfected Master Mu didn't stop it. He just watched Perfected Master Mingjian carefully examine the lump of wood in his hand with a smile. After a moment, Perfected Master Mingjian nodded and said with satisfaction, "It's indeed a 1,500-year-old locust tree heart. I'll exchange it. Please keep this piece of green hell iron." Next, several perfected masters took out the treasures they didn't need and exchanged them for the things they needed. Just like in a treasure competition. All kinds of spiritual materials, magic treasures, strange magic tools, medicinal pills, cultivation methods, and jade slips emerged one after another. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ping. Originally, Lu Ping thought that the many treasures he had on him were already considered extremely wealthy among the core forging realm cultivators. But now, compared to these middle and late-stage core forging realm cultivators, he was undoubtedly a frog in the well. Just as Lu Ping was appreciating all kinds of rare treasures and listening to the cultivator's evaluation of these treasures, a fourth-layer core forging realm female cultivator with the same cultivation level as Zhu Xianmeng stood up and said, "This little girl's wealth isn't comparable to yours. I only have this bowl of spirit water. I want to exchange it for 23,000-year-old spiritual herbs." As soon as the female cultivator's voice fell, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even Perfected Master Liang Xianfeng and Perfected Master Huang Tingjian, who were sitting at the side with their eyes closed, suddenly opened their eyes and glanced at the water bowl in the female cultivator's hand. Jade nectar clear water. I can't believe it's this thing. Lu Ping looked at the bowl of spirit water in the female cultivator's hand. His expression didn't change, but his mind was already spinning. 23,000-year-old spiritual herbs is not a small amount. Can Fairy Sun lower the price? One of the impatient cultivators asked. Jade nectar clear water was a natural treasure of the water attribute. Together with fine nectar clear water, it was known as one of the two great treasures of the world. It was extremely important for cultivators to quickly recover their true essence in injuries. More importantly, these two treasures were essential for cultivators to cultivate various small water attribute magical abilities, including the small magical ability that Lu Ping had cultivated to the first stage, the three Pure One's true pupils. Chapter 309. When the female practitioner heard the discussion, she said impatiently, "I have already said that I am willing to exchange this item for 23,000-year-old spirit herbs." A cultivator beside the female cultivator said, "Fairy Sun, you must be joking. 23-year-old spirit herbs are enough to make half a furnace of pure Dharma elixirs. From what I know, most of the elixirs that Dharma ancestors use now are made with 3,000-year-old spirit herbs as a primer. Then, they use large amounts of 1,000-year-old spirit herbs to make elixirs that are half a step into the Dharma stage. Fairy Sun wants 23,000-year-old spirit herbs, but this small bowl of spirit water is not enough. Fairy Sun's expression did not change. She said, "Oh, then how many spirit herbs does Spiritual Master Gao think you can get?" Spiritual Master Gao was happy to hear this. He knew that there was room for negotiation, so he said, "I have 4 3,000-year-old spirit herbs." Fairy Sun's expression changed. Spiritual Master Gao saw this and quickly said, "Of course, I have 10,000-year-old spirit herbs to supplement." Lu Ping couldn't help but curl his lips. How could a 3,000-year spirit herb be compared to a 1,000-year spirit herb? A single 3,000-year spirit herb was worth more than 10 1,000-year spirit herbs. Yet, this enlightened Master Gao's offer was only equivalent to 5 3,000-year spirit herbs, which was more than half of enlightened Master Sun's offer. Sure enough, before Fairy Sun could react, another spiritual master laughed and said, "Spiritual Master Gao's joke is too much. 10,000-year-old spirit herbs for 1 3,000-year-old spirit herb. Depends on whether the other party is happy or not. Although I am not talented, I am willing to use 8 3,000-year-old spirit herbs and 100,000-year-old spirit herbs to exchange for Fairy Sun's spirit water." Spiritual Master Gao's expression became angry, but he couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for lowering the price too much and being looked down upon by others. At this time, Skyren's Jin Jinren also interrupted, "Haha, I didn't think that Fairy Sun's spirit water would be so popular. I am also very envious. I am also willing to use 10 3,000-year-old spirit herbs to exchange for it, and 150,000-year-old spirit herbs." When Taoist Jin spoke, everyone's expression changed again. They didn't know if this was Skyren's intention. Just as the Taoist Jin was about to speak, someone else said, "I offer 12 3,000-year-old herbs." The enlightened master was startled. He turned around and saw a young cultivator at the first layer of the core forging realm. The enlightened master was displeased. He thought to himself that an early core forging minor repairs cultivator had come to take a look. Naturally, others wouldn't say anything, but if they interfered in the transaction, then it wouldn't be right. Just as he was about to reprimand the young cultivator, he saw perfected Liang Xianfeng resting with his eyes closed. Only then did he remember that perfected Liang Xianfeng was a 9th-layer core forging expert. He immediately swallowed his anger. This perfected person did not speak, but that did not mean that others would be polite to Lu Ping. Taoist Master Gao, who had just been humiliated, saw that it was only an early-stage core forging cultivator who was bidding. He immediately sneered and said, "Whose child is this? Is there any place for you to speak? 12 3,000-year-old herbs? How arrogant!" Perfected Liang Xianfeng, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Taoist Master Gao. Just as perfected Liang Xianfeng opened his eyes, perfected Skyrend, perfected Huang Tingjian, also opened his eyes. He looked at perfected Liang Xianfeng, but then he looked at Lu Ping. "Are you talking about me?" Perfected Liang Xianfeng looked at Taoist Master Gao and asked softly. His expression was indifferent, but his voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears, causing the entire pavilion to become incomparably silent. Taoist Master Gao's heart skipped a beat when he saw perfected Liang Xuanfeng's gaze on him. Immediately after, perfected Liang Xuanfeng's voice sounded like a gentle breeze. Taoist Master Gao's mind was in chaos. Then a divine sense slashed at him like a sharp blade, completely cutting off the breeze. Perfected Liang Xianfeng raised his head and looked at perfected Huang Tingjian. He didn't say anything else. Taoist Master Gao's expression changed greatly. He looked at perfected Liang Xianfeng with fear, then looked at Skyrend and the other 3 perfected masters, and said, "Taoist Jin, are early-stage core forging minor repairs allowed to participate in this trade fair? How could I not know?" Fairy Sun secretly scolded Taoist Master Gao for being a busybody. Even Skyrend's cultivators didn't stop Lu Ping from bidding. It was clear that even Skyrend had to give face to the 9th-stage core forging cultivator next to Lu Ping. If Taoist Master Gao messed things up, wouldn't she lose her spirit water? Fairy Sun wasn't the only one who scolded Taoist Master Gao for being a busybody. Taoist Jin also frowned. However, he still had to uphold Skyren's rules. Thus, he said, this trade fair has indeed only invited cultivators above the middle stage of core forging. But, Taoist Jin dragged out the word but, as if he was looking for a reason to deal with Taoist Master Gao without offending perfected Master Liang. Although Skyren had a large business, it hadn't reached the point where it would make enemies everywhere. But this Lu Xiaoyu isn't an ordinary early-stage core forging cultivator, said perfected Master Huang Tingjian. The one who spoke was enlightened Master Huang Tingjian, who was seated at the head of the table. He originally didn't plan on attending the trade fair, but because enlightened Master Jin had reported to him that there was a 9th-layer core forging expert among the invited cultivators, he decided to step forward. As the host, the cultivators of the Sky Fisher Sword sect couldn't show weakness in front of outsiders. Perfected Master Huang Tingjian opened his mouth, but Taoist Jin let out a long sigh of relief. Taoist Sun then said, "Oh, Taoist Huang knows this young friend? May I ask what's different about him?" Perfected Master Huang Tingjian asked solemnly, "May I ask if this young friend is the 4th-place alchemist Lu Jiu of the Northern Alliance Elixir Gathering?" As soon as perfected Master Huang Tingjian said this, all the cultivators present were stunned. Most of the cultivators present were core members of their respective forces. The Northern Alliance Elixir Gathering was a major event during the Northern Alliance's celebration. It was related to the growth of young alchemists, so these forces naturally had to pay attention to it. At the same time, these perfected masters had also heard of the outstanding alchemists in the Elixir Gathering. After all, these alchemists could become great alchemists in the future, or even great alchemists. Lu Ping did not dare to slight this perfected Master Huang Tingjian. The feeling this perfected master gave Lu Ping was not inferior to perfected Master Liang Xianfeng, so he said respectfully, "This junior is Lu Jiu." Seeing that Lu Ping was polite, perfected Master Huang Tingjian nodded and said, "Lu Xiaoyu is now an alchemist master, right? After all, after Martial Nephew Wei formed his gold core, he successfully refined a core forging level pill. Even Martial Nephew Wei admires Lu Xiaoyu's alchemy skills." This Martial Nephew Wei was Skyren's alchemist who had followed perfected Master Jia to the Elixir Gathering. Lu Ping replied, "Brother Wei, you flatter me. This junior was lucky enough to refine a gold core pill." Zhu Xianmeng and Chu Ting secretly curled their lips. Lu Ping could even refine a Zhongding pill, a top-grade pill that was mixed with 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. In front of a Zhongding pill, a gold core pill could only be thrown away. However, when the other cultivators in the quiet room heard Lu Ping's words, their expressions changed again. This was a newly promoted alchemist master and he was so young. He had a bright future ahead of him. Fairy Sun immediately said, "Since Lu Xiaoyu is already an alchemist master, he can naturally participate in this trade fair." Everyone echoed, saying, "If even alchemist masters can't participate, then there's no reason for it." Only perfected Master Gao's face was red. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he couldn't do anything. He wanted to leave, but he was afraid of Skyren's face. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Lu Ping, then at Fairy Sunday. At this time, perfected Master Jin took out a jade box from his spatial magic tool and said, "Although Master Lu has offered a high price, this jade elixir clear water is indeed very useful to me. I might have to pay a bit of my own capital. Here are 12 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. I will add on the 150,000-year-old spiritual herbs from before. I offer 14 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs." The one who spoke was the cultivator who had previously ridiculed perfected Master Gao. Lu Ping was also weighing the pros and cons. Lu Ping really didn't want to miss out on this jade elixir clear water. Although he had a lot of 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs in his possession, he couldn't let others earn them so easily. Besides, this bowl of water was different from the spirit clear water from before. It was enough for 2 people to cleanse their eyes, but this bowl of water was only enough for 1 person, Lu Ping. 15. I offer 15 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Lu Ping pretended to have a pained expression. Even the scheming Chu Ting and Zhu Xianmeng couldn't help but praise Lu Ping for being so cunning. They knew that perfected Master Liang Xianfeng had given him more than 33,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Perfected Master Jin laughed and said, "If that's the case, I'll give up on this bowl of water. If I offer any more spiritual herbs, it won't be worth it." The other perfected master also said, "I'll give up on this bowl of water as well. I don't have as many spiritual herbs as Master Lu." Lu Ping knew that he was a grandmaster alchemist, so the two of them had to give him some face. After all, this was a spiritual item that could only be found by chance. If they were to get serious, even 23,000-year-old spiritual herbs would have to be carefully calculated. Lu Ping immediately said, "Thank you, seniors. I won't stand on ceremony." He then turned around and said, "I wonder if Fairy Sun can exchange 15 spiritual herbs for this bowl of water?" Sure enough, Fairy Sun also smiled and said, 15 spiritual herbs might not be enough, but it's barely enough. I'll exchange this bowl of water with you, little brother." Lu Ping thanked her and handed a jade marrow box to Fairy Sunday. Fairy Sun opened it and nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ping carefully placed the bowl of water into his storage ring and let out a long sigh of relief. The trading fair continued, but this time, Lu Ping was also qualified to participate. However, none of the following transactions caught Lu Ping's attention. Zhu Xianmeng, on the other hand, used a top-grade instrument that looked like a musical instrument to exchange for a jade scroll that recorded a musical killing method from the same cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the first 20 or so cultivators had shown their items. It was perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's turn to show his treasure. The cultivators in the quiet room naturally looked at one of the two ninth-layer core forging experts in the room. Lu Ping and the other two were also curious about what treasure perfected Master Liang Xianfeng would take out. Even the other ninth-layer core forging expert, Skyren's perfected Master Huang Tingjian, looked at perfected Master Liang Xianfeng with interest. Chapter 310. Perfected Liang Xianfeng smiled and reached out with his left hand, but it was empty. The perfected masters present were not fooled by this. When perfected Master Liang Xianfeng opened his left hand, Lu Ping noticed that the airflow in the room had suddenly changed. Before Lu Ping could use his divine sense to investigate what was in perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's hand, perfected Huang Tingjian exclaimed, "Flying catkin! Brother Liang is really generous to actually take out such a mid-grade profound rank origin treasure." It was a universe treasure. The perfected masters in the room immediately panicked. They all released their divine senses toward perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's hand. Lu Ping was no exception. In Lu Ping's divine sense, he could sense a seemingly insubstantial flying catkin floating in perfected Master Liang's hand, but it could not escape his grasp. However, the airflow in the room revolved around this invisible flying catkin, forming a faint whirlwind. Fluttering cotton was originally some dust, fluttering cotton, and other miscellaneous things in the world that were almost weightless. However, these things had drifted in the world with the wind for thousands of years, and had never drifted to the ground or attached to any object. Over time, these miscellaneous things had condensed a trace of the spirit of the world and absorbed the essence of the wind to form fluttering cotton. Given perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's status, it was not strange for him to take out a universe treasure. Every sect encouraged their cultivators to hand over the universe treasures they had no use for to the sect, and the sect would naturally reward them handsomely. At the same time, they also warned the cultivators not to exchange the universe treasure for anything else. After all, every universe treasure represented the appearance of at least a mid-stage core forging master. If the universe treasure ended up in the hands of an enemy, it would be akin to aiding the enemy. Every universe treasure was a treasure that a sect spared no effort in collecting. It was related to the prosperity and inheritance of a sect. As expected, after perfected Master Liang Xianfeng took out the universe treasure, all the cultivators in the room were eager to try it out. What does perfected Master Liang intend to exchange this treasure for? Perfected Master Jin, the host of the trade meeting, was the first to ask this question. Taoist Liang didn't seem to notice the anxious mood of the master in the quiet room. He slowly said, "I wish to exchange for 2 wind attribute treasured restrictions. It would be best if one is offensive and one is defensive. If I really don't have any, then I can exchange my defensive treasured restriction for a flying escape treasure." Of course, it would be best if I don't have these two treasured restrictions. As soon as Taoist Liang's words left his mouth, more than half of the cultivators in the quiet room shook their heads regretfully. Many cultivators seemed to be weighing and thinking about something. Perfected Master Jin then said, Haha, Perfected Master Liang Xianfeng, Master Liang Xianfeng. Perfected Master Xianfeng, Perfected Master Liang Xianfeng. But as the host I have to remind you that you are at a bit of a loss. Reverend Liang nodded in satisfaction and said, The sky-breaking sword sect has always been fair and just. Sure enough, they live up to their reputation. These two barriers are only the minimum requirement. If you want this spiritual item, you can exchange it with upper-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder wins it. As soon as Perfected Master Liang Xianfeng finished his sentence, a late-stage core forging master said, I will offer an offensive restriction and a flight restriction, as well as 10 high-grade spirit stones. What a joke. This is a universe treasure. Brother Yu, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by everyone here? After all, Yuanming sect was a reputable sect in the East Ocean. I have an offensive restriction and a defensive restriction, as well as 20 high-grade spirit stones. The one who spoke was also a late-stage core forging master. This perfected master was sitting opposite Perfected Master Yu. It was obvious that the two sects didn't have a good relationship. Naturally, they wouldn't give in to each other when it came to treasures that could produce experts. Yuanming sect's immortal Yu, who was ridiculed, sneered, Yinji Chang, your Qingyuan sect is not so carefree. I heard that your brother's cultivation has reached the third stage of core forging realm because of elixirs, and he also cultivates a wind attribute cultivation method. Are you so sure that he can fuse with the flying cotton? It's better not to waste God's gift recklessly. Just get a low-rank profound level spirit object, and let him live for 100 or 80 years. Do you still expect your playboy brother to fight for Qingyuan sect, Yinji Chang? Perfected Master Yinji Chang of Qingyuan sect was livid. It was obvious that Perfected Master Yu had hit the nail on the head. However, he still said coldly, This is our sect's business. If you are weak, just shut up. Spiritual Master Yu laughed mockingly twice, but did not say anything else. At this time, another Perfected Master made a bid. He also offered an offensive restriction and a defensive restriction, as well as 30 high-grade spirit stones. Another Perfected Master took out 2 defensive restrictions, but he obviously realized that 2 defensive restrictions were not as good as 1 offensive and 1 defensive restriction. He offered 50 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Ping noticed that after Perfected Master Liang took out the flying feather, the cultivators who bid were all in the late core forging realm. None of the mid-stage core forging realm cultivators made a bid. Even if there were 1 or 2 who were eager to try, they didn't know why. No one knew if the wind attribute restriction they offered was suitable for Taoist Liang. With Taoist Liang's cultivation at the 9th layer of core forging, he naturally had more than 1 magic treasure. Moreover, his magic treasure also had more than 1 restriction. Thus, even the highest bidder might not be able to catch Taoist Liang's eye. If Taoist Liang already had a restriction, then he could only settle for the next best thing and see if the other bidders' restrictions were suitable. Just as Perfected Master Liang was waiting for other bidders, Perfected Master Huang Tingjian said, Brother Liang, I, Skyrend, offer an offensive restriction, a defensive restriction, and a flying one. I guarantee that Brother Liang has never used them before. What do you think? As soon as Perfected Master Huang Tingjian said that, the cultivators in the quiet room who participated in the bidding changed their expressions. However, Skyren was powerful and clearly wanted this spiritual item. The other Perfected Masters naturally didn't want to provoke Skyrend at this time. Perfected Master Liang also knew that since Perfected Master Huang Tingjian made a bid, no one else in the quiet room would dare to bid again. Moreover, with Skyren's status in the Eastern Sea, it was not a lie to say that he could find 3 restrictions that Perfected Master Liang hadn't used before. Thus, Perfected Master Liang smiled and said, Since Brother Huang has spoken, I naturally believe you. After saying that, he pointed to Lu Ping beside him and said, I originally wanted to ask for some superior grade spirit stones for my juniors, but with Brother Huang's bid, I don't have any gifts for my juniors. At this time, Perfected Master Jin had already walked to the back of the pavilion under Perfected Master Huang Tingjian's signal. When he came out a moment later, there were 7 or 8 jade slips in the jade box in his hand. Clearly, each jade slip had a restriction recorded on it. Perfected Master Huang Tingjian was afraid that these restrictions were not enough, so he flipped his hand and took out another 3 or 4 jade slips and placed them in the jade box. After looking through the jade slips one by one, Perfected Master Liang pondered for a moment before choosing 3 jade slips from the jade box. He said, "Skyrend lives up to its name as one of the 5 major sects of the Eastern Sea. This foundation is indeed admirable." Perfected Master Huang Tingjian reached out to take the flying cotton from Perfected Master Liang and stored it in a gourd. Only then did he say, "Brother Liang is too kind." It was Perfected Master Huang Tingjian's turn to show off his treasure. Just as everyone was waiting to see what kind of treasure Perfected Master Huang would bring out as the host, they heard Perfected Master Huang Tingjian say with a smile, "Since Lu Xiaoyu is an alchemy grandmaster and has just exchanged a bowl of jade nectar from Fairy Sun, since you're participating in this trade fair, you might have to take out a treasure or two to broaden our horizons." All the cultivators in the quiet room looked at Lu Ping. At this time, because of Lu Ping's 15 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs and his identity as an alchemy grandmaster, no one dared to look down on this first-layer core forging minor repairs. Lu Ping knew that Uncle Master Liang Xuanfeng's words had bought him such an opportunity. However, Lu Ping was also secretly thinking about what kind of treasure he should show that would not embarrass him or attract attention. After all, Lu Ping was not Perfected Master Liang, and did not have such a high cultivation to intimidate others. Lu Ping carefully took stock of his possessions, and found that he really had a lot of treasures that were qualified to be traded. There was no need to talk about the 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs. If 10 more appeared, he was afraid that Fa Xiang Laozu would come knocking on his door. Lu Ping did not want to be in the limelight again. Naturally, he would not be able to use heaven and earth spirit treasures. Not to mention that all 5 of Lu Ping's heaven and earth spirit treasures had their own uses. Lu Ping did have a lot of mutated spiritual materials, such as the branch of the peach tree demon, the 1,000-year-old peach tree struck by lightning, the pool of mutated spiritual water catalyzed by the profound heavy water, and so on. However, Perfected Master Mingjian had already asked for a second-class wood attribute spiritual material. At this time, it was obviously not appropriate for Lu Ping to take it out. There was no need to mention the mutated spiritual water, which was used by Zhongxian Laozu to quench a celestial tool. Taking it out was tantamount to telling everyone that the profound heavy water of the 4 treasures of Zhongxian was on him. Moreover, Perfected Master Liang had repeatedly instructed Lu Ping not to take out the harvest from Zhongxian's cave for trading. Magic weapons were fine, but Lu Ping did not have many of them. Moreover, these magic weapons were currently of use to Lu Ping. Lu Ping finally set his eyes on the sunflower water essence and the myriad poison serum. The sunflower water essence had already been used by Lu Ping a lot, and now the remaining small pool was used to support the growth of the 3 white jade lotus seeds. Then there was only the myriad poison serum left. It just so happened that Lu Ping's protective aura chi still needed the last kind of water attribute rare item to upgrade it to the water curtain true aura shield. So, he used a portion of the myriad poison serum to exchange for the same water attribute rare item that could be used to condense the protective aura shield. Under the expectant, sarcastic or stupefied gazes of the crowd, Lu Ping took out a 1-foot-tall blue stone jar from his storage ring. Inside it was a jar full of fragrant golden liquid. What is this thing? How come I haven't seen it before? What kind of good thing can be stored in a stone jar? In the end, he is a cultivator who has just advanced to the core forging realm. Moreover, he is so young. Even if he is an alchemy grandmaster, his foundation is shallow. Without the accumulation of time, it is not enough. Lu Ping turned a deaf ear to the whispers of the surrounding cultivators. Instead, he carefully placed the blue stone jar in front of him, for fear of knocking it over. Chapter 311. Deliberately mystifying things. The one who spoke was Daoist Gao, who had previously reprimanded Lu Ping. At this time he couldn't wait to jump out and mock him. Several divine senses probed the golden liquid in the blue stone jar, including Daoist Gao's divine sense. Lu Ping laughed inwardly, but he didn't say anything. The myriad poison liquid was a highly toxic substance that could even corrode divine senses. A series of muffled groans were heard. and a faint green smoke rose from the bluestone jar. Daoist Gao fiercely said, "Are you deliberately trying to trick me?" Lu Ping glanced at Daoist Gao and indifferently said, "You can send and receive divine senses at will. How can I stop you? Besides, didn't you say that I was deliberately mystifying things? Why are you so impatient to use your divine sense to probe it?" Daoist Gao angrily sat down. He didn't feel wronged at all. Daoist Mingjian, who was sitting at the head of the table, rubbed his eyebrows. Apparently, he had also tried to use his divine sense to probe the golden liquid in the bluestone jar, and suffered a loss. Then he said, "Lu Xiaoyu, what is this? It has such a strong corrosive effect. Something that can even corrode divine senses must be a famous poison in the cultivation world. However, I have never seen this kind of golden liquid before." Fairy Sun, who was sitting at the side, seemed to have a lot of knowledge about water attribute spiritual objects. She muttered, "Could this be the legendary myriad poison liquid condensed from the myriad poison meteor evil chi? But isn't this myriad poison liquid black? How did it turn golden? But there's no mistaking its fragrance." Everyone present naturally heard Fairy Sun's words. Upon hearing the name of the myriad poison liquid, even Daoist Liang Xianfeng couldn't help but look at the golden liquid in the bluestone jar. At the same time, he seemed to have guessed the origin of the myriad poison liquid. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Fairy Sun's knowledge is extraordinary. I Lu Jiu admire you. This is indeed the myriad poison liquid." Daoist Mingjian was surprised and said, "Myriad poison liquid? This is one of the few poisons in the cultivation world. It's no wonder that it can even corrode divine thoughts. However, the degree of corrosion is too severe. Could it be that after the myriad poison liquid turned golden, the poison also became more intense?" Lu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "This junior doesn't know either, but this jar of golden liquid is undoubtedly the myriad poison serum." Lu Ping thought to himself, could it be because of the nameless spirit water of heaven and earth that the myriad poison liquid turned golden and became more toxic? At this time, Daoist Jin said, "The myriad poison liquid is indeed of the highest grade among the mysterious treasures of heaven and earth. However, it's too difficult to use it to cultivate a divine ability. After all, it's extremely difficult for a cultivator to control such a strong poison when cultivating a divine ability. If not, it'll backfire on the cultivator. Of course, if the cultivation is successful, the power of the divine ability cannot be underestimated. At least in the cultivation world, there's hardly any poison that can harm a cultivator who uses the myriad poison liquid to cultivate a divine ability." Lu Ping didn't refute. Using the myriad poison liquid to cultivate a divine ability was indeed very risky. If it wasn't for Samling's help and his divine sense that far surpassed others, it wouldn't have been easy for Lu Ping to fuse the myriad poison meteorite aura into his protective vigor chi. At this time, Fairy Sun smiled and said, "Lu Dao, why did you use an ordinary bluestone jar to store the myriad poison liquid?" Lu Ping answered with a smile, "This is a miracle of fate. The myriad poison liquid's poison is so strong that it can corrode almost any object, except for this ordinary bluestone. Fortunately, this is the case. Otherwise, I would have missed this precious treasure." When everyone heard this, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. Although it was extremely difficult to use the myriad poison liquid to cultivate a divine ability, its effects were still coveted by many cultivators. Just being immune to all poisons was already extremely beneficial. Many cultivators wanted to exchange for it. Lu Ping's jar of myriad poison liquid might seem small, but when a cultivator used it to cultivate a protective vigor chi, it was fused with the myriad poison meteorite aura released by the myriad poison liquid. The amount of myriad poison meteorite aura condensed into this jar of myriad poison meteorite aura was enough for 3 or 4 ordinary cultivators to condense their vigor chi. Lu Ping also felt helpless. When he condensed his vigor chi, he used so much myriad poison liquid. If he wanted to condense a third type of vigor chi, he would need to use at least the same amount of myriad poison liquid. A Taoist master said with a difficult expression, "I also have a water attribute heaven and earth treasure used to condense vigor chi, but the amount is only 1/3 of Lu Daoyu's. If Lu Daoyu is willing, I can replace it with something else, or only exchange for 1/3 of the myriad poison liquid. What do you think?" When Lu Ping heard that the other party had a water attribute heaven and earth treasure, he was delighted. But when he heard that it was only 1/3, he could only regretfully shake his head and say, "I'm really sorry, I will only exchange for the same amount of heaven and earth treasure." Everyone present was a sensitive person, so they could naturally guess that Lu Ping wanted to exchange for a heaven and earth treasure to condense his own divine ability. But to condense so much at once 3 to 4 times more than an ordinary cultivator was a bit surprising. Such a small protective divine ability was comparable to a protective magic treasure. At this time, Taoist Master Brightsword and Taoist Master Huang Tingjian were whispering to each other. No one knew what they were discussing, but from the way the two looked at the blue stone jar in front of Lu Ping from time to time, it could be guessed that Skyrend also had his eyes on this jar of myriad poison liquid. Perhaps the conversation between Taoist Master Brightsword and Taoist Master Huang Tingjian had aroused the vigilance of the other cultivators who coveted the myriad poison liquid. Many cultivators who were interested in the myriad poison liquid revealed their own bargaining chips. "Lu Daoyu, I have a portion of glacial true water. Although the amount is only 1/4 of the myriad poison liquid, I still have a portion of 100 flower jade dew. If it is not enough, I will use high-grade spirit stones to make up for it. How about it?" "Lu Daoyu, such a large amount of water-attributed heaven and earth treasure is truly rare. What do you think of this underground millennium water milk?" "Not bad, it is indeed only half of the amount. Fellow Taoist is an alchemist, how about I use a millennium spirit grass to make up for it? I have a sufficient amount of heaven and earth treasure, but this is a dual attribute heaven and earth treasure. I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in it?" For a moment, Lu Ping's myriad poison liquid became a highly sought-after item. In the quiet room, 5 or 6 people took out water-attributed heaven and earth treasures, intending to trade with Lu Ping. This greatly surprised Lu Ping. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Although heaven and earth treasures were rare, which one of the Taoist masters here hadn't lived for hundreds of years? Which one of them didn't have some trump cards? Not to mention, this was only a water-attributed heaven and earth treasure. If it was a heaven and earth treasure of any other attribute, these cultivators would have many of them. Previously, when Taoist Master Gao said that Lu Ping's foundation was shallow, he wasn't wrong. However, these cultivators who were willing to trade either didn't have enough heaven and earth treasures, or their attributes weren't suitable. This greatly disappointed Lu Ping. Right at this moment, Reverend Mingjian asked, "Young friend Lu, our Sky Fisher sword sect does have a special item of the water attribute, and its quantity is sufficient. However, if you want to condense your energy, you'll have to follow me to our Sky Fisher sword sect's territory, Jade Sword Island." Hearing Taoist Master Mingjian's words, Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "May I know what Senior is talking about?" Taoist Master Mingjian and Taoist Master Huang Tingjian looked at each other, then turned and smiled. "It's my sect's sword cleansing pool." Everyone cried out in surprise. Lu Ping also looked at Taoist Master Mingjian in surprise. Skyren's sword cleansing pool could be considered a heaven and earth treasure. Legend had it that when Skyren was first established, Skyripping Laozu established the sword cleansing pool. Skyren had a long history, even longer than Jinling. The sword cleansing pool had always existed and became one of Skyren's specialties. Who would have thought that the water in the sword cleansing pool was a heaven and earth treasure? Lu Ping glanced at Liang Xianfeng beside him. He didn't know much about the sword cleansing pool, but Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng was experienced and knowledgeable. At this moment, Lu Ping wanted to hear his opinion. Unexpectedly, Taoist Master Liang Xianfeng seemed to be thinking about something and didn't pay attention to Lu Ping. Lu Ping didn't want to miss this opportunity either. He was about to agree when he heard Fairy Sun say, "Lu Daoyu, I also have a heaven and earth treasure here. Do you like it?" Everyone in the quiet room also looked at Fairy Sun in surprise. They didn't expect that after Skyren proposed to trade, Fairy Sun also wanted to interfere. It wasn't that Skyren was as overbearing as the Crystal Palace. It was just that Skyren was a big sect in Donghai after all, and this trade fair was proposed by Skyren. The cultivators were afraid of Skyren's power, and they wanted to do the host a favor. Usually, after the 3 Taoists of Skyren made a move, the rest of the people would unanimously stop bidding. Fairy Sun's move was not only unexpected, but even Taoist Master Mingjian was a little surprised. Fairy Sun also realized that what she did was likely to offend Skyren, But she just nodded to Taoist Master Mingjian apologetically. Then she turned around and took out an item. She said to Lu Ping, "Lu Dao, this is what I got from Zhongxian's cave mansion. I wonder if you can use it?" Items from Zhongxian's cave mansion had appeared several times in this trade fair. But when Fairy Sun took out this item, it still attracted the attention of the cultivators. Fairy Sun took out a palm-sized jar. It was a spatial mystic instrument, but when Lu Ping peered into the jar's mouth, he couldn't see anything inside. Lu Ping looked at Fairy Sun with some surprise. Seeing Fairy Sun's smiling expression, Lu Ping focused and used his divine sense to explore. He found that there was indeed more than half a jar of liquid in the jar, but he couldn't see it with his eyes. Even if he used his divine sense to explore, he had to be very careful to find this kind of thing. Lu Ping said in surprise, This is invisible?" Fairy Sun nodded and said, "To be more precise, this is formless. This thing is called formless water. When used to condense a magical ability, combined with some invisibility techniques, it can make it difficult for a cultivator to be discovered by others. Of course, it is also very helpful in strengthening a cultivator's protective aura." Lu Ping's expression changed. No one knew what he was thinking. Fairy Sun thought that Lu Ping was still hesitating about the sword cleansing pool and continued. Zhongxian Laozu came from the North Sea Fei Ling sect. Legend has it that the Fei Ling sect had a sword technique called invisible sword technique. This sword technique was created by an expert of the Fei Ling sect for this kind of natural wonder, using this invisible water to condense stellar energy. If combined with the invisible sword technique, it would be even more mysterious. Legend has it that this is the foundation of a divine ability. When Lu Ping heard invisible sword technique, his heart was like a clap of thunder, and a wave of joy filled his heart. Chapter 312. When Lu Ping heard that this invisible water was actually related to the shapeless sword technique that Sixth Senior Sister gave him, and that it was the foundation of a sword technique, he was already pleasantly surprised. However, Lu Ping's expression remained unchanged. Although Fairy's invisible water has a wonderful effect, this kind of spirit water can only display its greatest power when combined with the shapeless sword incantation. Without the shapeless sword incantation's secret technique, this kind of spirit water can only be used when a cultivator is motionless. Once a fight breaks out, the invisibility spell will be broken. At that time, the effect of the invisible water will even be inferior to the essence of Kuei water. Lu Ping was about to agree, but Spiritual Master Liang Xianfeng suddenly spoke. Lu Ping was stunned and didn't agree in the end. He listened to Spiritual Master Liang Xuanfeng's words. Spiritual Master Liang Xianfeng was actually reminding Lu Ping not to be tempted by the name of invisible water. But he didn't know that Lu Ping had already learned the shapeless sword technique. Spiritual Master Huang Tingjian also said, "I've heard of Failing Sect's invisible water and shapeless sword technique, but since the destruction of Failing Sect, many inheritances have been lost, and this shapeless sword technique has never been seen again. I think the sects of North Sea also didn't get this sword technique inheritance from Failing Sect back then. In that case, this invisible water is a bit of a pity." Lu Ping's expression didn't change. He could already see that Fairy Sun valued this trade fair very much. First, she took out the jade nectar water to exchange for the 3,000 years old spirit herb. And now she was using invisible water to exchange for the myriad poison serum. It seemed that she had an urgent need for it. Sure enough, Spiritual Master Huang Tingjian's seemingly unintentional words were actually to make Lu Ping give up on the invisible water and choose to condense his Gang Qi in Skyren sword purification pool. A flash of anger flashed across Fairy Sun's face, but Lu Ping happened to catch it. Lu Ping was sure that this Fairy Sun really had something that she couldn't say, and Skyren seemed to know. Although the two didn't fall out, Skyren was now somewhat suspected of taking advantage of the situation. Could it be that this myriad poison syrup had some other function that he didn't know about? Lu Ping stroked his chin as he pondered. However, Lu Ping was determined to get his hands on the invisible water. Lu Ping thought for a moment and his divine will moved slightly, sending a soft voice into Liang Xuanfeng's ears. Reverend Liang Xianfeng concealed the surprise in his heart with the excuse of drinking tea. After putting down the teacup, he said, "The sword cleansing pool is indeed a rare treasure land for cultivators who condense Gang Qi. However, The sword cleansing pool contains countless cultivators of Sky Fisher sword sect who have refined, quenched, and washed their swords. It contains the insights of countless senior cultivators of Sky Fisher sword sect. The sword cleansing pool is indeed the best choice if my martial nephew wants to cultivate an offensive divine ability. However, what he condenses is Gang Qi, and what he cultivates is a water attribute cultivation method. The sword cleansing pool contains some metal attribute essence, which hinders the purity of Gang Qi. Perfected Liang Xianfeng smiled when he heard Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's words. What Brother Liang said is true. But the sword purification pool is also quite helpful for Lu Xiaoyu to comprehend swordsmanship and improve his cultivation. Perfected Liang Xianfeng smiled but did not reply. It was obvious that he was rejecting him. On the other hand, the disappointed Fairy Sun's eyes lit up. She seemed to have understood something and moved her lips slightly, but no sound came out. Everyone knew that Fairy Sun was using a voice transmission spell. However, Lu Ping's expression suddenly changed. He thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, I'll exchange it with Fairy Sun's invisible water. My cultivation technique is focused on the word, pure. Although the invisible water will lose a lot of its wonders without the invisible sword technique, it is at least a water attribute heaven and earth item. Although the sword purification pool is good, the qi of slaughter in it is too heavy, so I can only let it pass." Lu Ping had obtained the invisible water and Fairy Sun's secret promise. His heart was already blooming with joy. Reverend Huang Tingjian glanced at Fairy Sun and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Fairy Sun for having your wish come true." This time, Uncle Master Immeasurable might have turned the situation around. Fairy Sun, who had obtained the myriad poison serum, originally had some information. However, after hearing Perfected Huang Tingjian's words, her face darkened instantly. She looked at Perfected Huang Tingjian with an unfriendly gaze. The other Perfected Masters were deep in thought. Many of their eyes lit up. It was obvious that they had noticed something from their conversation. However, Lu Ping and the rest were not from the East Sea and did not know much about the various forces under Skyrend. Lu Ping looked at Chu Ting and thought to himself that the esteemed guest had been operating in the East Sea for many years and had a huge hidden force. This one of the 24 Pavilion Masters might know something. Unexpectedly, Chu Ting rolled her eyes. "This is not the area I'm in charge of." Lu Ping shrugged. However, he heard Perfected Huang Tingjian say from the seat of honor, "It's my turn to show my treasure." When Lu Ping looked over, he saw Perfected Huang Tingjian draw a circle in front of him with his right hand. An item suddenly appeared in the circle that Perfected Huang Tingjian had formed. The cultivators in the quiet room were all curious about what kind of treasure Perfected Huang Tingjian would bring out. They all looked at the floating item in front of Perfected Huang Tingjian. This is a teapot. Everyone naturally knew that for Perfected Huang Tingjian to bring out this teapot as the final item of this trade fair, this teapot must have something special about it. However, the dozens of spiritual wills in the quiet room found that the teapot looked ordinary. It did not look like a Dharma artifact, much less a Dharma treasure. If there was anything special about it, it would be that many cultivators could not tell what material the teapot was made of. Lu Ping sat beside Perfected Liang Xianfeng and knew his every move best. When Perfected Huang Tingjian took out the teapot, Lu Ping clearly felt Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's body tremble slightly, as though he had discovered something that alarmed him. When Lu Ping pretended to casually glance at Perfected Liang Xianfeng, he could not find any clues from the latter's face. At Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's level of cultivation, there were very few things in the cultivation world that could affect their state of mind unless it was intentional. Their hundreds of years of experience had long given them a state of mind that could calmly endure the reduction of their lifespans and the great loss of their cultivation. Lu Ping was curious as to how this ordinary-looking teapot could disturb a ninth-layer core forging realm cultivator's state of mind. After all, even when enlightened Master Liang Xuanfeng's origin was damaged and his cultivation base might not be able to progress any further, he was still able to chat with Lu Ping casually, as if nothing could disturb him. Perfected Huang Tingjian saw that the teapot had whetted everyone's appetite, so he said, "This teapot is actually a Dharma treasure." Many perfected masters in the room were in disbelief. If it was a Dharma treasure, why didn't they find the existence of a treasure restriction inside? Looking at the expressions of the cultivators in the quiet room, perfected Huang Tingjian smiled faintly and reached out to take off the lid of the teapot. A wave of pure spirit qi gushed out from the teapot. Everyone was shocked. Then their spiritual wills probed the inside of the teapot and found that there were actually 2 treasured seals engraved inside. It really is a Dharma treasure. It's not just a Dharma treasure. Could it be a Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? A Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? Could it be the spatial Dharma treasure that the Crystal Palace hoped to find in the Zhongxian Grotto Heaven? How did it become a Dharma treasure? What Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure? Which Grotto Heaven Dharma treasure would have such a small space inside? That's true, this Dharma treasure is strange. Why is the spirit qi inside so pure? Perfected Huang Tingjian saw everyone looking at him in confusion, so he coughed and said, I wonder if anyone has heard of a spirit gathering pot? What? This is a spirit gathering pot. What is a spirit gathering pot? Some of the cultivators in the room asked in surprise while others were confused. Lu Ping was one of them. Perfected Liang Xianfeng was just as surprised as everyone else. Perfected Huang Tingjian glanced at Perfected Liang Xianfeng before turning away. However, no matter how Lu Ping looked at him, he felt that Perfected Liang Xianfeng was a little pretentious. Perhaps it was because Perfected Liang Xuanfeng's body had inexplicably trembled when the spirit gathering pot appeared, which gave Lu Ping a preconceived impression. A spirit gathering magic treasure was a type of magic treasure used to confine and move spirit veins to prevent them from dispersing. Spirit veins were one of the foundations of a cultivator's cultivation, and it was also the foundation of every sect that could survive for tens of thousands of years. A spirit-gathering magic treasure was an important factor in ensuring that this foundation would not be lost. The spirit-gathering pot was a type of spirit-gathering pot. After understanding the function of the spirit-gathering pot, the cultivators looked at the spirit-gathering pot with an inexplicable look in their eyes. At the same time, they were puzzled as to why Perfected Huang Tingjian would put such a treasure in the trade fair. If Lu Ping had this treasure, if he encountered the spirit veins of Golden Scale Mansion or Zhongxian's cave dwelling, he could first store the spirit veins into his spirit-gathering treasure instead of helplessly letting them go like he did before. Is Perfected Huang really willing to trade this item? A late-stage core forging sage was clearly doubtful. Of course. Don't doubt it, Taoist Yun. Although this item is precious, it may not be able to catch my eye, Skyrend. Lu Ping thought to himself that there was definitely something fishy going on. In any sect, a spirit-gathering pot was something that they would rather not use than let others have. Why would Skyrend be so generous? Some people in the room clearly realized this problem, but the cultivators belonging to some sects couldn't care less. There was no reason for them to let a treasure disappear before their eyes. What does Perfected Huang want to trade this item for? One of the cultivators finally asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Chapter 313. In the end, a cultivator from the Eastern Sea Independent sect exchanged the spirit-gathering pot for 5 spirit-gathering pearls that could nurture small spirit veins, which was almost half a medium spirit vein. The cultivator who exchanged the spirit-gathering pot had a pained look on his face. He stuffed the pot into his storage space and left in a hurry. In the quiet room, a total of 20 to 30 perfected masters showed their treasures one by one. The rest of the time was free trading time for the cultivators. However, Lu Ping noticed that after the free trading began, several perfected masters left. Without exception, all of them were late-stage core forging realm experts. Lu Ping secretly pondered, but he heard Liang Xuanfeng's voice transmission. There's nothing to see in this trade fair. Uncle Master, I'll be leaving first. You can return to the inn after the trade fair. Uncle Master, are you here for the spirit-gathering pot? Lu Ping saw Perfected Master Liang Xianfeng walking to the door of the quiet room and hurriedly transmitted his voice to him. Perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's figure paused, but he did not reply and left directly. Perfected Master Liang Xuanfeng's departure did not attract much attention. After all, it was normal for a 9th-stage core forging realm expert to look down on the items in this trade fair. When Lu Ping turned to look, Perfected Master Huang Tingjian was nowhere to be seen. In the quiet room, cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing secretly with each other through voice transmission. Lu Ping did not know what they were talking about. From time to time, Cultivators would exchange storage bags and other items with satisfied smiles. There were also cultivators who seemed to have broken off and separated, strolling to other groups of cultivators to continue their secret discussion. When Lu Ping saw that a cultivator he noticed had just separated from another cultivator, he walked up and asked in a low voice, "Did you want to exchange my myriad poison serum with the frost true water?" The cultivator's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Ping. He said, "So it's Master Lu. Do you still have the myriad poison serum with you?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "The myriad poison liquid was obtained by a fluke in a strange and dangerous place. It's already a great fortune to have this portion, so how could there be any left? I just want to ask if fellow Taoists can use other things to exchange for the icy true water." Hearing Lu Ping say that he no longer had the myriad poison plasma, the cultivator was slightly disappointed. However, in this trade fair, everyone was holding back, so the cultivator might not really believe that Lu Ping did not have the myriad poison plasma in his hands. Lu Ping also did not expect that his words would be able to convince people. He just wanted to show that even if he had the myriad poison plasma, he would not exchange it for the true ice water. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's not that I can't give this glacial true water to fellow Taoist, it's just that it wasn't easy for me to obtain this glacial true water. If fellow Taoist doesn't have something of the same weight as the myriad poison paste, I won't exchange it no matter what." Seeing that the friar spoke so straightforwardly, Lu Ping smiled and said, "What does fellow Taoist need? If Grandmaster Lu has a water-attributed worldly miraculous treasure like the myriad poison plasma, I will exchange it with you. If not, I need a water-attributed defensive magic treasure." Lu Ping himself did not have a water-attributed defensive magic treasure. Lu Ping dryly smiled and said, "Is there anything else that fellow Taoist needs?" The cultivator shook his head and said, "I only need these two things, I won't exchange anything else." Seeing the resolute attitude of the cultivator, Lu Ping felt somewhat helpless. The glacial true water was crucial to the improvement of a treasure that Lu Ping envisioned. If he missed this opportunity today, he did not know when he would be able to see this ice-attributed worldly miraculous treasure again. However, Lu Ping's two transactions had already attracted the attention of many people. If Lu Ping took out the myriad poison plasma or the sunflower water essence to exchange, it would be too eye-catching. "What are the two of you talking about?" Just when the atmosphere between the two of them was somewhat deadlocked, Taoist Ming Jian suddenly walked over with a smile. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. He suddenly had an idea, so he turned to Taoist Ming Jian and said with a smile, "Senior, you came at the right time. Just now at the trade fair, Junior saw Taoist Ming Jian exchange for top-grade wood-attributed spiritual materials several times. I wonder if Senior still needs them now." After Taoist Ming Jian exchanged a large piece of nether cyan iron for the Millennium Locust Tree Heart at the beginning, he repeatedly traded. As long as a cultivator presented a wood-attributed top-grade spiritual material, Taoist Ming Jian would exchange it no matter how many it was. Therefore, Lu Ping guessed that Taoist Ming Jian definitely needed wood-attributed top-grade spiritual materials. Sure enough, after Taoist Ming Jian heard that Lu Ping had wood-attributed spiritual materials, he looked delighted and said, "Lu Xiaoyu is really a cultivator with many treasures. If it's wood-attributed spiritual materials, the more the better. To tell you the truth, I, Skyrend, obtained a set of sword formation in the heavy profound cave mansion, but it needs a wood-attributed flying sword to maximize the power of the formation. Therefore, it needs a lot of wood-attributed spiritual materials." Lu Ping didn't know why enlightened Master Ming Jian would reveal such a secret of the sect, but he still said, "I do have a wood elemental spirit material in my possession, but I need your sword cleansing pool." Taoist Ming Jian was stunned and said, "Didn't Junior already exchange invisible water with Fairy Sun? Why do you want to use the sword purification pool again?" Lu Ping pointed to the cultivator in front of him and said, "It's not Junior, it's this fellow Taoist." The cultivator in front of Lu Ping already knew Lu Ping's plan. He smiled and said, "That's a good idea. I'll give the frigid true water to fellow Taoist Lu. But in return, I'll trade the frigid true water with Sky Fisher Sword Sect in exchange for the right to condense energy in the sword cleansing pool. Then fellow Taoist Lu will receive the frigid true water and hand over the spirit materials to enlightened Ming Jian. This way each of us will get what we need." Taoist Ming Jian said with a smile, This is a good idea. But what kind of spiritual material do you have in your hands? Lu Ping smiled and handed a piece of charred peach wood to Taoist Ming Jian. Taoist Ming Jian exclaimed in praise, "Thousand-year lightning peach wood. It's really good stuff. It's not inferior to third-class spiritual materials." In this way, the three of them completed the transaction. Lu Ping returned to his position and no longer dealt with the crowd. Lu Ping could be said to have gained a lot from this trade fair. He had obtained 3 mystical items in one go. Not only did he have the chance to improve his protective aura to the lesser level, but he also had enough spirit water for the 3 pure one's true pupils. Not to mention, there was also the unexpected surprise of the Ice Enlightened Master. However, while Lu Ping was happy, he also felt a little uneasy. This time he had shown too many trump cards and was in the limelight. Even though he had the halo of an alchemy master and an expert like Taoist Liang Xianfeng as his backing, he was still only a first-stage core forging realm cultivator. Taoist Liang Xianfeng couldn't always follow him, so it was inevitable that he would be coveted by people with ulterior motives. Moreover, Taoist Liang Xuanfeng's sudden departure after the appearance of the essence condensing pot also cast a shadow over Lu Ping. This time Skyren publicly traded the essence condensing pot at the trade fair. It was obvious that he was plotting something, and Taoist Liang Xuanfeng's unusual behavior seemed to prove Lu Ping's guess. After all, the essence condensing pot was obtained by Skyren in Zhongshuan's cave, and Zhongshuan Laozu was a remnant of the North Sea failing sect. Thinking of Taoist Huang Tingjian's probing and observation of Taoist Liang Xianfeng at the trade fair, Lu Ping's heart trembled. Could this be a plot by Skyren against Taoist Liang Xianfeng? However, Lu Ping immediately denied this idea. If it was against Taoist Liang Xianfeng with Skyren's power, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, after the transaction of the essence condensing pot, many late-stage core forging realm perfected masters representing various forces left the trade fair. Obviously, the cultivators weren't targeting a certain person, but the essence condensing pot. However, although a spirit condensing magic treasure was rare, it wasn't worth Skyren setting up such a big trap. Almost all the sects and forces in the southern East Sea, second only to Skyren, were involved. Lu Ping couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, so he stopped thinking about it. Several late-stage core forging realm perfected masters left in a hurry, causing everyone at the trade fair to sense an unusual atmosphere. Although Taoist Ming Jian and Taoist Jin tried their best to deal with the situation, the free trade fair still ended quickly. After obtaining the frost true water, Lu Ping sat quietly. Even if some cultivators approached him to strike up a conversation, he would politely decline them. After the trade fair ended, he left in a hurry with Zhu Xianmeng. After returning to the inn, Chu Ting seemed to have also received some news. After saying goodbye, she also left. Lu Ping and Zhu Xianmeng each obtained something from the trade fair, so they were busy cultivating in seclusion. At the same time, the two of them seemed to have sensed that Zhu Xuanmeng's master, Taoist Mei, had an ambiguous relationship with Xunling. This kind of relationship also made Taoist Liang, who was aware of the situation, keep his mouth shut, unwilling to say anything in front of the two. For several days there was no news from Taoist Liang. Lu Ping, on the other hand, was busy cultivating. His cultivation was only a step away from breaking through to the second stage of core forging. As long as he made this breakthrough and consolidated his cultivation, Lu Ping, who had the heart forging pill in hand, could directly prepare to break through to the mid-stage of core forging. On this day, after Lu Ping used the true jade water to cleanse his eyes, he also condensed a strand of invisible water in the House of Gold. The originally faint golden earth energy became more and more transparent. Under the transformation of the earth energy, Lu Ping's figure also became more and more ethereal, like a reflection in the water. The spiritual herb garden in the House of Gold grew bigger and bigger. The originally lively spatial artifact became much quieter. After Samling broke through to the 8th stage of blood condensation and consolidated his cultivation, Lu Ping refined the heart forging pill for them. Now he was cultivating in seclusion. Lu Qin's with Luan Yu, who was originally flying side by side with Lu Qin, was stimulated by Lu Ping. She found a secluded corner in the space and prepared to break through to the core forging realm. Without a playmate, Lu Qin had no choice but to study the secret technique Yan Wujiu taught her. Lu Dugaway stayed in the small lake at the peak of Lone Mountain. His cultivation was also on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of blood condensation. As for DeBeo, he was determined to build a huge underground labyrinth in the spatial artifact. During this period of time, he was rarely seen on the surface. Lu Ping was studying the invisible sword technique when he suddenly sensed something. With a step, Lu Ping walked out of a small golden door and arrived at a cultivation room. With a wave of his hand, he stored the house of gold into his storage ring. After that, Lu Ping took out a talisman that was spinning at the door of the cultivation room. After scanning it with his divine sense, he murmured, "I came just in time." After leaving the cultivation room, he went to the guest room at the back of the inn. He saw Zhu Xianming chatting happily with a female cultivator. When Lu Ping came out, the female cultivator stood up and said, "We haven't seen each other for a few days. Master Lu's cultivation has improved." The female cultivator was Fairy Sun, whom Lu Ping met at the trade fair that day. Lu Ping cupped his hands and smiled. "Don't mention the title of Grandmaster anymore. I was just lucky enough to successfully concoct a few core forging realm medicinal pellets. Compared to a real Grandmaster alchemist, I'm still far from it. Fairy Maiden, you keep calling me Grandmaster, which makes me feel awkward." Fairy Sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I've overstepped my boundaries." Zhu Xianming knew that Fairy Sun came specifically for Lu Ping, so she found an excuse to leave. Lu Ping took a sip of the spirit tea and said, "When I was trading with Fairy Sun for the invisible water, you said that you know about the bejeweled water. Is that true?" Fairy Sun praised good tea. She put down the teacup and said with a smile, "If it's false, how would I dare to come here today to taste your tea?" That day, Fairy Sun mistakenly thought that Lu Ping was having a hard time choosing between her invisible water and Skyren's sword cleansing pond. So she secretly transmitted her voice to Lu Ping that she knew the whereabouts of the bejeweled water. Lu Ping had long admired the invisible water, but he wouldn't refuse a benefit that was delivered to his doorstep. Lu Ping pondered for a while, then said, "Although the bejeweled nectar is a mysterious object of heaven and earth, it's only used to show that after using the two to cleanse one's eyes, one's vision is more mysterious. I've never heard of two mysterious objects existing together. Fairy Sun, are you trying to deceive me?" "It's absolutely true," Fairy Sun said solemnly. "That day, after I came out of Zhongxian's cave mansion, I was chased by a monster cultivator. I accidentally found these two mysterious objects on an island. At that time I only took the true jade water, but that monster cultivator chased after me. I had no choice but to flee." Currently, the situation between the human and monster races in the East Sea is tense. Although that island is small, it's currently under the control of the monster race. Flu Dao goes now, it's a bit risky. In other words, Fairy Sun can't be sure that the bejeweled nectar hidden on the island won't be discovered by the monster race. Lu Ping asked with some displeasure. Fairy Sun was stunned, then said with some embarrassment, "I've neglected this point. If fellow Taoist wants to investigate, I'm willing to lend a hand. How about it?" Lu Ping's expression became a lot better. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "I've seen Fairy Sun's sincerity. But if it's just this matter, you could have explained it to me at the trade fair that day. Why do you need to visit me alone?" Fairy Sun smiled bitterly and said, "Lu Daoyu is quick-witted. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist. This time I've come with an important request." Seeing her serious tone, Lu Ping's expression also became serious. He said, "Please speak." Fairy Sun said in a low voice, "This time, I've come to exchange some 3,000-year-old spirit grass with fellow Taoist." Lu Ping's expression changed. Just as he was about to refuse, Fairy Sun hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let me finish first." After the two talked in secret, Fairy Sun left with satisfaction. Lu Ping looked at Fairy Sun's departing figure, playing with a purple gold jade slip in his hand. He thought to himself, "This can be considered as picking up a treasure. I didn't expect a mid-level family like the Sun Clan to have such a treasure." But it also disgusted Skyrend. "But what does this have to do with me?" Chapter 314. Lu Ping would never have thought that Goddess Sun would actually take out such a formula. causing Lu Ping to willingly hand over the 15 3,000-year-old spirit herbs without the slightest hesitation. 10 years of lifespan. The name of the elixir recorded in this formula was very ordinary, but also very practical. Longevity elixir. No wonder Goddess Sun would spare no effort to collect 3,000-year-old spirit herbs. No wonder she would view the myriad poison serum as a treasure. All of this was because in the process of refining the longevity elixir, these two treasures were indispensable. It was just unknown whether that Lao Tzu of the Sun family would still have the opportunity to advance to the mid-Dharma stage under the condition of extending his lifespan by 10 years. Otherwise, without the support of Dharma Lao Tzu, the Sun family's relatively independent status in Skyren's sphere of influence would undoubtedly be lost. Without the protection of Dharma Lao Tzu, the Sun family would naturally have to rely on Skyren. This was also why at the trade fair, spiritual master Huang Tingjian had hinted to Lu Ping to give up on the shapeless water. After setting a time with Goddess Sun to go to the outer endless sea, Lu Ping once again went into seclusion to practice, and there was still no news from spiritual master Liang. A bowl of shapeless water was slowly condensed by Lu Ping into the Gang Qi. As the last bit of spirit water disappeared, Lu Ping quickly activated the water curtain True Gang training method. The surface of Lu Ping's body was tightly wrapped in a thin layer of Gang Qi. First, a light blue color flashed, followed by a golden Gang Qi. Then Lu Ping's body slowly disappeared from head to toe, as if his whole body was slowly swallowed up. Then the light blue color appeared again, and Lu Ping slowly appeared from head to toe in the Gang Qi. The three scenes changed faster and faster, and Lu Ping's figure became more and more ethereal in the Gang Qi. After Lu Ping's Gang Qi had changed 81 times, the myriad poison meteorite energy gang, the Yin water true gang, and the invisible Gang Qi in Lu Ping's body completely fused together. A feeling of being able to change at will suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's divine thought. With a thought from Lu Ping, the protective aura around his body spread out, and Lu Ping disappeared from the space of the House of Gold. With another thought from Lu Ping, the invisibility effect of the formless water disappeared. However, the defensive power of the protective aura around his body did not change at all. The area within one zhang around Lu Ping was enveloped in a layer of faint golden mist. From afar, Lu Ping looked like an immortal descending from the heavens. Lu Ping had finally mastered his first minor divine power, Water Curtain True Kong. Congratulations, Daddy, on mastering your minor divine power. Lu Ping retracted the protective aura around him and saw three children around 7 to 8 years old standing together. They greeted Lu Ping respectfully and congratulated Lu Ping in their childish voices. Lu Ping laughed heartily and said, "The Water Curtain True Astral Shield is just a small skill that relies on external forces. It's only a defensive skill. When I, your father, have mastered a great skill, then I'll be considered a great achievement among cultivators of the same level." Lu Ping pointed at the three children and said with a smile, "On the other hand, the three of you have broken through to the peak of the blood condensation realm. You are only one step away from the golden core realm. That is the real good news." The three children were overjoyed when they heard Lu Ping's praise. They danced around in the House of Gold. The three boys were none other than the Emerald Sea Spirit Snakes. After consuming the half-transformation pellets Lu Ping had concocted for them, they were able to take human form. However, other than their upper bodies that were identical to humans, their legs weren't visible. Their upper bodies were still supported by a large snake tail. Among the three children, Lu Bai and Lu Ling looked like two little girls while Lu Hai looked like a little boy. All three of them had baby fat on their faces. Their innocent eyes were filled with admiration for Lu Ping. In fact, after reaching the late blood condensation realm, demonic beasts could transform into human form by consuming the half-step transformation pill. However, just like the Green Phoenix, Samling was unwilling to consume the half-step transformation pill after reaching the late blood condensation realm. This puzzled Lu Ping. Later, Lu Ping found out that demonic beasts would still have many demonic beast characteristics on their bodies after reaching the late blood condensation realm. For example, Samling could only transform his upper body into human form when he was at the late blood condensation realm. If Samling chose to transform when he was at the 7th layer, then Samling's appearance would most likely be a monster covered in scales with a forked tongue sticking out of his mouth. He would not be as lovable as he was now. Samling discovered this from his inherited memories. That was why he chose to transform after reaching the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. It was also for this reason that the Cyan Luan had always refused to take the half-step transformation pill, even though her cultivation level had long been on the verge of breaking through to the gold core stage. According to her, the reason was that after the half-step transformation pill, the Cyan Luan's physical characteristics were exactly the same as a human's except for its beak. However, it was this beak that made Lu Qin decide to postpone the half-step transformation pill until she reached the core forging stage. What made Lu Ping laugh was that even though they were both Luans, the green phoenix, Lu Qin, and the wood phoenix, Luan Yu, retained different demonic beast characteristics after reaching the half-step transformation realm. Lu Qin retained her beak, while Luan Yu had a long neck. What surprised Lu Ping was that Lu Qin actually knew what he would look like after reaching the half-step transformation realm. This was obviously from her memories. According to Lu Ping's knowledge, the inherited memories could only be passed down among demonic beasts like Samling. It seemed that Lu Qin really did have half of the Fire Phoenix bloodline in her body. No wonder Yin Wujiu valued her so much. Lu Ping waved his hand and said, "The three of you should hurry up and cultivate. In the future, when we return to the fallen secret realm, there is still an important matter to attend to. Father is currently in urgent need of manpower. Now that you have succeeded in your cultivation, you can help Father greatly." When Samling heard that he could help Lu Ping, he was overjoyed. After being encouraged by Lu Ping, he happily ran off to cultivate. A few days later, Lu Ping and Sun Xianzi secretly arrived at the outer sea. At this time, the outer sea had completely turned into a sea of demonic beasts. In the past, this sea could only be regarded as the border between the human and demonic beasts of the Eastern Sea, equivalent to the buffer sea of the Northern Sea. But now it had become the front line of demonic beasts. Lu Ping's expression was a bit ugly as he looked at the place where Sun Xianzi had brought him. There was only a pile of rocks here. How could there be any bejeweled water? Sun Xianzi was obviously also startled, but she immediately explained to Lu Ping, "Lu Daoyu, there really was bejeweled water here before. That day when I obtained the bejeweled water here, the bejeweled water was inside a towering rock. Because I really didn't have time to take it away, I had to leave first. At that time, this place was not a pile of rocks, but a stone valley. Now that it has become like this, it was clearly deliberately destroyed by demonic beasts." Lu Ping nodded. "I believe Fairy's words. But I am curious how Fairy found the two types of bejeweled water wrapped in a huge rock. If you add in the formless water found in the heavy profound cave, then Fairy's luck is a bit too good." Hearing that Lu Ping didn't have any prejudice against her because of the bejeweled water, Sun Xianzi heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but even though Lu Ping was only a first-layer core forging realm cultivator, Sun Xianzi was a little afraid of offending him. After losing the bejeweled water, Sun Xianzi was still a mid-core forging realm cultivator, but the first thing she thought of was to absolve herself in front of Lu Ping, as if she was really afraid that Lu Ping would bear a grudge against the Sun Clan because of this. The island had long been occupied by demonic beasts. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense, and the number of demonic beasts in a radius of a few li was extremely large. Lu Ping was secretly alarmed. Could it be that there will also be a beast tide in the East Sea? Just as the two were about to leave, a half-transformed peak blood condensation demonic beast slowly walked in their direction. Behind this demonic beast were several blood condensation demonic beasts of various shapes and sizes. They barely formed a line, as if they were patrolling the island. Lu Ping and Sun Xianzi glanced at each other, then secretly moved forward. Suddenly, Lu Ping's golden scale sword flashed, and 3 late blood condensation demonic beasts were already beheaded. As the golden scale sword flew out, Lu Ping pointed with his finger, and 2 silver lights flashed. The 2 demonic beasts groaned, and 2 flowers of blood burst out from their chests, and their bodies fell to the ground. The 6th demonic beast opened its mouth to scream, but a cold snort suddenly sounded in its mind. The demonic beast's eyes glazed over, clearly shocked by Lu Ping's powerful divine sense. Just as Lu Ping silently killed the 6 late blood condensation demonic beasts, Sun Xianzi threw out a bamboo cage-like artifact and trapped the leading peak blood condensation demonic beast inside. No matter how the demonic beast beat and roared inside the bamboo cage, Not a single sound came out. Fairy Sun looked at the 6 demonic beasts on the ground and praised. Lu Dao, you killed 6 late blood condensation demonic beasts in an instant. You're really amazing. Lu Ping smiled. Fairy Sun must be joking. Fairy Sun also said that these 6 demonic beasts were only blood condensation demonic beasts. I'm a core forging enlightened master, and I killed 6 demonic beasts effortlessly. Even so, I don't deserve such praise from Fairy Sun. Fairy Sun shook her head and said solemnly, it's easy for a first-stage core forging cultivator to kill a few late blood condensation demonic beasts, but it's extremely difficult to prevent them from making a sound. Lu Ping smiled but didn't reply. Fairy Sun didn't mind. She extended her hand through the gap in the cage, but the roaring monster didn't seem to notice. Fairy Sun's hand slapped the monster's head. The monster's head jerked backwards and its eyes began to turn white. A moment later, Fairy Sun pulled her hand out of the bamboo cage, and the demonic beast fell back. Seeing Fairy Sun's serious expression, Lu Ping asked, could it be that the demonic cultivator who obtained the bejeweled nectar is extremely difficult to deal with? Fairy Sun nodded. Yes, the leader of this generation of demonic beasts is from the Kuan clan. Kuan. Lu Ping was startled. He immediately thought of the demonic cultivator that he and Chu Ting barely managed to fend off. After it transformed into its original form, it was an incomparably huge Kuan. The Kuan clan was also a top-tier demonic beast. It was one of the few demonic beasts that lived in the water and had the bloodline of the Pang. They had inherited their memories, and although they weren't large in number, they were extremely powerful. Their status in the East Sea was comparable to the Green Sea snake. Fairy Sun collected the bamboo cage and said, this time it's a bit tricky. With just the 2 of us we can defeat this Kuan, but it'll be extremely difficult to kill it. What's more, we're in the territory of the demonic beasts. They can summon their comrades at any time, and we'll be the ones to suffer. Lu Ping nodded, and the 2 of them retreated. Lu Ping looked at the unconscious demonic beast on the ground after Fairy Sun searched its soul, and casually swung the golden scale sword. Fairy Sun hurriedly said, don't. But it was already too late. The demonic beast had already been cut in half by the golden scale sword. Fairy Sun hurriedly said, let's go. When Fairy Sun stopped him, Lu Ping realized that he had overlooked something. The 2 of them hurriedly left the island, and suddenly heard a loud roar from the bottom of the sea. Who dares to kill the demon general under my command? Chapter 3:15. These demon generals were the seeds of the demon cultivators who could advance to the core forging realm. Their status was similar to that of the Jinling sect's elite disciples. After advancing to the mid-blood condensation realm, they were required to leave behind a lamp of knowledge in the sect. If a cultivator died outside, the lamp of knowledge would be extinguished, and the sect could use the clues left behind by the lamp of knowledge to track down the murderer. Obviously, this peak blood condensation realm demon general was one of them. The moment Lu Ping killed it, the demon manor lord noticed it. Lu Ping was also shocked. The roar belonged to none other than the Kuan fish that Lu Ping and Chu Ting had fought together. Although Lu Ping knew that he wasn't its opponent, it would be extremely difficult for the Kuan fish to kill him. Not to mention he had the help of Fairy Sun, a 4th-layer core forging expert. However, the 2 of them were currently in the midst of a horde of demon beasts. If they got entangled with the demon cultivators, they would definitely be surrounded by the other enlightened demonic cultivators. At that time, the 2 of them would really have nowhere to run. The surface of the sea was torn apart, as if a small mountain suddenly flew out from the bottom of the sea. The huge Kuan fish broke out of the water, and the seawater in the sky turned into water arrows and ice blades, flying towards the fleeing Lu Ping and Fairy Sunday. Fairy Sun didn't even turn her head. She formed an incantation gesture with her hand and waved it behind her. The water arrows and ice blades that filled the sky turned back into water droplets and fell into the sea. They splashed up countless bubbles, as if a rainstorm had fallen. It's you too. This manor lord knows the 2 of you. The Kuan fish opened its huge eyes, which were like a window, and looked at the 2 fleeing people. Its huge body dived into the sea, and suddenly huge waves surged up from the surface of the sea. The huge waves rapidly advanced, turning into a huge mouth that swallowed the 2 of them. Lu Ping suddenly turned around and stopped. A sparkling white jade bracelet floated in front of Lu Ping's chest. Lu Ping pointed at the surging waves and shouted, "Ice!" A white cold mist suddenly spread out from the jade bracelet, turning into a thin layer that wrapped around the waves. When the white mist dissipated, the huge mouth formed by the waves had already turned into a huge mouth of ice. It floated on the surface of the sea, moving up and down with the turbulence of the sea. Just as Lu Ping turned to leave, a crisp sound of ice breaking could be heard. A blue-black figure flashed in the sky and disappeared. Fairy Sun shouted, "Be careful, it's a core-forging shadowfish." However, the figure's speed was too fast. Lu Ping didn't even notice that there was such a killer hidden in the surging waves. At this time, Lu Ping had no time to take any defensive measures other than his protective aura. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and an invisible aura chi fluctuated. The shadowfish monster looked on in astonishment as it unexpectedly blocked his attack. As the aura chi rose up, Lu Ping suddenly disappeared from the shadowfish monster's eyes. Lu Ping took advantage of this opportunity to quickly escape. The true essence within his body had been stirred up by the shadowfish monster's attack. However, Lu Ping's protective true aura shield was able to block a direct attack from a core-forging cultivator. The shadowfish monster was about to chase after them, but it heard a strange sound from the seabed. It immediately stopped, watching as Lu Ping and Fairy Sun disappeared into the horizon. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the seawater. An elegant young man stood on a splash of water, slowly rising into the sky. The shadowfish demon bowed slightly to the young man, then disappeared without a trace. The young man turned his head to look at his own shadow on the surface of the sea and smiled. A gust of wind blew, and the young man's figure disappeared from the surface of the sea. Far away from the open sea, two streaks of light descended, turning into a man and a woman. They were Lu Ping and Fairy Sunday. I didn't expect Lu Daoyu to have cultivated a small protective true aura shield. The shadowfish monster is a famous existence in the East Sea Demon tribe. That shadowfish monster was also at the first layer of the core forging realm. But fellow Daoyu's protective true aura shield was able to withstand a strike from its magic treasure without breaking. This is truly amazing. Such a defensive strength is no less than an ordinary protective magic treasure. Fairy Sun was clearly amazed by the power of Lu Ping's true aura shield. Lu Ping modestly said, "It's all thanks to Fairy Sun's shapeless water, or else I wouldn't have been able to cultivate a small true aura shield so quickly." Fairy Sun sweetly smiled, "Lu Daoyu is too modest. How could a normal cultivator's protective true aura shield have such power? My bowl of shapeless water is enough for 2 or 3 cultivators to condense their righteous qi. Don't tell me Lu Dao, you condensed so much spirit water by himself?" Lu Ping smiled and didn't say anything. Fairy Sun didn't mind and said, "Unfortunately, I didn't obtain the bejeweled nectar this time. When I fought with the Kuan fish monster, I already sensed that the bejeweled nectar had indeed been obtained by the Kuan fish monster. This time I have let Lu Daoyu down." Lu Ping shook his head, and instead said, "Fairy Sun really has a secret technique to detect spirit water?" Fairy Sun opened her jade-like hand, and a drop of green water slowly condensed in her hand. Then it began to spin in her palm. Spirit communication true water. No wonder. Lu Ping looked at the drop of water in Fairy Sun's hand and suddenly realized. It is indeed spiritual true water. This is a high-grade profound rank heaven-earth spirit water that I use to condense my gold core spirituality when I advance to the mid-core forging stage. Using this heaven-earth spirit water, I cultivated a divine ability that allows me to detect other heaven-earth spirit water within a certain distance. Of course, I can't detect heaven-earth spirit water because all heaven-earth spirit water contains a trace of spirituality bestowed by heaven and earth. My divine ability is powerless." Lu Ping said enviously, "No wonder you have the invisible water and jade liquid clear water in your possession. Your skills are truly amazing." The news that the bejeweled nectar had been obtained by the Kuan fish monster made Lu Ping quite depressed. Seeing that Lu Ping's Tripure True Pupils was only one step away from becoming a second technique, Lu Ping could only regretfully bid farewell to Fairy Sunday recently. The southern East Sea was once again in turmoil. Flying Fish Island was a large power in the southern East Sea, second only to Skyrend. It was said that there were 3 Dharma adepts on the island. Flying Fish Island's Wuxia exchanged for a spirit-gathering magic treasure from Taoist Huang Tingjian at the Silver Sword Islands trade fair, but on his way back to Flying Fish Island, he was repeatedly killed by mysterious cultivators. Fortunately, most of these cultivators were acting alone and Wuxia was not weak. At the same time, he also had the help of a mysterious late-stage core forging cultivator. Wuxia was able to break through the blockade and rendezvous with the cultivators from the Flying Fish Island, bringing the spirit-gathering magic treasure back to the Flying Fish Island. However, on that night, another battle broke out on Flying Fish Island. A late core forging cultivator snuck into Flying Fish Island's treasure house, intending to steal the spirit-gathering magic treasure. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by Flying Fish Island's Dharma adepts, and the cultivator was forced to retreat. When the news came, the East Seas cultivation world was in an uproar again. This cultivator who snuck into Flying Fish Island not only escaped unscathed after Dharma adepts Lao Zu attacked, but also conveniently stole 2 magic treasures from the treasure house, causing Flying Fish Island to lose a lot of face. When Lu Ping heard the news, he quickly returned to Silver Sword Island, only to find that Zhu Xianmeng had already left the inn. Lu Ping paced back and forth in the inn's cave for a while. Suddenly, he pointed at the wall of his cultivation room and made a few hand seals. A small crack suddenly appeared on the wall, and a jade slip was placed inside. This was Jinling's secret communication method. Even if this jade slip was discovered by others, if they did not know Jinling's secret restriction technique, the jade slip would be crushed to pieces if they tried to break the restriction. Lu Ping probed the jade slip with his divine sense and found that Sage Liang Xianfeng had returned when Lu Ping went out. However, due to the urgency of the matter, Sage Liang Xianfeng did not have time to stay and left with Zhu Xianmeng. The jade slip only gave Lu Ping a date to return to Jinling's camp in the northern part of the Fallen Mystery region. A few days later, the long-distance teleportation array formation in the North Alliance's Qianyuan city suddenly lit up. Under the surprised gazes of the North Alliance cultivators guarding the array formation, Lu Ping slowly walked out of the array formation and left. Lu Ping walked around Heaven Essence City and found that the city was now enveloped in a solemn atmosphere of war. After thinking about it, Lu Ping rented an Earth-grade cave mansion in Heaven Essence City and placed the golden house on top of the cultivation room's spirit vein. From the Earth-grade cave mansion, dense spirit energy, equivalent to a mid-grade spirit vein, immediately flowed into the golden house. On the second day after Lu Ping returned to Heaven Essence City, Chu Ting came to the cave mansion to visit. Lu Ping welcomed her into the cave mansion and said with a smile, "The boudoir is very well informed. I just arrived in Heaven Essence City yesterday, and Miss Chu already received the news today. She even found out where I was staying." Chu Ting's expression was a little solemn as she said, "Brother Lu, now is not the time to joke. The confrontation between the Eastern Sea's human and demon races is getting more and more serious. The snake demon race is already pressing against the Northern Alliance. A war is about to break out. We need to speed up our plan." Lu Ping said curiously, "I've heard about the conflict between the Eastern Sea's human and demon races. What I'm curious about is why the Eastern Sea's snake demon race massacred the Shangguan family on Drum Bell Island. That's not clear." Chu Ting was also a little puzzled. She said, "But there's news from the demon race. The incident on Drum Bell Island should be related to the Green Sea snake." Lu Ping suppressed the surprise in his heart and asked, "Didn't I hear that one person from the Shangguan family is still alive? Won't the truth come to light once we find him?" Chu Ting sneered and said, "Who would know that the Shangguan family is actually from the Middle Earth? There's actually a one-time super long-distance teleportation formation on Drum Bell Island. When the Northern Alliance's reinforcements arrived, the teleportation formation had already been activated. After searching the souls of the captured demon race captives, we found out that the person who ran away was Shangguan Hao." Lu Ping was quite surprised to hear that the small Shangguan family actually had connections with the Middle Earth. But since Shangguan Hao had already left the Eastern Sea, the news that he had the Green Sea snake on him would not be exposed in a short period of time. Seeing that Lu Ping was deep in thought, Chu Ting could not help but remind him, "Brother Lu, are you really not going to accept the help of the boudoir? Are you really going to use your own strength to expel the Wang family from the Fallen Mystery Land?" Of course, Lu Ping knew that this was the main reason why Chu Ting had visited him today. He smiled and said, "Like I said, I am willing to cooperate with the boudoir. But if you want to hand over the fallen mystery land, that is absolutely impossible. Hearing Wave Island can only be a force under my control." Chu Ting purposely sighed and said, "I have already contacted 2 core forging masters to help Brother Lu. However, if Brother Lu insists on taking over the Wang clan's island in the hidden realm of the perished with your own strength, then the boudoir pavilion will only be able to contain the Wang clan's main force on the island." Lu Ping smiled and said, 1 year should be enough for the operation. Chapter 316. After sending Chu Ting off, Lu Ping took out a jade slip and carefully read its contents. It recorded some information about the Wang family of the Three Families Island. Lu Ping carefully thought about the Wang family's arrangement in the fallen secret land, and compared it with the power he had in his hands. His expression didn't change, but he made a few hand seals and sent out 2 sound-transmitting swords. Then he completely sealed the cave mansion and began to cultivate in seclusion. 3 months later, the spiritual energy within a few miles radius of Lu Ping's cave dwelling fluctuated again. The phenomenon caused by his breakthrough appeared above the cave dwelling again. But this time the phenomenon was much smaller. Apart from the tide of spiritual force caused by the gathering of spiritual qi, only the flowers and trees within 1,000 feet of the cave mansion fell towards the direction of the cave mansion. After the phenomenon disappeared, the large plants like trees returned to their original state. However, the delicate plants like flowers and grass still bowed in the direction of the cave mansion rented by Lu Ping. In the golden house of the cultivation room of the cave mansion, Lu Ping looked at some of the things that happened in the space and said to himself with lingering fear, "Fortunately, the spatial magic tool weakened the phenomenon. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. Even if I suddenly become a target of everyone, I wouldn't be able to say anything. Is this the reason why the Wood Luan bird clan was almost exterminated? Because of the spatial magic tool, the phenomenon outside the cave mansion was weakened by the golden house. After the Wood Luan Yu formed his gold core, it didn't attract the attention of the people in Qinyuan City. After all, it was just an ordinary core forging sage. Looking at the scale of the phenomenon caused by his breakthrough, it was likely that his cultivation would remain at the early core forging stage for the rest of his life. In the Golden House, Lu Ping had already opened up a large spirit herb garden on the plain beneath Lone Mountain. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Ping was constantly on the move, he would have opened up a larger spirit herb garden in the mystic space and the Qianzhong millet mystic instrument with him. Without the spirit vein's long-term nourishment, Lu Ping might have opened up a larger spirit herb garden. However, during the time when Luan Yu broke through to the core forging realm, the Golden House's strange phenomenon caused by the heaven and earth anomaly in the Golden House had pushed most of the ordinary spirit herbs to the brink of maturity. The 500-year spirit herbs all had their medicinal efficacy increased by 50 years. The 1,000-year spirit herbs had their medicinal efficacy increased by 20 to 30 years. And the 3,000-year spirit herbs had their medicinal efficacy increased by 20 to 30 years. Although the 3,000-year spirit herbs didn't seem to be affected at all, it was still enough to shock Lu Ping. The Wood Luan bird had the innate ability to grow spiritual herbs. No wonder. Another 2 months passed, and the spiritual qi in the cave mansion became chaotic again. The surrounding spiritual qi gathered towards a small golden hut in the middle of the cultivation room. This time the momentum was much smaller, and the fluctuation of spiritual qi was only equivalent to that of a core forging Taoist master practicing a spell. However, this cultivator who was in seclusion didn't need to practice a spell for such a long time. When the cultivators around Lu Ping's cave dwelling saw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging towards the cave dwelling for 3 whole days, they all cursed Lu Ping for being a freak. Even a mid-core forging realm cultivator would run out of arcane energy after practicing spells for 3 days straight. Fortunately, the owner of the cave controlled the range of spiritual qi fluctuations during the spell practice, so it didn't affect the cultivation of the cultivators in the surrounding caves. A few days later, Lu Ping moved like a ghost in the space of the Golden House. One moment he was on the top of Lonely Mountain, and the next moment he was halfway up the mountain. When he looked back, Lu Ping had already disappeared from the top of the mountain. When he moved again, he appeared at the foot of the mountain again. After leaving Lonely Mountain, Lu Ping began to wander around on the plain in the space. At the same time, Lu Ping's hands made a few hand seals from time to time. There was a constant whistling sound in the space, and from time to time, a few ripples appeared in the surroundings along with Lu Ping's hand seals. The grass on the plain was inexplicably cracked, and the flowers and plants were broken into two pieces for no reason. Not far from the forest, there were trees that were tens of feet tall that fell with a loud bang. The broken sections were very smooth. As the hand seals in Lu Ping's hands became faster and faster, his figure flashed between nothingness and existence more and more rapidly. An invisible whirlpool appeared in the space out of nowhere. The grass and trees on the ground were sucked into the air, and then turned into dust and scattered around. On Lonely Mountain, a ray of light fell down. A handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old with a trace of shyness suddenly appeared on a grassland more than 1,000 feet away from Lu Ping. Then he saw many grass, trees, and gravel were pulled into the air by an invisible force, and then suddenly broke, shattered and shattered again. Lu Ping also seemed to notice the appearance of the young man. He stopped the hand seals, and the broken gravel and rotten wood in the air fell to the ground and piled up into a garbage hill of 30 feet high. Lu Ping waved his right hand again, and an aqua-blue flying sword suddenly appeared in Lu Ping's hand. Then he took it. Lu Ping walked towards the handsome young man and said with a smile, "Come out so soon? Have you consolidated your cultivation?" When the young man saw Lu Ping walking over, he smiled and said, "Even if I'm in closed-door cultivation, you'll still have to summon me out sooner or later. I heard that you're plotting against someone else's business to establish your foothold. I'm sure I'm an indispensable part of your plan, right?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "You are very direct. This time my forces are really weak, and I don't want to be controlled by others. Maybe Brother Luan you will help me when the time comes." This handsome young man was the long-necked young man Luan Yu. At this time he had obviously advanced to the core forging stage. After transforming, he was no different from a real human. Luan Yu looked at Lu Ping and said, "I thought that after this breakthrough, the gap between our cultivations would be reduced, but I didn't think that it would become bigger and bigger. The invisible swordsmanship just now is really extraordinary. It seems that its power is not inferior to ordinary magical power. Brother Lu, your strength has made great progress during this time." Lu Ping said with a straight face, "These are all minor das. Brother Luan Yu's innate skills are what truly shocked me." When Luan Yu heard Lu Ping's words, his face revealed a lonely expression. He looked up at Lu Ping and asked, "Brother Lu, do you know why my Luan clan is on the verge of extinction?" Lu Ping thought for a moment and said, "It is difficult for the Luan clan to reproduce. There are legends in the cultivation world about this. However, when Brother Luan Yu broke through to the core forging stage, it caused a phenomenon. Is it because of Brother Luan Yu's magical power?" Luan Yu laughed bitterly and said, "It is indeed related to my magical power, but it is not what Brother Lu thinks. My Luan clan does have a magical power that can accelerate the growth of spirit grasses, but this kind of catalysis can only shorten the growth time of spirit grasses by 20 to 30%. Moreover, the higher the level of spirit grasses, the less effective the catalysis is. If this is the case, not only will my Luan clan not become extinct, but it will also be highly valued by the cultivation world. This is because as long as we exist, cultivators can obtain spirit grasses more easily." Lu Ping listened and nodded. His previous idea was indeed a whim. The real reason why my Luan clan is on the verge of extinction is not because of this magical power, but because of the source of our magical power. "You mean?" Lu Ping looked at Luan Yu with surprise and said, "The Luan clan's condensed blood bead, golden core, and Dharma idol?" "That's right." Luan Yu raised his head and looked at the end of the space. His eyes were a little dazed as he said, "Brother Lu, do you know that if you dig up this golden core that I have just formed and use it to catalyze it in your 3,000-year-old spirit herb garden, it would be enough to catalyze the growth of more than 200 immature 3,000-year-old spirit grasses in less than 3 years?" Lu Ping frowned and said in a hoarse voice, 3 years? How is that possible?" Luan Yu turned around and smiled at Lu Ping. He said, "That's how it is. Brother Lu, you and I are both alchemists, so we naturally know how difficult it is to obtain 3,000-year-old spirit grasses for those Dharma idol Laozu. Nowadays, the Dharma idol Laozu in the world of practitioners can only use core medicines that are half a step to the Dharma idol stage. Core medicines for the Dharma idol stage are only used at the most critical moments and when they are in a difficult situation. At this point, Luan Yu did not need to say anything. Lu Ping could already guess. In that case, when these Dharma idol Laozu discover this secret of the Wood Luan race, they will hunt down the Wood Luan race practitioners in large numbers and use their condensed blood pearls, golden cores, and Dharma idol essence to catalyze 3,000-year-old spirit grasses, and use them to create core medicines that increase their level of practice. That's right, Luan Yu said with a smile. Even though all the practitioners know that this is an act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, the best method is to let the Wood Luan race practitioners manage the spirit grasses. This way, although the spirit grasses in the world of practitioners will not be able to meet the needs of the practitioners, at least the spirit grasses in the world of practitioners will not become scarce. However, the ones who will lead the hunt are the Dharma adepts. This is because compared to the blood condensation adepts and core forging adepts, it is more difficult for a Dharma adept to advance in his level of practice. Using the essence of the Wood Luan race to catalyze 3,000-year-old spirit grasses is more valuable. At the same time, the most important thing is that Dharma adepts are the highest level of existence in the world of practitioners. When the Dharma idol Laozu of the various powers come to an agreement or form an unspoken rule, there is no one in the world of practitioners who can keep them in check. Therefore, they can do whatever they want. Therefore, the Wood Luan race has become their sacrificial pawns. Lu Ping looked at the young man in front of him in a daze. He did not think that Luan Yu would be able to tell him such a secret so easily. At the same time, he could vaguely guess the real reason why Yan Wuzhou had entrusted Luan Yu to him. Then, Brother Luan Yu, what are your plans from now on? I can't go back to the Fire Luan race. Now that Master is about to break through to the Dharma stage, he has no time to look after me. In fact, even if Master had reached the Dharma stage, it would be difficult for me to return. The Fire Luan race is in chaos now, and the two factions of practitioners are fighting for power. There are many who covet me. Master is a rare alchemy grandmaster in the demon race. Although he has great prestige in the Fire Luan race, before I reach the Golden Essence stage, Master could protect me for a while. Now that I have reached the Golden Essence stage, even if Master becomes the Dharma stage Laozu, he can't always be on guard against other Laozus. Therefore I can only hide. Looking at Luan Yu's helpless expression, Lu Ping suddenly smiled and said, originally, I was a lazy person and really did not want to take care of these spirit herb gardens. However, in order to improve my cultivation, I had no choice but to learn alchemy. Coincidentally, I also obtained this spatial instrument. Since Brother Luan Yu is the best at managing the spirit herb gardens, then I will entrust it to Brother Luan Yu to look after it. Consider it the price for Brother Luan Yu to stay here for the night. Luan Yu chuckled, a trace of gratitude in his eyes. He said, well said. Chapter 317. It's a pity that Lu Qin won't be able to join in the fun. She likes to have fun. She will probably complain to me when she comes out. Luan Yu blushed and said, Qin Air is still in seclusion. I'm afraid it will take her some time to break through to the core forging stage. Lu Ping smiled nonchalantly and said, this is all thanks to Senior Yan Wuzhou. Otherwise, little Lu Qin wouldn't have reached this stage. After advancing to the core forging realm, if little Lu Qin can unlock the Fire Phoenix clan's heritage memories, it will be of great help to her future cultivation. Luan Yu saw that Lu Ping didn't make fun of her, so she returned to normal and said, if you didn't give her the pure blood pill, meridian strengthening pill, and essence expanding pill, I'm afraid she would have already formed her gold core. But this way, Qin Air will be able to go further after she reaches the core forging stage. Seeing that Lu Ping was looking in the direction of the portal, Luan Yu said, someone's visiting? You can go now, I'll tidy up this spirit grass garden. Speaking of which, you have to find a fixed spirit vein as soon as possible. This is the root of the spirit grass's ability to shorten the maturation period. My innate talent only plays a supporting role. Lu Ping walked out of the golden house and looked at the restriction formation outside the cave mansion. His eyes flashed. His eyes had fused with the clear spirit water and the clear jade water. He was only one step away from the three pure eyes. However, the protection formation was not a profound formation. Under Lu Ping's gaze, the cultivator who came to visit Lu Ping suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ping's eyes. Half a day later, Lu Ping and the cultivator who came to visit him left Qinyuan City and headed in the direction of the Fallen Secret Land. The Fallen Secret Land had 27 islands under the jurisdiction of the three families. Among them, the Soundwave Island, the Red Shadow Island, and the Sunglow Island were the foundations that Lu Ping had left behind before he went to Qinyuan City. Qi Lianing returned to the Fallen Secret Land after advancing to the core forging stage. Although she had changed her identity because she was wanted by the Crystal Palace, she still managed to contact some of her former subordinates through a secret channel. These old subordinates were loyal to Qi Lianing. However, after joining Lu Jiu on Soundwave Island, they were more or less unwilling. After all, Qi Lianing had reached the core forging stage first. These old subordinates hoped that Qi Lianing could establish her own sect. However, after Qi Lianing advanced to the core forging stage, her temperament changed drastically for some reason. After giving her old subordinates to Hong Ying and the others, she cultivated in seclusion all day long. Not to mention Hong Ying and the others, she didn't even meet her old subordinates. Fortunately, both Hong Ying and Yi Buqi were powerful figures who could become the island owners of the 27 islands. In addition, after Wu Yan returned to the Fallen Secret Land, he brought a batch of half-step core forging pills, and the news that Lu Ping had advanced to the core forging stage. Qi Lianing's old subordinates were barely able to control them. In addition, with the help of Yu Zhongrui, the alchemist, Hong Ying and Yi Buqi's cultivation levels skyrocketed. They were only one step away from the core forging stage. Hong Ying's 4 Vajras and Yi Buqi's 5 brothers had also reached the 8th or peak stage of the blood condensation realm. Qi Lianing's old subordinates had completely integrated into the Soundwave Island. On this day, Yi Buqi and Hong Ying were instructing the cultivators on the Soundwave Island to practice the 3 Talents 5 Elements formation. Of course, this was not the Jinling Dao Soldier formation. It was just an ordinary formation that Lu Ping had simplified from the 3 Talents 5 Elements formation. Hong Ying and the others used this formation to conquer 3 islands in succession during the years when Lu Ping was not around. Now, Soundwave Island was the most powerful of the 27 islands under the control of the 3 families. Just as the cultivators were about to practice the formation, 2 people suddenly walked out of the cave behind them. They were Qi Lianing and Yu Zhongrui. Many of the cultivators who were practicing the formation were Qi Lianing's old subordinates. Although Hong Ying and the others had integrated into the Soundwave Island, Qi Lianing still held an important position in their hearts. Seeing that Qi Lianing had finally come out of seclusion and advanced, they were overjoyed. They opened their mouths to call him boss. The originally smooth practice of the formation suddenly paused due to these people's absent-mindedness. Hong Ying snorted coldly and looked at Qi Lianing with dissatisfaction. He turned back and shouted, "The worst thing to do when practicing a formation is to be distracted. If you were in the middle of a battle, you would already be dead." The cultivators who were practicing the formation naturally knew how fierce the person in front of them was. They all felt a chill in their hearts. Just as everyone was guessing how Hong Ying would punish them, a powerful pressure suddenly descended on the Soundwave Island. This time, the cultivators who were practicing the formation were completely confused. Many cultivators were suppressed by the pressure and staggered, some even retreated. Hong Ying and Yi Buqi looked at each other. Hong Ying suddenly said with joy, "Young master is back." 2 flashes of light descended from the sky. Lu Ping and a cultivator who looked slightly older than him stood side by side on the side where the others were practicing the array formation. Hong Ying and Yi Buqi hurried forward and bowed. "Greetings, young master." Lu Ping nodded and pointed to the cultivator next to him. "This is enlightened Master Qiao Weiying." The 2 had met this enlightened master before. Lu Ping snorted and said, "The 3 Talents 5 Elemental array is broad and profound. You may have only scratched the surface, but if you practice diligently and gather the power of the array formation, you can completely resist a core forging enlightened master's divine sense pressure. You're still far from being able to practice this Dao Soldier array formation." Hong Ying and Yi Buqi hurriedly nodded. Lu Ping threw a jade slip over and said, "Hong Ying, this jade slip contains a fire attribute cultivation method that has been perfected to the late stage of core forging. It is most suitable for cultivators with the Peng bloodline. Take it and study it. At the same time, go get a 7-step mark pill and see if you can form your golden core in a short time. Hong Ying looked at the jade slip in his hand in disbelief. His cultivation had long reached the limit of the blood condensation realm, but his cultivation method was not complete. He could not take the last step and form his golden core. Now that Lu Ping had prepared a suitable follow-up cultivation method for him, how could he not be grateful? Yi Buqi's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes flashed with envy from time to time. Lu Ping glanced at him and threw him a jade slip. This is the complete fiery wind hybrid art. I prepared it for Wu Yan. Give it to him on my behalf. Yi Buqi looked at the jade slip in his hand blankly. At this time even Hong Ying felt something was wrong. Lu Ping and Qiao Weiying were already walking towards Qi Lianying and Yu Zhongrui. This is the eldest son of Senior Qiao Zhengyan from the Dark Mountain Gang. Qiao Weiying. Lu Ping turned to Qiao Weiying and said, Brother Qiao, these two are Qi Lianying and Yu Zhongrui. Qiao Weiying smiled at Qi Lianying and Yu Zhongrui and said, I didn't expect the two of you to be on Soundwave Island. Brother Lu, you're really generous. I was a little worried about dealing with the Wang clan of the Three Clans Island, but now the chance of winning has increased greatly. The chance of winning had increased greatly. After all, the chance of not dying was in sight. Lu Ping smiled. He knew that Qiao Weiying was still a little worried. After all, the Wang clan was backed by a giant like the Crystal Palace. When the four of them entered the cave abode, they heard Hong Ying yelling at the cultivators who were practicing the formation. Pay attention to the position under your feet. Pay attention to the connection of the formation. If there are any mistakes this time, I will twist your heads off. As soon as Lu Ping entered the cave abode, he felt that the spiritual qi inside was much denser. He looked back at Qi Lianying and said, How many spirit veins did you find? Qi Lianying nodded and did not say anything. Lu Ping looked at Qi Lianying strangely. Then Yu Zhongrui said, Hong Ying and Yi Buqi conquered 3 more mini-islands and found 2 spirit veins. They used the formation to guide them over. Now there are 5 spirit veins in the cave abode. Soundwave Island is also the biggest force among the 27 islands. It has attracted the attention of the Three Clans Alliance. This is to attract their attention. This time we will definitely drive the Wang clan out of the fallen secret realm. With the return of Lu Ping and the others, the morale of Soundwave Island was greatly boosted. A few days later, Hong Ying, Yi Buqi, and Wu Yan, who was at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, each led a team of cultivators and conquered an island. Now, Soundwave Island's power had increased to 9 mini-islands and more than 100 cultivators. Among them, there were nearly 30 in the late blood condensation realm. 1/3 of the 27 mini-islands under their jurisdiction had been unified. Even when Qi Lianying was at his peak, he did not dare to challenge the bottom line of the Three-Family Alliance. Finally, the Three-Family Alliance could no longer sit still. The Zhang, Wang, and Li families all sent cultivators to stop the expansion of Soundwave Island. The Three Clans Alliance's messengers were arrogant. On the surface, Hong Ying was the leader of Soundwave Island. He promised not to expand and offered a large amount of cultivation resources. Only then did he send the 3 cultivators back. In the following period of time, the Three Clans Alliance was peaceful. Soundwave Island also quieted down. It was as if the Three Clans Alliance still had absolute authority in the area under their jurisdiction. 2 months passed like this. In Soundwave Island's cave abode, the pressure of a core forging enlightened master rose again. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Hong Ying, the island lord of Soundwave Island, had successfully condensed his gold core, becoming a core forging enlightened master. This shocked the 27 mini-islands. The island lords of the other 18 mini-islands sent their subordinates to congratulate him. The Zhang clan, Wang clan, and Li clan didn't do anything. It was as if they didn't care about someone breaking through to the core forging realm. Just as the island master of Soundwave Island, Hong Ying, was holding a golden core banquet to celebrate his success in core formation, on the small island where the Zhang family was located, perfected Zhang Feng of the Zhang family, perfected Wang Hua of the Wang family, and perfected Li Maolin of the Li family were sipping tea in a cave. Soundwave Island must be completely obliterated. The Three Clans Alliance can't have a core forging realm cultivator. Perfected Wang Hua placed the high-grade spirit tea in his hand on the sapphire stone table and said firmly. Li Maolin and Perfected Zhang Feng took advantage of the moment when they raised their cups to taste the tea and casually glanced at each other before gulping down the spirit tea in their cups. Chapter 318. Just as Hong Ying reached the gold core stage and was holding a banquet, Lu Ping and Qi Lianing were sitting opposite each other in the cultivation room of the cave residence. Ever since Qi Lianing entered the core forging realm, for some reason, he left his closed-door cultivation to find Lu Ping before he could consolidate his cultivation base. Then he brought Yu Zhongrui and the others back to Soundwave Island. At that time, Lu Ping did need a master in Qinyuan City to secretly support his forces, so he agreed without thinking. However, he ignored the reason why Qi Lianing left the Soundwave Villa so eagerly. Although he felt it was strange later, he did not think too much about it. After Lu Ping returned to Soundwave Island, he discovered that Qi Lianing's temperament had changed greatly after she advanced to the core forging stage. Coupled with Hong Ying and the others' narration, Qi Lianing had become quiet in the past few years. She was originally a person who could not sit still, but now she hid in the cultivation room all day long to cultivate, which was very different from her previous personality. "Tell me what happened?" Lu Ping looked into Qi Lianing's eyes and asked. Qi Lianing still looked lazy in front of Lu Ping, and did not avoid the beautiful curves of her body in front of Lu Ping. However, Qi Lianing's delicate face was less charming than before, and there was a trace of confusion, pain, and sadness. "I was searched by someone in the past." Qi Lianing still said so, but her tone was not as aggressive as before. There was a trace of heaviness, and under the heaviness, there seemed to be a fire that had not yet risen. Lu Ping was shocked by this news. There were various so-called soul-searching techniques in the cultivation world. Generally speaking, it was a cultivator's divine sense invading and absorbing another cultivator's memory. The effect was only to get some fragmented information, and it was far from the method that ordinary people thought could extract a person's lifetime memory. However, most cultivators who had experienced soul-searching could not avoid the fate of becoming idiots, and even dying was common. However, people like Qi Lianing, who not only had a clear mind, but her cultivation had also skyrocketed all the way to the gold core formation. It was really unique. Lu Ping was shocked on the one hand because Qi Lianing actually had such an experience, and on the other hand he was surprised that she actually survived and did not die or become an idiot. Looking at Lu Ping's surprised expression, Qi Lianing finally showed a trace of a smile and said, although she did not become an idiot, she completely lost her memory until she advanced to the core forging stage. Lu Ping suppressed the surprise in his heart, thought for a while and said, "When did this happen?" Qi Lianing's eyes were a little blurred, and she said, "About 30 or 40 years ago, I can't remember clearly. Anyway, after I regained consciousness, I was brought along by Aunt May, and then it was Sister Xianmeng who took care of me. I was like a child, learning everything from the beginning, including cultivation. When I advanced to the core forging stage, in the process of divine sense turning into divine sense, some fragmented memories suddenly appeared in my mind. These memories were so familiar, as if I had experienced them before, but I can't remember where and when they appeared." Lu Ping thought for a while, and said, "Perhaps Perfected Plum and Sister Zhu Xianmeng know something." A trace of pain flashed across Qi Lianing's face, and she said, "They do know something because in these fragmented memories, Aunt May and Sister Xianmeng appeared several times." Lu Ping asked in surprise, "Don't tell me you came to Soundwave Island because you suspect them?" Qi Lianing's expression was calm when Lu Ping said what was on her mind. She said, "Indeed, since I woke up, the two of them have been taking care of me meticulously, but I can't get close to them no matter what. Aunt May has always been cold to me, and Sister Xianmeng also seems to deliberately keep her distance from me. Sometimes they look at me strangely. They taught me cultivation skills, but they didn't let me become Aunt May's disciple. Therefore, after I reached the blood condensation stage, I started to wander outside and I didn't want to stay with them anymore. After so many years, I created the name Qi Lianing." Lu Ping also didn't care about Qi Lianing's messy mother, and me. After thinking for a while, he shook his head and said, "The two of them might know something, but they have nothing to do with you. But since Qi Lianing is your bandit name, what's your real name?" Qi Lianying shook her head and said, Auntie Mei and Sister Xianmeng both call me Little Ling, but they've never called me by my real name. I've asked about it before, but the two of them would intentionally or unintentionally change the topic. After a long time I stopped asking about it and the distance between me and the two of them grew. This is also why I don't want to stay with them. Lu Ping sighed and asked, after you reached the core forging stage, did you find anything in the fragmented memories you recovered? Qi Lianying shook her head and said, just some flashing images, but I can't remember anything. In these images, other than Aunt Mei and Sister Xianmeng, there are a few other people, but I don't know if my parents are among them. Lu Ping listened to the description in Qi Lianying's memory fragments, and his brows furrowed even tighter. Seeing his expression, Qi Lianying's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but ask, Did you find something? Lu Ping's expression changed, and after listening to Qi Lianying's question, he thought for a while and said, I did find something, but I can't be sure. If this matter is really as I guessed, I'm afraid your background is not simple. I can only say that you might be from the North Sea. The 27 islands under the three-family alliance were still calm, but under this calm, there was an undercurrent surging, as if a storm was about to arrive. On this day, Lu Ping sat in the cultivation room with a solemn expression. His eyes focused on a 3-inch pearl that was emitting a 5-colored light. At this time, Lu Ping's huge divine sense had been compressed into strands, like tentacles, and at the same time, he was engraving several fine array restrictions inside the pearl that could only be detected by divine sense. These restrictions were so complex, but they were also closely connected, forming a system. If one of the divine sense made a mistake while engraving the restrictions, the entire restriction that Lu Ping had already completed would have to be redone. His divine sense was rapidly consumed, and Lu Ping's face became paler. He sat there like a clay statue, not daring to move at all. The strands of divine sense finally completed the final array formation, and the 36 array formations in the entire pearl instantly connected into a whole, forming a mysterious restriction inside the pearl. Lu Ping did not care about the discomfort caused by the consumption of his divine sense. He looked at the pearl that was emitting a misty 5-colored light floating in front of him with a joyful expression. After Lu Ping completed the last restriction, the dazzling light had become restrained, but Lu Ping could feel that the power contained within it had greatly increased. With a thought from Lu Ping, the pearl disappeared into Lu Ping's chest in a flash. In Lu Ping's core space, a huge gold core had been entangled with 2 mysterious runes. 11 pearls with restrained brilliance were slowly rotating around the gold core closest to the gold core, and at the same time, they resonated with the gold core, swallowing and spitting out wisps of Zhan Yuan Qi. At this time, a pearl that was exactly the same as the previous 11 pearls suddenly appeared in the core space. When the 12 pearls gathered, Lu Ping's core space instantly shook, and a mysterious restriction lit up in each pearl. The 12 restrictions connected into a whole, surrounding the gold core in the center of the core space. The rich spirit qi gathered by the 5 mini-spirit veins in the cultivation room was instantly sucked out. Xiao Weiying, who was cultivating in another cultivation room, opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of Lu Ping's cultivation room. She shook her head helplessly and said, "What a freak!" Qi Lianying, on the other hand, lay down and stretched her arms. She said to herself, I've wanted to stop cultivating for a long time. It just so happens that little Lu has sucked out all the spirit qi. Without spirit qi, of course I can't cultivate. What a good excuse. In the core space, the amount of Zhan Yuan absorbed by the 12 pearls and the huge gold core instantly increased. On the surface of the gold core, the slightly dimmer second rune that had just formed suddenly lit up. Together with the first rune, they transformed into 2 strange dragons with the body of a snake, the claws of a crocodile, and the whiskers of a carp. They chased each other on the surface of the gold core. For core forging cultivators, every time their cultivation advanced, their divine sense would be tempered and nurtured in the gold core, forming a rune. The rune in the gold core would transform into the embryonic form of the Dharma idol that the cultivator would achieve in the future. The origin of the rune was the fusion of the 3 bloodlines of the cultivator during the blood condensation realm. After returning to Qinyuan City from Silver Sword Island, although Lu Ping was cultivating in seclusion in the Earthstep cave in the city to help Luan Yu condense the gold core, Lu Ping's own cultivation had already reached the peak of the first layer of the core forging realm. After the trip to the heavy profound cave, Lu Ping fought with several core forging enlightened masters and gained a lot. These gains were not only material, but also the experience and fighting methods of countless core forging enlightened masters. These gains gave Lu Ping a clear understanding of the core forging realm. Not long after Luan Yu broke through to the core forging realm, Lu Ping's cultivation finally advanced a step further and condensed the second rune on his gold core. After advancing to the core forging realm, Lu Ping began to improve his natal magic weapon. He carved treasure restrictions on the 12 gentian pearls. Each treasure restriction was composed of 36 subtle and complicated restrictions. Currently, Lu Ping had two kinds of water attribute treasure restrictions. One was bestowed by his teacher, Lu Xianling, and the other was bestowed by Jinling's Dharma idol Lao Zu with the help of his teacher. It was enough to upgrade the 12 gentian pearls. However, Lu Ping's difficulty in upgrading his natal mystic instruments didn't lie in the seals, but in his lack of proficiency in smithing. What made him feel helpless was the fact that Lu Ping had 12 natal mystic instruments. In other words, when others upgraded their natal mystic instruments, they only needed to insert a single seal into each of the 12 origin Chan beads. But Lu Ping had to insert a seal into each of the 12 origin Chan beads to form 12 mystic instruments at the same time. When Lu Ping condensed a treasure restriction in the last gentian pearl and upgraded it to a magic weapon, the 12 gentian pearls changed qualitatively again. They resonated with the gold core, and a large amount of spiritual qi was absorbed into Lu Ping's body. Under the effect of the North Sea Wave listening spell, the spiritual qi was refined into true essence for the natal magic weapon and the gold core to absorb. Lu Ping had just broken through to the second stage of the core forging realm and had not had time to consolidate his cultivation. Lu Ping smiled faintly as he sensed the immense power contained in the 12 origin Chan beads after they were upgraded to his natal mystic treasures. This was the reason why he refused the help of the boudoir and insisted on driving the Wang clan out of the fallen secret realm with his own strength. Chapter 319. The 12 gentian beads had all advanced to the level of magic weapon, which brought Lu Ping joy, but Lu Ping immediately thought of something, and a wry smile appeared on his face. When Lu Ping condensed the 12 gentian beads in the late blood condensation realm, the biggest problem he faced was that this set of magic weapon consumed too much spiritual power. Even with Lu Ping's strong spiritual power accumulation, it was difficult to use this set of magic weapon for a long time. This problem originally did not exist after Lu Ping advanced to the core forging realm, but after Lu Ping upgraded all 12 gentian beads to magic weapons, this problem appeared again. Using 12 magic weapons at once, even though it was a set of magic weapons, would greatly reduce the consumption of spiritual power. Although Lu Ping's spiritual power accumulation was still strong, and he had advanced to the second level of core forging realm, Lu Ping still could not use the whole set of magic weapons for a long time. In the huge core space, the golden core occupied the most central position, and at the outermost periphery was a golden long sword covered with fine scales. The golden scale sword had also been condensed by Lu Ping, but this magic weapon flying sword still could not challenge the Nachuan cauldron that occupied the middle position, but the golden scale sword condensed with the second treasure restriction would undoubtedly make Lu Ping's strength to the next level. After Lu Ping finished his cultivation, he came out of the cave mansion, and a golden light rushed towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping stretched out his hand, and a golden flying sword fell into his hand. It was a sound transmission sword. After reading the content of the sound transmission sword, Lu Ping thought for a while, and then returned to the cave mansion. At the same time, several sound transmission talismans flew out of the cave mansion. 2 hours later, Hong Ying interrupted his core formation banquet and hurried to the cave mansion, followed by Yi Buqi and Wu Yan. He thought that after the Crystal Palace found a medium-sized spiritual mine, the Wang family would be able to get a share of the soup, but he did not expect that his son was so disappointing that he was fascinated by a woman and revealed such important news, which caused the interference of the Northern Alliance. The fat meat that was in his mouth was turned into leftovers, and he was envied by the Northern Alliance. In the Elixir Association, he was suppressed by the Zhang and Li families, and he only got 2% of the profits from the spiritual mine. These years he had been harassed by the Northern Alliance everywhere. If it were not for the support of the Crystal Palace, the Wang family's days on the Three-Family Island would be even more difficult. Now, even in the fallen secret land, someone had begun to challenge the position of the Wang family. A rogue cultivator named Hong Ying had actually advanced to the core forging stage, unified the 9 small islands under the jurisdiction of the Three-Family Alliance, and stopped paying tribute to the Wang family. After discussing with the 2 old foxes, Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, Taoist Wang Hua felt a deep sense of crisis from their ambiguous statements. The Zhang and Li families definitely knew about this Hong Ying. The 2 families allowed this person to expand his power, but they were not afraid that this Hong Ying would endanger their power. What did this mean? Wang Hua felt a chill down his spine. Were the Zhang and Li families going to attack the Wang family? This Hong Ying was probably a pawn of the 2 families, and it was very likely that the Northern Alliance was behind this. Thinking of this, Wang Hua could no longer sit still. He hurriedly said goodbye to the 2 and flew to the small island occupied by the Wang family. He had to report this matter and his speculation to the family as soon as possible. If this was really the intention of the Northern Alliance, then the Wang family could only hope that the Crystal Palace would come forward to resolve it. In front of the giant Northern Alliance, the Wang family was really an insignificant ant, but in the Northern East Sea controlled by the Northern Alliance, the Wang family was an important pawn of the Crystal Palace inserted into the Northern Alliance's sphere of influence. The small island occupied by the Wang family was close at hand, but Wang Hua stopped in the air. Not far in front of him, a burly, rough-looking man was standing on his way back. "You are the master of the Crimson Shadow Island, Hong Ying?" Hong Ying was the nominal leader of the 9 islands, and before he was subdued by Lu Ping, he was the master of the Crimson Shadow Island. Lu Ping hid behind the scenes, so Hong Ying naturally expanded his power as the master of the Crimson Shadow Island. "Haha, I am Hong Ying. Nice to meet you, Wang Hua." Hong Ying stood in front of Wang Hua with a smile, his face full of confidence. He was not the slightest bit afraid of the person in front of him, even though he had just advanced to the core forging stage. "You're quite bold, actually daring to block this Dao Master's path. Is there something you need to trouble me with?" Wang Hua's arrogant words did not work at all. Hong Ying said indifferently, "Indeed, I have something to trouble you, Wang Hua. Please lead the cultivators of your family out of the fallen secret land. The Crimson Shadow Island will lose a foothold, but the Wang family is a big family, so you don't need to compete with us for this territory." Taoist Wang Hua was infuriated by Hong Ying's arrogant words. He laughed harshly and said, "A little cultivator who just entered the core forging stage dares to talk big. Call out all your helpers. Let me see what qualifications you have to provoke my Wang clan." The aura of a 3rd-layer core forging cultivator burst out, completely suppressing Hong Ying. Hong Ying had just broken through to the core forging realm and was a rogue cultivator with a weak foundation. Even with Lu Ping's medicinal pellets to strengthen his foundation, how could he be compared to enlightened Master Wang Hua, who had been in the core forging realm for decades? Hong Ying's joy of advancing to the core forging stage was completely suppressed by Wang Hua's divine sense. Hong Ying clapped his hands and a pestle appeared in his hands. He pointed at Wang Hua, and the pestle flew up and smashed towards him. "I didn't expect you to have a magic weapon in your hands. It seems that you, a rogue cultivator, had some fortuitous encounters, but this is far from enough." Hong Ying was naturally using the pestle Lu Ping gave him. However, enlightened Master Wang Hua casually cast out a top-grade mystic instrument and infused a concept spell into it. The mystic instrument clashed with the pestle. Although the pestle was a magic weapon, Wang Hua's cultivation and battle experience were far above Hong Ying's. With just a top-grade magic tool, he was able to repel the pestle. Just as perfected Wang Hua made his move, 2 short daggers suddenly appeared behind perfected Wang Hua and stabbed towards his back. The timing and position of the attack were perfect. However, immortal Wang Hua seemed to have expected it. His body suddenly propped up a green gang chi, blocking the 2 daggers. His body had already flashed to the left, and the 2 daggers suddenly missed. A pair of pale but perfectly maintained hands suddenly appeared, holding the 2 daggers in his hands. Just as Wang Hua flashed to the left, a delicate voice was heard. Two water sleeves were like two spiraling snakes, entangling Wang Hua's body. Wang Hua snorted coldly, and a wooden ruler appeared in his hand. It instantly split into two ruler shadows in the air and slashed at the two seemingly weak water sleeves at the same time. However, the two water sleeves were like two water snakes that were hit in the heart and immediately retreated. At this moment, Wang Hua seemed to have sensed something. A wooden shield rose from behind him, and there was a cracking sound. Wang Hua's expression changed, and when he looked back, he saw an orange fireball exploding on his wooden shield. However, the orange flames were like maggots on a bone, burning on the wooden shield. The wooden shield itself was a defensive magic weapon, and the orange flames could actually directly burn on the wooden shield. Wang Hua could sense that the restriction array in the wooden shield not only could not stop the orange flames, but it was also on the verge of collapsing under the burning flames. Wang Hua stretched out his hand and placed it on the wooden shield. A pure spiritual essence flowed into the wooden shield, and the flames on the surface of the wooden shield were immediately shaken off. Wang Hua stretched out his hand, and the wooden ruler hit the flames that were shaken off from the wooden shield. However, the flames suddenly disappeared in the air, and the wooden ruler hit nothing but air. Wang Hua looked up in surprise and saw a handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old walking slowly in the air. There seemed to be a trace of apology on his face, and the orange flames were burning in his hands. Wang Hua looked to the other side and saw a handsome but pale young cultivator holding two daggers in his hands. His eyes were staring at Wang Hua with a murderous look. The owner of the pair of water sleeves was a beautiful woman, and Wang Hua felt that she was somewhat familiar. Looking at the pair of water sleeves that had already advanced to a magic weapon, Wang Hua suddenly realized and said, "That's Qi Lianying. Hehe, you changed your appearance, but this pair of water sleeves is your natal magic weapon. Although it has advanced to a magic weapon, it is not a problem for me." Qi Lianying rolled her eyes and said, "When did I hide anything from you? It's because you've never seen this old lady's true appearance." Wang Hua sneered and did not speak. He looked at the other two people and said, "Who are the two of you? Do you also want to go against the Wang family? You should know that there are some people that you can't afford to offend." "You mean the Crystal Palace?" Qi Lianying sneered and said, "I ruined the plans of the Wang family and the Crystal Palace, and killed a core forging stage cultivator of the Crystal Palace called Hong Shikuei. But I don't see what the Crystal Palace can do to me." Wang Hua snorted and was about to speak, but the pale young man holding the dagger said sarcastically, "The Crystal Palace has no control over my business." The teenager thought for a while and said, "I don't like the Crystal Palace. Many of my people died in the hands of the Crystal Palace." Wang Hua sneered and looked at Hong Ying and said, "Is this why you dare to provoke the Wang family today? You're nothing more than a group of desperados. A few small cultivators who have just advanced to the core forging stage also dare to ambush this Dao master. Today, I'll let you know that the disparity in cultivation between core forging cultivators cannot be made up for with numbers." Daoist Wang Hua's face was filled with ruthlessness. He took the initiative to attack Hong Ying with his wooden ruler. He could see that among the four people in front of him, the other three had a solid foundation. Only Hong Ying had just advanced to the core forging stage. He was the weakest of the four. Chapter 320. The small island in the fallen mystic realm that the Wang family occupied was called Songling Island. Songling Island had been under the Wang family's management for hundreds of years. The island was well equipped with patrolling cultivators and protective arrays. In a place as dangerous as the fallen mystic realm, no one's life could be guaranteed. Even the disciples of the prestigious sects could lose their lives without knowing it. The array disk of Songling Island's protective array was placed at the center of Songling Island. Songling Island was where the only small spiritual vein on the island was located. The array disk was placed in the cave where the Wang family island enlightened master usually cultivated. It was also the only gathering place of the small spiritual vein on the island. Enlightened master Wang Hua was out discussing important matters with the Zhang and Li families' enlightened masters. There were 4 cultivators from the Wang family guarding the island. 2 of them were at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, while the other 2 were at the 9th layer. "Brother Eli, do you know where third uncle went today?" One of the 4 Wang family disciples was bored. So he asked a 9th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator next to him about enlightened Master Wang Hua's whereabouts. Who knows? Brother Eli laughed lewdly and said, maybe third uncle went out to look for his lover again. But there are too many ants like us, so we don't know which one it is. The cultivators in the cave mansion chuckled, and a cultivator who looked a bit older shouted, don't talk nonsense, third uncle went to discuss important matters with the Zhang and Li clans. If third uncle heard what you said, he'll skin you alive. The other three stopped laughing. After a while, the cultivator who spoke first asked again, Brother Yixiang, do you know what important matters third uncle went to discuss? Big Brother Yixiang was the cultivator who stopped the three from laughing earlier. He said, I'm not too sure either. It seems to have something to do with the core forging Taoist master, Hong Ying. I don't know the specifics, but I'm guessing they want to kill him. After all, he's too arrogant. He thinks that just because he's a core forging Taoist master, he can look down on our Wang family. He even stopped paying tribute to our Wang family. Not to mention, the alliance between the three clans won't allow any of their forces to go out of control. Before elder brother Yixiang could finish speaking, the other three began to discuss excitedly, ridiculing Hong Ying for not knowing how to appreciate favors and for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth after becoming a core forging enlightened master. Their mocking words contained a deep sense of jealousy, but even more of schadenfreude. At that moment, Brother Yixiang seemed to hear something shattering. However, the sound was drowned out by the loud chatter of the crowd. Brother Yixiang couldn't hear it clearly. Brother Yixiang watched his three brothers chatting excitedly as he walked deeper into the cave abode alone. Debao was Lu Ping's weakest spiritual pet, but he was the one that Lu Ping valued the most. However, Debao would rather Lu Ping didn't value him that much. That was because Lu Ping's value meant that Debao's freedom would be ruthlessly taken away by Lu Ping. Debao's latest interest was to build his underground labyrinth in the House of Gold. However, he was discovered by Lu Ping 3 days ago. Lu Ping then sent him and Samling to infiltrate Songling Island and destroy the island's protective array disk. For this, Debao had no choice but to dive into the sea with the help of the 3 violent snake demons. Then he dug an underground tunnel that led directly to the Wang family's cave abode on Songling Island. As for how to find the cave abode, how could Debao, as the spirit-seeking mouse, not be able to find the small spirit vein in Songling Island? Since he found the spirit vein, he would naturally be able to find the cave abode. According to Lu Ping's estimation, the array disk of Songling Island's protective array was most likely in the cave abode. If it was only Debao, he definitely wouldn't need 3 days. However, Debao still needed to dig a tunnel that led directly to the cave abode. Even an expert like Debao, who was proficient in digging tunnels, took 3 days to complete the task. Pada, Debao flipped over the last stone slab on the ground of the cave abode. He didn't expect a section of the cave abode to be filled with rocks. This took a lot of effort from Debao. Just as Debao was about to take a break, he suddenly heard footsteps coming his way. Debao shuddered and slammed his head against the stone wall of the cave abode. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Brother Yixiang walked in and saw the huge hole on the ground. Brother Yixiang's expression changed. He turned around and was about to shout when a green shadow suddenly shot out from the hole. Brother Yixiang noticed something was wrong behind him. His protective aura was immediately activated. However, the green shadow seemed to have expected this. At the same time as it pounced over, a green liquid had already sprayed out. The liquid stuck to the protective aura, and there was a sizzling sound. In the midst of the green smoke, Brother Yixiang's protective aura had been corroded into a big hole. The green figure followed closely. Brother Yixiang's throat gurgled, but he could no longer make a sound. His eyes were wide open and bulging, but his gaze was full of fear. Behind Brother Yixiang's neck was a small green snake. It was Lu Bai. Just after Lu Bai killed Brother Yixiang, 2 small snakes, one blue and one white, drilled out of the hole that Debao had made. The 3 snakes hissed at the stone wall. Debao's sharp head popped out of the stone wall. Seeing Brother Yixiang's body on the ground, he walked out of the stone wall and took a storage bag from Brother Yixiang's body and hung it around his neck. Samling walked out of the cave. Debao thought for a moment and followed. But looking at the distance between him and Samling, it was obvious that he wanted to run if he couldn't win. The three people outside the cave were still talking loudly cursing Red Eagle for overestimating himself. At the same time, they were looking forward to the treasures that the Wang family would obtain when they annihilated Crimson Shadow Island. They had no idea that the Grim Reaper was already in front of them. Samling suddenly sprang out of the cave abode and pounced on the three people. This happened so suddenly that the three people did not expect an enemy to come out of the cave abode. Moreover, Brother Yixiong had just entered the cave abode, so the three people were even less prepared. Who is it? How dare you? It's poisonous. At the same time, the three spirits used the same method to break through the obstruction of the protective aura and bite the three of them. 2 level 8 blood condensation cultivators died instantly. Only the level 9 blood condensation Brother Eli's body turned pink after being bitten by Lu Bai. It was the 100-flower fiend. Brother Eli had clearly condensed the 100-flower fiend in the land of 100 flowers, so he had a slight resistance against Lu Qing's wind poison. After being bitten by Lu Ping, he struggled to escape and inform the Wang family. Just as he was about to leave, the ground beneath his feet suddenly caved in. At the same time, Brother Eli's body sank. A strange force made his body several times heavier. Brother Eli, who did not exert any force on his feet, used all his magic power to resist the poison in his body. He immediately staggered. Lu Qing took the opportunity to jump up. With a sweep of his tail, Brother Eli's head was like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered all over the ground. Samling and the mouse quickly found the island's protective formation plate. Debeo jumped onto the plate, and his limbs immediately lit up with an earthy yellow light. As the earthy yellow light shone on the surface of the formation plate, a silver light shone at the same time, repelling Debeo. Just as the silver light shone, Samling seemed to have expected it. His body trembled, and the 3 snake tails struck the formation plate at the same time. The silver light flickered, and the formation plate collapsed. The earthy yellow light on Debeo's limbs came into contact with the huge island's protective formation plate at the same time. A series of crisp cracking sounds rang out, and the formation plate with a circumference of 1 zhang started to crack. In an instant, the formation plate broke into pieces. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the island's protective formation plate was destroyed. While the Wang clan cultivators on the island were at a loss, more than 100 rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky from 3 different directions, heading straight for Congling Island. Enemy attack! The cultivators of the Wang family screamed at the top of their lungs. Panic and helplessness spread out along with the exclamations. Before the battle began, the cultivators of the Wang family had already lost their morale. More than 100 rays of light landed on the island, and they quickly attacked the Wang clan cultivators on the island. The miserable screams of the Wang clan cultivators could be heard continuously. On the east side of Congling Island, Yi Buki and his brothers led 42 other cultivators to form 8 6-way battle formations and attacked the Wang clan cultivators head-on. On the west side, Hong Ying's 4 Vajras led dozens of blood condensation cultivators to form the 3 Talents 5 Elements formation to attack the Wang clan cultivators from both sides. On the south side, only a dozen or so rays of light landed. However, all of them were late blood condensation cultivators. After landing, they formed teams of 3 and entered the island to encircle the Wang clan cultivators. Only one person remained unmoving. It was Wu Yin, who had reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm under Lu Ping's guidance. At that moment, several of the cultivators who had escaped the encirclement were rushing towards the south. Seeing that Wu Yin was the only one guarding the place, they all revealed ferocious smiles and prepared to kill the invader to avenge themselves. Wu Yin looked at the Wang clan cultivators rushing towards him with a sneer on his face. He took out a spirit beast pouch and shook it in the air. A series of buzzing sounds could be heard, and the Wang clan cultivators who were rushing towards him slowed down. They felt a slight numbness in their scalps. Just as the few of them were hesitating whether or not to rush forward, a purple torrent suddenly rushed out from the spirit beast pouch. Wu Yin turned his hand and took out a bronze drum from his storage pouch. This bronze drum was only a mid-grade magic artifact. Then Wu Yin took out a drumstick shining with golden light from who knows where. This was a magic treasure. Dong! The drumsticks struck the bronze drum and the amethyst wasps flew out to block the Wang family cultivators' path of escape. The moment they heard the sound of the drum, they immediately formed a thick rotating array, covering a radius of tens of zhang. Following the beating of the drumsticks in Wu Yan's hand, the amethyst wasps shot towards the terrified cultivators before them. The amethyst wasp's Dao soldier array that Lu Ping had painstakingly cultivated finally revealed its ferocious teeth and began its slaughter. Chapter 321. After years of nurturing by Lu Ping, the Amethyst Wasp King finally advanced to the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping's Amethyst Wasp swarm could finally expand. The Amethyst Wasp King was already at the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm, and it had more than 10 Amethyst Wasp subordinates. The entire swarm had expanded to 500. The fist-sized Amethyst Wasp could fight against 10 late blood condensation realm cultivators after forming the Dao Soldier formation. A few screams came from the Dao Soldier formation, and the Dao Soldier formation retracted. The Wang family cultivators' corpses were nowhere to be seen. Dong! 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 With 3 beats of the drum, the Dao Soldier formation began to move forward, moving deeper into Congling Island. In the sky a few miles away from Congling Island, the battle had reached a critical moment. Wang Hua couldn't believe that 4 minor repairs at the 1st level of the core forging realm could force him into such a predicament. Among the 4 of them, Hong Ying's attacks were the most monotonous. He kept smashing the pestle back and forth. The other attacks were completely useless against perfected Wang Hua. Qi Lianying's water sleeve was the most difficult to deal with. Although Wang Hua's profound wood ruler was of a higher grade than the water sleeve, it was still difficult to injure Qi Lianying. Moreover, Qiao Weiing, who looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, was constantly harassing him. When Qiao Weiing advanced to the core forging realm, he was framed by someone and lost all his cultivation, causing him to be paralyzed. With the help of the spirit water vein nourishing pill refined by Lu Ping, not only did he recover his cultivation, but he also successfully advanced to the core forging realm. However, the years of being a cripple had caused Qiao Weiing to accumulate too much ruthlessness, causing his temperament to change drastically. He was the most ruthless when facing his enemies, regardless of the consequences. Wang Hua had many opportunities to injure Qiao Weiing, but whenever Qiao Weiing was in a dangerous situation, he would always fight to the death. Even if it was a small injury, he would exchange it for a big one. Wang Hua had no choice but to avoid him in the end. However, the biggest threat to Wang Hua wasn't these 3, but the shy 17 or 18 years old boy. This youngster was none other than Luan Yu. Luan Yu possessed a type of inherited magical ability called Wood Flame. This minor fire-type magical ability was most effective against cultivators who cultivated wood-type cultivation techniques. This small divine ability required 3 types of spiritual fire kindling, and then combined with the Luan Jade and with Luan clan's inherited cultivation method to be used. Before Luan Yu advanced to the core forging stage, he had already collected 2 kinds of fire seeds. After he advanced to the core forging stage, he could also condense a Dan fire in his golden core. With 3 kinds of Dan fire combined, he was able to use the wood flame. This type of flame could be said to be the most overbearing type of magical ability. Wang Hua's Darkwood Ruler and Darkwood Shield were magic treasures condensed with a treasure restriction. But once they were stuck by this flame, the magic treasures began to burn. Wang Hua had to use the true essence in his body to forcibly shake off or isolate the flames on the magic treasures. Every time he did so, he had to use a large amount of true essence. Fortunately, Wang Hua was a core forging stage master after all. Whether it was his cultivation, fighting experience, or even the magic treasures in his hands, he was more than a level higher than the 4 of them. Although the 4 of them joined forces, they couldn't do anything to Wang Hua. They could only tie him down and not let him escape. In the void, about a mile away from the battle between the 5 people, 2 people were using an invisibility technique to watch the battle. They were Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who had previously discussed with Wang Hua about wiping out the forces under Lu Ping. "Brother Li, I heard that your niece has a good relationship with a female alchemist surnamed Chu. I thought that they would help Master Lu Jiu, but I didn't expect that Master Lu Jiu would be able to find 4 enlightened masters of the core forging realm and secretly accumulate such a force. It's said that the alchemists in the cultivation world can't be provoked, and it's true. Zhang Feng looked at the battle in the distance and casually chatted with Li Maolin, who was next to him. Brother Zhang, you must be joking. If Lu Jiu wants to build his own force, he naturally has to rely on his own means. External forces can't interfere. This is also the rule of the Northern Alliance. My Li family wouldn't dare to challenge the rule of the Northern Alliance. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Maolin with an inexplicable smile, and saw that Li Maolin was also looking at him. The two of them smiled at each other and then looked back at the battlefield. I'm afraid Wang Hua has already noticed that these four people are buying time. So what? That alchemist Lu Jiu still hasn't shown up. Wang Hua finally felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for him to defeat these four people in a short period of time. But if these four people wanted to kill him, it would be a joke. They were buying time. Wang Hua's expression changed. At this moment, a muffled rumble came from the sea in the distance. It was coming from the direction of Tsongling Island. It was the protective array of Tsongling Island. It was destroyed. How was this possible? Wang Hua panicked and shouted, Good. I didn't expect you to have such an arrangement. Do you think you can defeat my Wang family like this? What a joke. This Dao master originally wanted to leave a contingency plan to give the Zhang and Li clans a pleasant surprise in the future, but I didn't expect that you four little cultivators could actually force this Dao master into such a situation. Since that's the case, the four of you can stay here today. As soon as Wang Hua's voice fell, a qi that was far stronger than before suddenly erupted from Wang Hua's body. Hong Ying, who was the weakest among them, was directly suppressed by this qi and could not use his magic weapon. The other three quickly retreated. Qi Lianning's expression changed dramatically. He screamed, Middle stage core forging. You have advanced to the middle stage core forging. Wang Hua's cultivation had already reached the middle stage core forging. This time, not only Qi Lianning and the other three people's expressions changed, even Zhang Feng and Li Maolin, who were hiding in the distance, looked solemn. I didn't expect Wang Hua to have already condensed a spirit item and advanced to the middle stage core forging. Even we were fooled by him. What a cunning and clever concealment method. Perfected. Zhang Feng chuckled coldly. Li Maolin was also surprised. I'm afraid this Wang Hua is hiding his cultivation because he is targeting us. All these years, the Wang family has been suppressed by the Northern Alliance. If it weren't for the Crystal Palace's support, the Wang family wouldn't have been able to survive and would have moved away. That must be it. All these years, other than Wang Yishan, who joined the Crystal Palace, has advanced to the core forging stage, there is also a peak blood condensation cultivator who has condensed a gold core. Now the Wang family has 6 core forging enlightened masters. Now that Wang Hua has advanced to the middle stage core forging stage, it must be because of the spirit item provided by the Crystal Palace. These 4 little fellows are already in imminent danger. Should we secretly lend them a hand? That Lu Jiu hasn't appeared yet, right? Let's wait and see what other trump cards this alchemy grandmaster has. If he loses 1 or 2 of his subordinates, he will become our neighbors in the parish secret land. It will be easier to get along with him, right? The 4 of them were already at the end of their rope. How could they still dare to surround perfected Wang Hua in the middle? Instead, the 4 of them gathered together and worked together to resist perfected Wang Hua's fierce attacks. They no longer had the intention to leave perfected Wang Hua here. However, Wang Hua didn't plan to leave. Tsongling Island had already been conquered, and the enemy had been plotting this for a long time. Even if he rushed back now, the Wang family would suffer heavy casualties. At most, he could kill some enemy blood condensation cultivators to vent his anger. It was better to stay here. If he could kill 1 or 2 of these core forging masters, it would be worth it even if the collateral disciples of the family died 10 times more. Although the difference between the 3rd and 4th layer of core forging was only 1 layer, it was the first time a cultivator's cultivation would ascend after condensing their gold core. The most fundamental reason for this was the first time a cultivator had refined a heaven and earth spiritual object. After fusing with a heaven and earth spiritual object, a cultivator's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. The fusion between the divine sense and the gold core would go a step further, allowing a cultivator to cast spells after advancing to the mid-core forging stage. The four of them worked together to resist Wang Hua's attacks. Wang Hua's attacks seemed casual, but every time he launched an attack, the four of them had to use all their strength to resist. Hong Ying, who was the weakest among them, was already bleeding from his nose and mouth. Even his newly condensed gold core seemed to be unstable and could collapse at any time. Wang Hua looked at the four people in front of him contemptuously, as if he was looking at lambs waiting to be slaughtered. As Wang Hua attacked, he stretched out his hand and threw out two golden rays of light. One flew to the west and the other flew to the east. They were the sound transmission swords. However, after the two sound transmission swords flew out, the one flying to the west suddenly exploded in the air, turning into a cloud of golden dust that drifted down to the sea. Who is sneaking around? Come out. Taoist Wang Hua's expression changed. He immediately shouted towards the void in the west. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and a cyan thunderball flew towards the void in the west. Then it suddenly exploded, and the cyan thunder light immediately wreaked havoc in all directions. Qi Lianying and the other three's expressions changed. This was clearly the power of a small magic. Although Wang Hua had suppressed Qi Lianying and the other three, he still did not use his full strength. If he had used this small magic just now, the four of them would have been killed or injured. Just as the cyan thunder light exploded toward the void, a huge wave suddenly surged on the sea without any wind. The huge wave surged strangely, but the shape of the wave was even more strange. The monstrous wave suddenly seemed to have turned into a huge monster. In the middle of the surging wave, a huge mouth with a radius of 300 feet suddenly opened and swallowed the thunderball that was about to explode. Then the huge mouth quickly closed. The thunderball exploded in the wave, and the cyan thunder light flickered in the wave. The wave that was like a lone peak suddenly collapsed, causing the sea surface to shake for a few miles. However, the cyan thunder light magic was eventually dissolved by the huge wave. Blue tide technique. Just as the waves caused by the huge wave stopped on the sea surface, a golden flying sword suddenly appeared in the sky and then directly stabbed toward Wang Hua. The flying sword flew through the air, leaving behind 1,296 golden afterimages. The golden sword shadows did not dissipate and continued to fly toward Wang Hua. Sword cultivation into complexity. Sword light great perfection. Who are you? Why do you want to be the enemy of the Wang clan? Wang Hua's expression changed drastically. There was a trace of fear in his hoarse shout. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.